the back of the chapel, but the more loos, easier access loos, are through those open doors in the quad. If a fire alarm goes off, that's very unlikely. There's not going to be a superabundance of incense during the talks. If it does happen, same routes, out the back door or around the front into the quad. The quad is the place to go. We are not expecting a fire alarm, but that's what to do if that happens. I think those are all the main things. Ushers will direct you in these different directions. If you come back late to any of the sessions, you'll be directed to come into the west doors so that we're not disturbing people during the talks. You'll be directed to the west doors if you're late for any of the talks. Very warm welcome to you all.
Thank you, George, very much indeed. Very nice to see you all this morning. And if I can extend my welcome as well to this day which we are holding together. My name is Bishop Graham Tomlin, former Bishop of Kensington, now the Director of the Centre for Cultural Witness. This day is a joint day hosted by Pusey House, but also a joint day with the McDonald Centre for Ethics here in Oxford University and the Centre for Cultural Witness. And this is the Centre for Cultural Witness is a new initiative based in Lambeth Palace in London, seeking to work on to strengthen the church's voice in public life, looking at questions about how we communicate the Christian faith in public. We run a website, seenandunseen.com, offering Christian perspectives on all kinds of issues in public life. We do some cultivating new voices into that public space from within the church, and some research into the question of how the church does its public witness today. And that's really the background to what we are about today, because today's theme is this question of the public legitimacy of the Church of England. That's what we're going to be exploring together. On what basis does the Church of England make a contribution to public life today? Does the decline of the church make a difference to that? Does or should the church still have a valid voice? And what case can be made for the church's voice in public life? This project started a little while ago where Josh Hordern, who's the director of the McDonald Centre, and I had a conversation together that we were both interested in this question. And in fact, we met in London at Lambeth Palace on the 8th of September 2022, which is a date you probably remember where you were, because during that meeting, I got one of those little notes on my phone from the BBC News saying that the Queen was gravely ill. And by the time I got home to Oxford that day, it got back home to Twickenham, where we lived at the time, the Queen had passed away. And that event of the passing of Her Majesty put all the issues of the public legitimacy of the Church of England on the table. Because as events continued with the funeral of the Queen and then the coronation, the Church of England played a very prominent role in all of that. We hadn't had a coronation for 70 years in this country. And so there were lots of people asking, well, what is going on here? Why is the Archbishop crowning the monarch? Now, why has the Church of England, this declining institution, got such an important role in this national moment? When the coronation happened, there was all that fancy regalia with lots of Christian symbolism in it. And what was going on there? And so it was maybe providential that this project has begun around this time when those questions have been particularly raised. And since then, we held a day conference down in London in Lambeth Palace in January 2023, where we brought together MPs, peers and House of Lords, community leaders, clergy, bishops and others to begin to explore some of these issues around the public legitimacy of the church. We were keen also for this to play into the church's life, and so a little bit later on that year we held a 48-hour training session for new bishops in the Church of England, helping them to think about their public role. And the plan for today was to take forward some of those issues, because out of those conversations in this project so far, a number of themes have emerged that have been particularly important in this question of the church's public witness. And those four themes are the themes around which today is organised. The first being that of loyalty, that in some ways we inherit this sense of that the church has been built into the constitutional life of the nation. How do we remain loyal to that inheritance? What does that loyalty mean? History. The Christian faith has shaped both the culture and the institutions of this nation for centuries. How do we deal with that history? The third theme is transcendence. The church perhaps reminds the rest of society that there's more to life than the economy and things that we can measure, and holds that space on behalf of others. And then, lastly, place. The church is one of the few institutions that has a presence in every community in the land, maybe next to Starbucks as well. But what does that mean in terms of our public witness? And all of this is part of our public witness to the nation, and these are the themes we're going to be exploring today. So we, as the Centre for Cultural Witness, are delighted to be part of this day, and I'm very happy to hand over to Josh Hordern, who will take us further into introducing the day together.
Thank you, Graham, very much, and thank you, Father George, for your welcome to us here at Pusey House. My name's Joshua Hordern. I'm the Professor of Christian Ethics here at the University of Oxford, at the Faculty of Theology, Religion and Harris Manchester College. And as Graham noted, I'm the Interim Director of the Centre, the McDonald Centre for Theology, Ethics and Public Life. Also a curate in Cowley in East Oxford, for those of you who know Oxford. So this is the McDonald Centre for Theology, Ethics and Public Life annual conference. The McDonald Centre is part of the Faculty of Theology and Religion. It aims to foster conversation between Christian theology, other disciplines, and between academia and those who shape public policy and deliberation. I want to thank a few people to begin with in order to recognise those who've made today possible. Especially want to thank the McDonald Agape Foundation, whose chairman, Peter McDonald, is here today, and one of the foundation directors, Jonathan Aitken. Thank you very much for your support of the centre. Also thank the Centre for Cultural Witness, Graham Tomlin, Nick Jones and Belle Tyndall. Very grateful to Pusey House, Ian Palmer, George Westhaver and your community for welcoming us and taking care of us today. And to faculty colleagues, especially Dr. Mehmet Çiftçi, who many of you will have heard from or met at some point today, and David Bennett, who is here, who was a research assistant on that early phase of the project. Now, as Graham's noted, this is a collaborative project aiming to bring together theological reflection with a range of expertise across academic and public life. And the goal is to enrich research and the church, to deepen the church's and wider public understanding of the arguments around the Church of England's place in public life. And we're doing so by bringing a focused set of contemporary questions into contact with the theology, political thought and history which surrounds the Church of England's public role. It's fair to say, I think, that recent times have not witnessed a sustained theological conversation about the rationale for the Church of England's public standing. There have been significant contributions, and we'll hear from several of those who have made those contributions today. This project aims to build towards a long-term collaborative investigation, look not only at the practical questions around the public presence of the Church of England's role and how they should be configured, but also the underlying theological rationale for that public presence. So in terms of the hopes for today, I hope that we're enabled to think better theologically about legitimacy through considering those four themes that Graham introduced: loyalty, history, transcendence and place. But just taking that word legitimacy for a moment by way of introduction, and I'll touch on those four themes in a bit more detail before I introduce our first panel of speakers. What is legitimacy? It's a pretty slippery word. It's got different disciplinary and professional meanings, and each of those can illumine what we mean by it. Here are a few angles. There's a sense of law or lawfulness to legitimacy. A legitimate authority or institution or person represents people on the basis of their standing as secured by law. There's also a sense of perception with legitimacy. An authority is legitimate to the extent that people perceive it to be so. So we talk about leaders, institutions losing legitimacy or gaining legitimacy in the eyes of those whom they're appointed to serve. So there's a strange kind of alchemy to that sense of legitimacy. But woven throughout is an explicitly theological element to legitimacy, intersecting with law and perception. The psalmist asks, "Who can show us any good?" Perhaps voicing the longing of many in a time of national drift and significant ecclesial ferment. How might the Church of England offer a legitimate witness by rightly referring people, pointing people to the goodness of God? So the Church's legitimacy is ultimately defined by whether and how it is a faithful witness in the eyes of the living God revealed in Jesus Christ. And so gaining popular support, legitimacy in that perceptual sense, is not necessarily a sign of loyalty to God. Our first session brings together those themes of loyalty and legitimacy, and I'll say a few words about that now. That which is legitimate seems to have a claim to loyalty, not an unlimited claim, of course, but yet a claim. And in turn, legitimacy and loyalty link to questions of mission, especially confidence and boldness. Simpler, humbler, bolder has been the watchword of the Church of England of late. Being clear about the grounds for legitimacy is important, I suggest, for the kind of confidence or boldness the Church has. One factor in determining the propriety of loyalty in the Church of England's case is the way in which the Church is loyal to its own inheritance of faith. That phrase drawn from the preface to the Declaration of Assent, a declaration which all ministers of the Church make. Those who are being ordained shortly will do so. And the inheritance of faith refers to the Holy Scriptures, the Catholic creeds, the historic Church of England formularies. And my suggestion is that loyalty to this inheritance of faith includes the political or public significance of Christian faith, indicated in the political settlement which has given rise to the current form of establishment. But more than that, the way that the Church of England, following Jesus Christ, has made the good news available in many national and local institutional forms. We might think about education, for example. So how should the Church of England understand the legitimacy of its public standing? And how should it communicate that to the people of England? How should the Church of England sustain some kind of loyalty in support of that standing? What are the theological arguments which matter here? And how should we situate those arguments in the wider sweep of global Anglicanism and the wider universal church? More briefly, a few words on the other three sessions. Our second session on history will consider how history furnishes us with an understanding of ways that questions of legitimacy have evolved in the life of the Church of England, including how it's been represented, led, governed, especially through elements of the high establishment, including through the range of supreme governors, kings and queens, who have exercised different forms of leadership. Throughout that history and up to today, it's clear that a key part of the Church of England's legitimacy is associated with its relationships with people of other faiths. Again, the preface to the Declaration of Assent emphasised that the Church of England is part of the one holy Catholic Church, so relationships with those of other Christian churches are extremely important. And as we'll consider in that third session on Transcendence, how members of Christian churches outside the Church of England, and importantly other faiths, view the Church of England's public standing matters for its legitimacy. And finally, in our fourth session on place, we emphasise that we're not only talking about the Church's national standing, the legitimacy, what we might call high establishment, role in coronation, seat in the House of Lords, and so on, but the Church of England's local, rooted, earthed establishment. The legitimacy of the Church of England on account of its love for specific dioceses, parishes, places, and so on. So that's a brief overview of the day, the direction we're going in, and these are the themes which emerged from our consultation work in the last couple of years. What I'll do now is I'll introduce our first set of contributors, and then they'll speak. We'll have three talks and then a chance for conversation between the panellists, and then some Q&A, and then we'll break for coffee in about an hour and a quarter. So let me introduce briefly our first three speakers under this theme of loyalty. Delighted to welcome Right Reverend Eleanor Sanderson, who is the Suffragan Bishop of Hull and the Diocese of York, Dr. Jonathan Chaplin, who's Honorary Fellow of Wesley House in the University of Cambridge, and Dr. John Ritzimer, a postdoctoral Fellow of Pharos Foundation and Pusey House. So Bishop Eleanor will speak for maybe about 20 minutes, and then Jonathan and John will each speak for about 10 minutes, and we'll have time for conversation afterwards. If you join me in welcoming Bishop Eleanor. Thank you.
Thank you for your welcome and the invitation to be part of this day. Good morning to you all. I've entitled this framing People, Place, Gospel Purpose, Anglican Identity, Loyalty, and Pathways of Fidelity. So we begin this day from the standpoint of loyalty and inheritance and the establishment of the Church of England, which means looking to the past, discerning the signs of our own times and looking towards the future. And I'm aware that as I begin today, I bring both an obvious connection to the Church of England, but I have only served here in just a little over 18 months. Although I was born in England, I've lived the majority of my adult life in a very different cultural context. So I therefore bring a different perspective to the conversation today. But beginning a conversation about the Church of England from a global perspective may perhaps bring a particular vitality, both in the sense of life and importance, to the conversations that will follow. An embodied global inheritance brings a particular lens to conversations of legitimacy and loyalty, a lens which I would like to suggest could be renamed relational responsibility. I want to share with you this morning an embodied illustration of faith in inheritance and the consequential pathways of fidelity within an Anglican identity that takes place through this lens. This is an embodied illustration that I hope will literally ground a conversation about loyalty within a culturally specific way. This embodied illustration is auto-ethnographic. Now, I'm English, and as you can probably tell from the way I pronounce Hull, I was born in Yorkshire, in Hinderwell, in Porret Lane, which is a little lane opposite the site of St. Hilda's Well. I was baptised when I came to a confessional faith in Christ at age 19, and in that same year I was awarded a Rotary International Scholarship to study a Master's, which I chose to do so in New Zealand. I therefore moved to Aotearoa, New Zealand when I was 22. And what was meant to be 1 year became the best part of 23 years, and it was in the three tikanga Anglican province of Aotearoa, New Zealand and Polynesia in which all my ordinations took place. Tikanga refers to a cultural way of being, and the three tikanga province reflects the explicit partnership between the three cultural expressions that are interwoven in those islands. The embodied framing of loyalty that I want to share with us this morning comes from the gifts of Tikanga Polynesia and Tikanga Maori from that three tikanga province, whose inheritance in turn comes from the Church of England. The first embodied expression of loyalty relates to my ordinations. In Pacifica culture, in its rich variety, there is a shared cultural tradition to weaving and the cultural practice of woven mats. Mats woven from a person's community are an important part of ceremonial practice. And at life-changing moments, such ceremonies are enacted upon the mats woven from a community. This symbolizes that we are never alone or isolated as individuals, which is part of Pacifica culture, but our own personhood is intimately and interwoven within our people. My ordinations took place on mats that were woven for me by members of Pacifica communities with whom I'd become deeply connected. My ordination as deacon and priest took place on mats woven for me by a Melanesian settlement in Fiji. My ordinations were in Tikanga Pakeha, but permission was given by the then Archbishop of Polynesia for the priest and the people of the community that I'd become connected with to gift me a Polynesian ordination. The mats were carried by the Melanesian priest of that Fijian community to my home diocese in Wellington and were used in that service in Wellington Cathedral. When I was ordained as a bishop, those mats and those people were then joined with women and their delicately crafted fine white mats and tapa cloth from Tonga, from leaders in the Mothers' Union with whom I'd shared research and life. My ordination vows are therefore forever held in faithfulness and loyalty to this gift of community, identity, and calling, as well as to the church to which and within which those vows are made. The vows are interwoven and cannot be separated from either my own embodiment or my embodied relationships with these communities. It is a loyalty, a faithfulness that stretches before me like a horizon in my vocation, as well as a tangible gift in my history, which I pass on to my children. The second cultural framing that I wish to share with you is the Māori tikanga of Tūranga Waiwai. Translated most literally and most commonly, this means a place to stand. It relates to a person's identity, empowerment, connection, and belonging. It is a physical place, the land from which you hail, as we might say. In traditional welcomes, our mihi, our self-introduction, connects our identity with our mountains, our rivers, our seas, our whakapapa, which is our family and landscape genealogy, and our Tūranga Waiwai. Hindwell is an example of my Tūranga Waiwai, a physical place of belonging in which I was born, a place of connection to my family, but also my spiritual inheritance within the saints of the north, from Hilda. And for many years I carried a grief within me in my separation from my land and my family, as I lived the calling of the Peregrini to serve in the breath of the Holy Spirit in a country and with a people in which I could not truly claim Tūranga Waiwai. The Anglican Church, the Global Communion, and the Church of England are historic and contemporary ecclesial expressions that are expressly geographic. Place-based cures of soul in the language of this land, or place-based covenantal communities in the language of New Zealand. We covenant together, or are legally licensed to place-based locations in which we make gospel vows to its people and to God. And I've come to express this ecclesial framing as our Anglican DNA of people, place, and gospel purpose. I came to that language in my global intercultural work in intentional discipleship. We commit to a people and to a place in gospel purpose. This is in some ways the inheritance of faith as I've come to perceive it and express it in the grassroots life of discipleship in our church. The intersections of these DNA strands, as it were, then form life-giving and creative tensions from which will flow our public theology and our embodied witness. Again, to give a tangible expression of this, let me return to the image of the woven mats and the cultural foundation of Tūranga Waiwai. The Melanesian communities in Fiji have a deep historic Anglican identity. The spread of evangelism in the Pacific has enduring historical roots. Bishop Selwyn, the first Anglican bishop of New Zealand, through a reputed latitudinal error in the letters patent, also became the Bishop of Melanesia. The Melanesian mission ensued, a training of Melanesian missionaries from a mission base in Norfolk Island founded in 1849. Move forwards from 1864 to 1911, and the enslavement practice under British colonial rule brought many Melanesians to the plantations of Fiji. Former Archbishop of Polynesia, Winston Halapua, has written powerfully on the current modern-day consequences of poverty and vulnerability that continue to exist for the Melanesian settlements that are now part of the fabric of Fijian society. Place-based, vulnerable settlements without the traditional resources and land of a Fijian koro, a village, and distinctly Anglican in their historical inheritance and identity. It was to one such settlement and people that my vows of ordination are physically interwoven, to a people whose experience of indentured labour is connected to the land of my Tūranga Waiwai. Now serving in England and taking the oaths of the Church of this land invites me to continue embodying pathways of faithfulness to the people and places of the Three Tikanga Church of Aotearoa, New Zealand and Polynesia. I am Tangata Tiriti, a person of the Treaty of Waitangi. This is the founding document of New Zealand that is a covenantal partnership between two peoples, Māori and Pākehā, whose foundation is directly connected to the Church of England Mihinari missionaries and the biblical covenantal practice between Māori and the Crown embodied in the treaty. Te Pohiri which is the name of the Three Tikanga Constitution, is a unique expression of that Anglican DNA of people, place, and gospel purpose, framed around the principles of partnership and cultural self-expression that is in our gospel and in the Treaty of Waitangi, and a response to the colonial legacy of those islands. Very recently, in the last few years, there's been increasing political unrest in Aotearoa, New Zealand, in relation to the treaty. Anti-co-governance protests have begun, responding to the first time the language of co-governance was starting to be used in the public domain. And now a new government has formed, and part of that government posited a referendum on disestablishing the Treaty of Waitangi. And we have seen the greatest mobilization of Māori for a very long time in coordinated gatherings of iwi leaders and the Kingitanga movement, and a fresh call for a Māori parliament. Now, the Anglican Church has 3 decades of living into a deeply thought-through response to such questions that underlie that unrest. And those who birthed Oz Te Pohiri, the Three Tikanga Constitution, also held in the possibility of their hearts and thinking that this could be a prototype for the governance of the nation itself. Now, there is no official or institutional, structural way or political invitation for the Anglican Church to be involved in any of the conversations that are surrounding the current unrest in that land. And to the best of my knowledge, they have not been invited. As I return to this land and this Church of England, my oaths are now taken with an identity of covenantal faithfulness that continues to the people and the places of my ordinations. In this new setting, I still continue to embody the call of loyalty to the partnerships between those people. Now, whilst this is expressed in a very tangible way in my own life, I want to suggest that maybe all within the Church of England have such a relational responsibility, a loyalty to occupy the role of global partner. Loyalty and legitimacy are different concepts, and each are different again within different cultural framings. That global partnership begins perhaps by understanding the locus and limits and consequences of Anglo-centricity. I've been forever changed by living and serving with cultures whose tikanga is principally relational and formed by a different cultural history than the country of my birth. I therefore see the different cultural ways that knowledge and wisdom are formed and embodied, including spiritual wisdom and Christian theologies, including public theologies. For example, the Fijian theologian Tuere speaks of a Trinitarian solemnity in Fijian society between Vanua, Matunitu, and Lotu, between land, village or community governance, and spirituality. Now, Vanua in Fijian language means both land and people, as people understood as the inner part of the land. What people, place, and gospel purpose and what loyalty looks like in the expression of that church flows from that cultural framing. Public life in Fiji occurs in the interaction of these expressions of human identity and understanding. They do not do so in New Zealand. And Te Ao Māori also have a very different framing. But what I wonder is our English equivalent. I'm sure that much of today will reflect on that question. But what I am hoping may be emerging in your minds at the start of this day from the embodied images that I have shared is the historic and contemporary nexus of loyalty between the kingdoms of this world and the kingdom of God through the lens of relational partnership and covenantal faithfulness. An Anglican DNA that frames our covenantal cure of souls, commitment to particular people and places and gospel purposes, holds within it the ultimate loyalty to the kingdom of God within the kingdoms of this earth. To seek for the Spirit of the Lord to be upon us, to preach good news for the poor, liberty for those who have been oppressed, and recovery of sight for the blind. And this is particularly articulated in the fivefold definition of mission within our Anglican Communion. This is true for all Christians, but in the Church of England and the Anglican Communion, it is bound within a geographic and historical framing of identity that means public life and witness is our inheritance and not an optional extra. The means of how that is expressed in relation to the Church of England's establishment will be addressed and critiqued by Jonathan and John this morning, but I want to offer into the conversation some immediate experiences which illustrate the interplay between these kingdoms from my time in this land. Here in Hull, there has been distressing revelations very recently about the care of the dead. A local funeral home is under police investigation. And if the election had not been called, today my now former MP, the Right Honourable Emma Hardy, joined by members of the community in Hull, would have been presenting to the House of Parliament a call for the regulation of the funeral industry. And had I not already committed to being here, I would have gone with them, because this is my cure of souls. Before those revelations became public, I was contacted by the authorities involved as, I quote, their faith leader. And I continue to be involved and part of the operational briefings. Obviously, there's not much that I can say, but I want to testify to the importance of the Church's presence in what is continuing to unfold. There are spiritual and pastoral insights that risk being missed. And I want to say here that this experience would never have happened in New Zealand. I can share many examples with you of what it was like to be a bishop in the capital city, literally across the road from Parliament, and function in a non-established church in the most secular city in the world, as the religious stats of the Victoria University put together, in a church with a dying legacy of quasi-institutional self-importance, but increasing overall cultural irrelevance. Yet we were a politically active diocese, organising statistically significant submissions on climate change, development aid, and through practical, tangible commitments, changing the reality for raising the refugee quota and genuinely impacting for the better the housing crisis. So here in England, it is too soon for me to say whether being an established church will enable a different reality of transformation in areas that are a concern for me. For example, the move to direct cremations concerns me that this is a poverty and inequality-induced reality and not a sign of changes in social or spiritual desires. Will my role as a bishop in the Church of England and my partnership with Archbishop Stephen, who sits in the House of Lord, and our collective faith and policy work and cultural witness enable us to address and answer the questions that this recent experience in Hull have raised for me? How is being an established church preventing the growth of bad news for the poor in England? I cannot yet answer that question, but what I can say is that in England, the Right Reverend and the Right Honourable are joined together in a unique way. Those for whom this is the case have taken oaths to a people and to a place to be loyal to the gospel purpose. And from my cultural lens, for one's identity to be so shaped asks, what or who do we reverence? What or who do we honour? This is the relational framing of fidelity, of loyalty, that I believe must sit alongside more propositional approaches to discerning what is right. In Christian faith, humanity and divinity are embodied. In conversations of public theology, a privileging of cognition and rational discourse can dominate, a challenge raised by many feminist public theologians. Incarnation and embodiment locate loyalty differently. in embodied partnerships of fidelity in which reverence and honour are culturally perceived and practiced. The theological practice of other parts in the cultures of Anglican communion may well give to this land and its people wisdom needed for our today and our tomorrows. I therefore want to end by offering a Maori wisdom saying, a whakatauku, which I think may speak into our day. Kia whakataumori te haere whakamau. I walk backwards into the future with my eyes on the past. In the context of the Church of England and the Anglican Communion, this is a wisdom that invites personal as well as collective embodiment in our varying citizenships in earth and in heaven. Bonds of fellowship have been formed from a fidelity and a loyalty are now invited, and in which only Christ's kingdom must have ultimate sovereignty. So if this morning I've spoken of loyalty in relation to faithfulness, let me finish by explicitly reframing that language to that of love, and share with you a poem written a long time ago now, but based on the whakatauku, the wisdom saying that I have just shared, and my reflections for the calling of my church. Towards a future shaped by love. We lean into the unknown, tethered to our backward-looking wisdom, perceiving perspective, living into a conscious footfall fitting a horizon from a reconciliation of our yesterdays towards a future shaped by love. For only love can reconcile the reality that we with sober honesty look at when we walk backwards into the future. And the wisdom humbly embodied by those who reconcile self, other world, those who perceive the pathway of the reconciliation and the reconciler of heaven and earth, see. Towards a future within arm's reach, love made flesh perpetual, when we have the courage to look and when we have the humility to walk backwards and love. That is what we learn to perceive, then piece together as our pathway. Thank you.
Well, good morning, everybody. How on earth does one follow that? This is a tough assignment. Abruptly from poetry to prose, I'm afraid. So I speak to you as a lifelong and a loyal member of the Church of England, indeed an increasingly loyal one, because to my surprise, in the last couple of years, I've found myself, through some fit of absent-mindedness, becoming a church warden, a member of the PCC, a member of the Deanery Synod, a diocesan synod, a candidate for General Synod, and any week now, a licensed lay preacher. I'm not quite sure why that happened, but I am indeed a loyal member of the Church of England. Now, of course, true loyalty to any institution involves a readiness to engage in a critical assessment of how well it is currently fulfilling its particular vocation. And in that spirit, I want to suggest that on close scrutiny, the Church of England's constitutional ties to the state are a distraction from and a hindrance to that vocation. A piece of its inheritance of faith that should now be relinquished, with the Church itself taking the initiative towards disestablishment. Now, to know what that actually amounts to, we must first clarify precisely what establishment means, since the term is used in widely different senses and for widely different purposes. And let me here repeat a distinction that Josh already used, which comes from Wesley Carle, a former Dean of Westminster, between earth establishment and high establishment. Earth establishment is the embedded, historically rooted presence of the Church of England in communities across the nation, in parishes, dioceses, schools, chaplaincies, and so forth. This presence evidently gives it many valuable opportunities for service and mission, which commendably it increasingly seeks to share with others, pursuant to what it likes to call hospitable establishment. So let me say right at the beginning that I am an enthusiastic supporter of hospitable earth establishment, so wonderfully evoked by Bishop Eleanor in a very different context just now. The embedded presence of the church across the nation in these ways should be affirmed and maintained. In fact, strictly speaking, it's not really possible to disestablish earth establishment. It could only be lost if the church somehow forgot or repudiated its vocation to serve all the people of England. By contrast, high establishment is the constitutional architecture of church-state relations at the national level. And I've got to be very brief here. There's an abundance of highly complex and arcane detail, but I want to try to summarize high establishment under 6 core components. First, the monarch, the head of state, is the supreme governor of the church, a role dating back to Henry VIII's nationalization of the church in the Act of Supremacy 1534 and its successors, which still remain on the statute book. Second, Protestant succession, which restricts the monarchy to Protestants and also requires it to uphold Protestantism in Scotland. Third, crown appointments. The formal power of the crown, formal power still retained by the crown, exercised by the Prime Minister to appoint diocesan bishops, deans and other senior clergy. Fourth, parliamentary authority over the church. The church's legal power of self-government, not many people know this, but the church's legal power of self-government is wholly derived from Parliament, dating from the 1919 Enabling Act. Thus, the church's own legislative measures, emerging from General Synod, need to be approved by Parliament, after being scrutinised by the Ecclesiastical Committee of Parliament, a process which can effectively force the church to change its mind on matters of theological substance. That has happened, and I can see it happening again. Fifth, the Church of England's automatic precedence at major national or state events like royal weddings and funerals, and of course, most dramatically in recent memory, the Coronation. And sixth, the automatic entitlement of 26 diocesan bishops, the Lord Spiritual, to sit in the House of Lords, the UK's second legislative chamber. This arrangement, in fact, long predates the Reformation and isn't dependent on the previous 5 components. So those who want to defend high establishment, as distinct to earth establishment, are defending these 6 very specific constitutional components. Whatever else they think they're doing, that is what they are doing. They are not defending the general public legitimacy of faith in public life, nor the inheritance of England as a historically Christian nation, nor the general virtues of a constitutional monarchy. All these can be defended quite successfully apart from high establishment. So when someone speaks up in favour of high establishment, first ask them which of these 6 components they are defending and why. Now, I only have time to make 5 inevitably terse comments on these components, but I'm under strict instructions from Josh to be provocative, so here goes. And I'm a loyal servant of those in authority over me. So here we go, 5. First, all 6 components, in my view, lack theological legitimacy. Because they breach one or both of 2 principles I think are solidly rooted in a New Testament ecclesiology and political theology. One is the principle of the spiritual autonomy of the church. The church whose authority derives from Jesus Christ must govern all its own spiritual affairs and offer its spiritual services free from subservience to the state or the expectations of the nation. The other is the principle that the state, under the new covenant inaugurated in Jesus Christ, no longer enjoys divine authority to favor one religion over others. The fusion of the religious and the national under the old covenant has been superseded forever. So I offer these as Christian theological principles, not secular liberal ones. These 6 components that I've just discussed may still enjoy some residual public legitimacy, but for a theologically serious church, that does not rescue their theological invalidity. Second, abolishing some or all of these 6 components would have minimal impact on earth establishment. Removing the Lord's spiritual is not going to prevent a parish church from continuing to offer its service to all comers. Ending Protestant succession is not going to dry up invitations to a local vicar to preside at a Remembrance Sunday service. Abolishing the Ecclesiastical Committee of Parliament is not going to have any adverse impact on Church of England schools, chaplaincies, on near neighbours, nor would it prevent it being called upon to play a role in the care of the dead. Third, nothing in the ending of high establishment would promote the secularization of public life. This is a frequently proposed argument for defending establishment. I mean, think about it. Ending the supreme governorship, most people don't even know this exists, by the way, but ending the supreme governorship or having a civic investiture of a monarch rather than a sacral coronation would do nothing to make British society or politics more secularized, or to anticipate a later session less open to transcendence. That openness is determined by much deeper cultural factors having little to do with high establishment. Nor would disestablishment do anything to diminish the general public standing of religion. To pick up the blurb for another later session, ending the so-called sacred canopy of establishment would not lead to a naked public square, at least so long as communities of faith continue to participate actively in public life, and they seem fully inclined to continue to do so, and nothing disestablishment would make that harder. We are not faced with a binary choice between a sacred and a naked public square. Fourth, nor would disestablishment, this is another argument that's frequently made, nor would it mean the withdrawal of the Church of England from national political debate. Now, I do concede, obviously, that it would deprive the Church of its unique platform in the House of Lords, which is often used very well by bishops. And as long as they're there, they may as well make the very best of it, for sure. But the Church has many other avenues of political engagement, which it frequently uses, such as archbishops' commissions on one or other aspect of public policy, general synod reports, bishops or lay Anglicans presiding at public commissions, and many more, all of which could continue just as before, and which rely on no constitutional privilege. And of course, several non-established churches already contribute very effectively to national political debate. And I can't resist pointing out that, as it happens, the best denominational resources for next month's election this time have come not from the established Church of England, which has produced none, but from, for example, the Joint Public Issues Team, representing Methodists, Baptists and the URC, from the Roman Catholic bishops, and from the Black Church leaders who produced a powerful document, Black Church Political Mobilization, a Manifesto for Action, the least established community of churches in England. Finally, it's often said that we should retain high establishment for the simple pragmatic reason that it continues to offer unique missional opportunities to the Church of England. But I suggest that defending the status quo in these terms constricts the Church's missional imagination. Imagine instead the remarkable missional opportunities that would open up if the Church of England, for the first time in its 500-year history, voluntarily divested itself of the privileges of high establishment. And suppose it interpreted this to the public as an act of witness to a Jesus Christ who did not consider equality with God something to be grasped, but rather made himself nothing so as to take the form of a servant. Simpler, humbler, bolder. So my question at the start of this day is, will the Church of England have the faith and courage to engage in that kind of thought experiment? Or will its quest for public legitimacy amount in the end only to a search for new rationalizations for a questionable status quo? Thank you.
Right, good morning. I'm aware time is short, so I'll dive in after the simple caveat that, unlike the previous two speakers, I'm not engaged in any kind of Church of England ministry. What follows is a pretty purely academic response to some arguments about public legitimacy, establishment, and the relationship of the Church to both state and society. And in the interest of brevity, I'm going to do two things. I'm going to set out a few very brief theses that I have on talking about the public legitimacy of the Church, and then I'll respond a little bit more directly to Dr. Chaplin, both in terms of what he's just said and in terms of what I take to be the core theological argument of his interesting 2022 book, Beyond Establishment, available in all good bookshops. So, some starting theses. Number one, liberal, democratic, and pragmatic defences of the public role of the Church of England are certainly necessary, but they're not sufficient. It's good to point out the Church of England's role in shaping our historical culture, its role in supporting religion in public life and minority religions, and so on. But this isn't in itself enough to justify the public authority of the Church, whether high or earthed, to borrow the terminology we've just used. So two, the primary reasons we give for public legitimacy must be theological. Now, this is partly a pragmatic argument, so people won't ever take us seriously if it's not clear that we take our own, i.e. Christian theological discourse, seriously. But more fundamentally than that, it's that questions about the Church's authority and legitimacy are inherently theological, because when we talk about the Church's relation to the state or to society, we're doing ecclesiology and Christian public theology. So this has to be loyal, as all Christian theology should be, to the witness of the Scriptures, both in terms of doctrine and in terms of what the 39 Articles call the example of life and instruction of manners. Thesis 3. This means we're probably caught up in a general theological primacy of the universal over the particular, the Catholic or the evangelical over the local. What do I mean by this? I mean that we shouldn't, in the first instance, focus immediately on England. The theological heavy lifting has to be done at the level of Catholic faith and doctrine, which we can learn from and which we find confirmation in Scripture. The real theological battleground is, in the first instance at least, how the Church Catholic can have public legitimacy in societies and states in general. And we need to sort that out before we work out the more practical particulars of the Church's authority in England or New Zealand or indeed anywhere else. And then a fourth thesis is the broad overarching framework of Christian theology and the Christian moral worldview is not only a historical influence on the development of the society that we live in, but could also be a really significant safeguard against future challenges. Here I am veering into a more pragmatic line of reasoning. Our lifetimes are likely to see terrible climate crisis, immense pressure from climate-driven mass immigration, democratic backsliding, and the further erosion of post-Christian social, cultural, and moral norms. And the fragility of our liberal democracy, which I take it we all want to preserve, of a healthy and inclusive national identity, and of modern human rights doctrines can and should be protected by A, the long-standing, durable institutions this country's built up over her long history, and B, by a theologically informed and persuasive account of the God-given dignity of each and every human being without exception, which necessarily underpins fundamental moral rights and the legal rights which we derive from them. So those are my 4 starting theses. The Church shouldn't give only liberal democratic reasons for legitimacy. Our primary reasons for legitimacy must be theological and derived from revelation. We should be working from Catholic Christian theology before we get to the granular details of this particular church in this particular country. And finally, we're going to need a theologically inflected political imaginary in a turbulent future. Okay, with all that in mind, I'll turn to Dr. Chaplin's arguments. So I don't think Jonathan would disagree with certainly the first 3 basic points I've just made. Dr. Chaplin's theological argument centres on a negation, which he has mentioned in what he's just said. The rejection of what he sees as the central claim of those who believe that a Christian nation or state is possible, namely the idea that the nation can legitimately function as some kind of religious agent. Chaplin rejects the notion of the nation or state as a corporate entity capable of recognizing the things of God. That's Paul Avis's phrase. Individuals can, the nation or the state can't. Well, is he right? Can corporate entities have religious agency such that they recognize the things of God? And I'll offer here not a fully worked out consideration of this question, but just a few suggestions for future consideration for theologians far better qualified than I, and I'm sure there are many in the room. So let's start off. The Christian theologian can at least immediately recognize that the church has religious agency as a corporate entity. And this seems to be plausibly the case both for the whole Church Catholic and also for any individual local church. Christians think that the body of Christ, whether writ large or gathered together in any particular place, is capable of corporate religious agency. It relates to God. So religious agency can't be reduced entirely to individual human beings. But we can kind of hone the question down a little bit more. Obviously, the church is a special case. Can any natural, as opposed to supernatural, corporate entity have religious agency? As Jonathan's hinted, an initially tempting answer might be biblical Israel. But this won't quite do here, because I don't want to suggest that modern states relate to God in the way that Israel did, by kind of specific, special election and covenant. That's a dead end. So what else? Looking at Scripture, we might suggest that the family or the household can have a limited corporate religious agency. As for me and my house, we will serve the Lord. And likewise, the New Testament suggests that household conversions are possible. Lydia's household converts en masse in Acts 16. And while the patriarchal and matriarchal social structures envisaged in Joshua and the Acts of the Apostles might not be desirable in all respects, in both these cases it's fairly likely that each household includes slaves, we have a hint that religious agency of natural corporate entities in a fallen world is at least a possibility, albeit a potentially problematic one. We can also note that the church today allows at least some corporate personhood to the family. Parents are able to have their infant children baptized. The church accepts baptismal promises from parents and godparents as effectual, and this is a reality clearly downstream from the conversion of Lydia's household as a corporate entity. So if families can nations have corporate religious agency? The book of Isaiah has the coastlands or islands waiting for the law of the Lord, but perhaps this is just a poetic metaphor. In Jonah, Nineveh is capable of corporate repentance. In the 18th chapter of the Apocalypse, Rome is corporately guilty of sin, and so is the personified virgin Babylon in Isaiah 47. Is this religious agency? Well, at the very least, it suggests, as many of us would agree, that the nations are subject to the judgment of the God of Israel. Psalm 2 exhorts Gentile kings, we're not talking about covenanted Israel, to be wise and to serve the Lord with fear and with trembling to kiss his feet. And these are individuals, of course, but in the ancient world, such kings rather literally embody the state. Judah is referred to as the house of David, all of that sort of thing. In the absence of the abstract state, the king might really be the body politic. And as an aside, this is, of course, rather similar to how our state, at least in a vestigial manner, relates to the divine. Now, all of this draws on the Old Testament's rather strong doctrine of the sovereignty of God, not merely over Israel, but over the whole world. The Lord is king is the repeated confession of the so-called enthronement psalms, which further acclaim God as a great God and a great king above all gods. And indeed, God's sovereignty is presented as the only true sovereignty. All other sovereignties are derivative, given, perhaps participatory in some Platonic sense. And so the divine wisdom in Proverbs can declaim, "By me kings reign," and Daniel can ascribe to God the power to depose kings and set up kings. In Jeremiah, God claims the authority to destroy any nation or kingdom and to build or plant any nation or kingdom respectively. God is the king of all the earth. And what I want to stress here is that you don't need to think that modern states have the same kind of covenantal relationship with God, which Israel possessed, in order to think that the Old Testament points to possible relationships between God and the state beyond covenantal Israel. Now, Jonathan's written in the book that nations are simply one part of the human social landscape to which God relates as creator, sustainer, judge, and redeemer. I agree. I don't think the state has anything like the metaphysical solidity of the human race or the human individual or the church. But that does concede a relation. If God relates to nations as part of the human social landscape, contingent and historically inflected and so on, and he does so as judge and redeemer, are nations really so utterly unable to relate back to him in some way? Not even in a qualified or limited sense. I certainly think that we can articulate something of that qualified and limited relation, and I think that that's our task in discussing the public legitimacy of the Church of England today. Thanks.
Thank you very much to our opening three speakers. Shortly a roving mic is going to appear and we're going to have some Q&A going. I just want to ask whether any of the panelists would like to respond to any of the comments which have been made. We're very keen to have a theological conversation in this first panel and throughout the day. I'm wondering if any of us would like to take up any of the challenges. Obviously, Jonathan and John have gone back and forth about Jonathan's particular thesis. We've also got this very interesting witness from the context in, I'm going to say it, Aotearoa, thank you. I've been learning this from Bishop Eleanor, about how different the role for the Anglican Church is, and yet the mission opportunities which have been taken. So the very interesting example you gave of the care of the dead, in your context currently, was unthinkable in the context you come from. So a number of different threads which could be taken up. I wonder if you want to start, Bishop Eleanor, with commenting on maybe on this conversation we've seen and adjudicating and seeing what you think of the arguments which have been offered.
Yeah, thank you. It's so rich to be able to hear and to respond. And I think perhaps what I can add into that is my... So in relation to the way that how disestablishing the Church of England, the impact or the lack of impact that it might be interesting just to share from my experience in New Zealand of just watching an increasing secularism and the role of the church. So it's just a few little examples in terms of would abolishing establishment here have those impacts in terms of minimizing the earth establishment, but also promoting secularism. So one example is when one of my earlier roles served in the cathedral in Wellington, and Anzac Day is our Remembrance Day equivalent. And that was a day when the Governor-General would be there, the Prime Minister would be there, we'd host as the cathedral, then the TV cameras would go from our service, which the military would be part of, and the veterans, to then the War Memorial. So when I became bishop, I just assumed that I would be part of that, and I found out that they no longer came to the cathedral. that actually it was now a different service and it was a secular service. And that sense of cultural irrelevance was very real. So it wasn't just we sort of feel cultural relevant, it was. And the other sense as well is experiencing a kind of policy environment and coming particularly from an international development framing. What I experienced is that a predominantly secular state without encouraging religious literacy. So in New Zealand, there isn't the equivalent of the education of RE as there is here. In fact, you can't talk about Jesus at Christmas or Easter. Like you can't, and there is no religious education in that sense. So it's not just any, like with Christian, it's any religious education is very, very, very different. And there's been research done on that. So there's a secular normativity. So the work that I was doing in international development, if you take a secular normativity into any intercultural space, you can't assume that. And actually to be able to do grassroots community development, it's really important to have religious diversity conversations because they impact voice agency in all sorts of ways, and particularly practical examples of approaches to water. And it was a very challenging journey to be able to speak into and change legislation that was around that work that enables secularism to see itself as a religious position in and of itself.
Jonathan, do you want to comment on what we've just heard, but also perhaps give you a right of reply to John's theological critique of your position, that it is insufficiently attentive to what we can learn from the parts of Scripture that John suggested we should pay attention to?
So yes, so thanks very much. I listened to your accounts from New Zealand with great fascination and of course a certain envy as well, because you actually have the privilege of living under a non-established state. But I think I still want to push back and say that there's no necessary consequence for the general secularization of the country from the apparatus of high establishment being dismantled. I think this is an anxiety and a fear which is rather groundless in Britain, actually. What determines the general secularity or religiosity, let's say, of public life is not the rather arcane structures of high establishment. They have, I think, virtually no impact on that larger question. We're talking here about culture and the extent to which there are larger cultural forces affirming or undermining the legitimacy of religion in public life, whether it's in education or in anywhere else. And I honestly don't. In fact, today in the UK, there's an increasing support for the presence of religion in public life, being recorded by a number of social scientists, irrespective of declining numbers of church attendance. That there is a sort of an upsurge of interest in things spiritual and things religious, which is well documented. But that has nothing whatsoever to do with the apparatus of high establishment. So that's my major point there. Yes. Well, so I agree entirely with all John's opening 4 points. No debate about that whatsoever. Put them very well. So you've focused on, rightly, on the sort of the vulnerable point in my argument, which is, can natural communities exercise religious agency? Now, my answer to that is, yes, they can. As a matter of empirical fact, nations and states can exercise religious agency. Sadly, states often do exercise religious agency in incredibly damaging and idolatrous ways. So the Putin regime right now is functioning very powerfully as a religious agent aided and abetted by the hierarchy of the Russian Orthodox Church. We don't want that, do we? So as a matter of empirical fact, yes, they can. My argument is a normative argument arising from a New Testament ecclesiology and political theology, which is that they no longer have the divine authority to do so, that has been suspended from them. Now, one could argue about nations other than Israel prior to the arrival of Christ and so forth. That's a more complicated argument. But simply in terms of the relation between Old and New Covenants, the legitimacy of exercising subjective religious agency on the part of the states, I think, has now been taken away.
Thank you. So just last week we were in a conversation with a group of people on Catholic integralism, and one of the things that Kevin Vallier was talking about in his book there was about milder forms of establishment. And I guess the Church of England is a milder form of establishment than Putin's Russia. And the question is whether the case could be made for that. John, one final remark, perhaps about this last piece of Jonathan's argument before we go out. Thanks.
Yeah, I completely agree with the necessity of states which have anything like an establishment of avoiding the idolatry of the state, the kind of perverse sacralization of the state. We might be going round in circles slightly here, because my immediate response to that is a state making a conscious choice to avoid idolatry is itself acting as a religious agent. And so I'm not sure we're quite escaping the central problem.
Should we leave it there then for a moment? Okay, so let's have some conversation. Who would like to begin? We have quite a few voices want to come in straight away. Yes, please, gentleman at the back. Thank you very much. If you just tell us who you are as well, please, that would be helpful. Thank you.
Former Member of Parliament. The public legitimacy of the Church of England is going to depend to quite a large extent on the extent to which it embraces truth, and particularly historical truth. And here I'm very concerned about recent trends in the reflections on the role of Britain in relation to slavery and the slave trade. In the context of the judgment by the Consistory Court of Ely in the case of the Rustat monument at Jesus College, Cambridge, the Chancellor, Deputy Chancellor of the Ely Diocese found that the college had embraced a false narrative about the source of the funding of the Rustat benefaction. That false narrative was endorsed by the Archbishop of Canterbury before the holding of the Consistory Court, during the course of its sitting as a Consistory Court, and subsequent to its ruling. We now have the issue of reparations. It turns out that the Church of England has commissioned a report which alleges huge dependence of the Church of England funding, the Queen Anne's bounty, on the slave trade. This turns out to be a false narrative that has not yet been acknowledged. So I suggest that a critical dimension of the public legitimacy of the Church is its willingness to be loyal to the truth, particularly to the truth about our own place and our own history.
Thank you very much. We're going to gather a few comments and questions and then ask the panel to respond to whatever they'd like to respond to. So who else would like to make a contribution? Just the gentleman right at the back there again, please. Thank you. And keep it nice and concise. Thank you.
Yes, sorry, Andrew Cusack. I'm speaking somewhat as an outsider, as a non-Anglican and not English. I'm an Irish member of the English Church in union with Rome. I think Bishop Eleanor spoke very eloquently about the multiplicity of traditions and how they can interact. And as an outsider to England who's made my home here, I think there's a danger of failing to see that England has its own, I would say as a Catholic, slightly bizarre and strange tradition of constitutional and religious setup that perhaps if you are English, there's a danger of not seeing that this is a uniquely English thing and a strange thing that brings a benefit to society, and that perhaps the whole temptation for disestablishment seems to me like an argument from luxury, and we who are not of the Church of England, who are still sort of Christians and members of this society, are absolutely, want to hold fast to the establishment, the political establishment of the Church of England, and say, no, hold the line, keep it going, and because this is at least some part of a perhaps flawed, perhaps very good, religious witness in our society that also has constitutional implications that those of us who are not in the Church of England would like to be preserved, I think.
Thank you very much for that comment. Let's bring the mic forward a bit. There's quite a few voices at the front. Okay, thank you, Clinton. Yes. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Clinton Collister. I'm a researcher at the Center for Theology, Law, and Culture at Pusey House and Ordinand, training for the priesthood at Wycliffe Hall. I had a question related to this sharp binary between establishment and disestablishment, to ask if maybe circumstances have simply changed such that it needs to be. When Hooker is defending establishment and Parliament's authority over the church, he specifically is saying that that's legitimate in a conciliar sense because Parliament is representative of the laity, and so representative part of the body of Christ. But once you start having people who are not members of the Church of England serving in Parliament, it seems that we might need to revisit that question. And similarly to John's point about Catholicity and theological coherence and legitimacy in the Church of England, historically, from King Henry VIII on, aspired to conciliarism if it was not going to have the leadership of the papacy. And right now it seems like national autonomy is more the name of the game in England. So I guess, yeah, would those two issues be part of a reform that could be constructive as an alternative to simply disestablishment or maintaining the status quo?
Take those three remarks. We've got legitimacy based on loyalty to truth. We've got the benefits of establishment from those who are not either English or part of the Church of England. And then this question about reform. John, do you want to take this because it came to you at the end, and then we'll see if everyone else wants to comment on the other very interesting questions.
Sure, absolutely. So I'll start off by responding briefly to Clinton, whose question appealed to all of my theological prejudices. I agree with it very firmly. So the basic constitutional architecture of establishment in this country is 16th and 17th century. And in some respects, that's out of date. As a slightly flippant point, I always think it's disgraceful that we only have 26 bishops in the House of Lords, given population growth since the 16th century. The representative function there has dramatically decreased, and maybe we should be considering fixing that. With regards to Parliament functioning as a national synod, this has been a huge problem, certainly since the beginning of the 20th century, when we had problems attempting to reform the prayer book. I mean, I would also, if I'm sort of playing devil's advocate, the bruise on which I would press is the royal supremacy, which is not the same as establishment. But the royal supremacy is still the legal and theological mechanism which undergirds the Church of England's understanding of itself as a national church and its relationship to the rest of the architecture of the state. And I don't think many people are doing much serious thinking about that, whether in the theological world or the legal world at the minute, and whether that is true or as a doctrine or sustainable as a program. My final point, though, is that I don't think there's any easy out in terms of reform. In Jonathan's book, he makes the interesting and helpful suggestion that we might look to the role of the Church of Scotland as a possible alternative model. Partly as a way of bypassing the problem of parliamentary control of the church, and he points to the Acts, or the Act from the 1920s, which sets up the current Scottish status quo. But the problem is, you can't really bypass claims to legal sovereignty in a secularizing state. Parliament could abolish or amend that Act tomorrow, and you know, I think there's an element of put not your trust in princes with regards to secularism. I don't think we can just create a new constitutional architecture which is going to solve these problems immediately. They're theological problems, and they need to be dealt with theologically first, and then as networking.
Well, it's good to hear the future of our political theology programme is in good health, and we'll make sure to take up those questions in due course. So how about these first couple of questions? This point about legitimacy based on loyalty to historical truth. That's an important point which has been raised. I wonder if either of you would like to address that.
I'm going to have a go first. I think what came to my mind a little bit, in particular in the conversation around slavery and repatriations, is the challenge of structural responses to where, when we perceive that we have not acted in line with gospel truth or gospel loyalty, that there can be structural ways in which we do that, such as the Three Tikanga Church. But at the end of the day, it is that earthed, lived reality that people are calling for. And so I know from being in Aotearoa, New Zealand, one of the most powerful descriptions of what it was to live in a way of reconciliation through one of the Māori female elders was, do you live in my world to the extreme extent that I live in yours? And that challenge of creating cultures in which we are equally facilitating each other in our cultural identity, I think, is important when it comes to truth as well, because as I hope I kind of expressed this morning, our access to how we interpret truth as a concept is differently linked. So for Māori, tika and pono would be understood as truth, but you can't accept tika and pono outside of aroha whenua, which is love and land. And so the kind of increase of cultural awareness, I think, is important, which takes me to the sense before of where is the English contextual theologies? And I think that lens of what is our English contextual theology actually is what the hunger is for the theological defensibility of an established church. And I think my experience is coming in, there's certain things that just I never would have imagined existed, such as patronages. I thought that was in Jane Austen. I had no idea that that was continuing in this day. And there are aspects that I'm hungry to find the theological defense of aspects of part of our Church of England, and I'm trying to find people to explain some of those things to me. And so I do have an equal hunger for some of the theological defensiveness that you share.
All work for our project. Excellent. Great. Thank you very much.
Let's not start on patronage, for goodness sake. Oh, dear. So just a couple of quick, there's so much there, too much to respond to, but to the question of truth, I mean, absolutely, surely we would all in this room vote for truth and vote that the Church of England should be led by truth. No argument whatsoever, and should proclaim it from the rooftops, you know, in season and out. But in particular cases, of course, truth is contested. So the Rustat judgment, which was cited about Jesus College in Cambridge, I have read that judgment, every page of it. Legally, it's flawless. Theologically, it's deeply deficient. So truth is going to be contested. So let's have that contest in any particular case, for sure, whether it's that or whether it's reparations or any other disputed issue in the church today. We can't simply assert one version of truth and make it, you know, declare it authoritative over the rest of the church. The church has to deliberate at length, and it's been doing that over the question of reparations. You may not agree with its outcomes. I can't comment, haven't read that report. But so it's an ongoing debate. The assertion of truth does not simply shut down the debate.
I beg your pardon.
Secondly, somebody used the line, hold the line. The Church of England must defend disestablishment to hold the line. I'm afraid I'm not sure what this line is. What is the line being held here? I fear we are in the grip of some kind of mythical thinking here, as if establishment, the 6 components that I mentioned, are somehow standing in the breach between us and a deluge of secularism. I think this is deeply mythical thinking.
We're going to break in about 2 or 3 minutes with a number of hands. I want to ask them to give some 30-second comments. 30-second comments, no longer. Thank you very much. And then we'll take those thoughts with us into the break without a chance to respond. I hope that's okay. So you can now rest. And 30 seconds, please. Thank you. Great.
Jacob Williams, I'm studying a PhD on religious and conservative critiques of liberalism. So a brief comment is that from Jonathan's perspective, you argue against the position that there's a necessary link between high and earth establishment, that it's necessary that removing these 6 elements will lead to some radical secularization. I just wonder if that's really the issue that it might be that there are many more nuanced positions that depend on particular ways people conceive of their identity, conceive of the role of religion in public life, and that really these are very complex empirical questions that would impact the effect of disestablishment of those 6 elements that we perhaps don't know the answers to.
Thank you. Eric Gregory, thank you.
Yes, I'm speaking from a country now convulsed by debates about Christian nationalism, and sometimes the Church of England is seen as the milder British form of Christian nationalism. Richard John Newhouse, who coined the naked public square, said when he meets God, he will meet him as an American. For John, I think, will you be English in heaven? The corporate religious agency has not the same covenantal relation to biblical Israel, not the same metaphysical solidity of the individual or the church, but it has something more than a socially constructed imaginary community. There is some. Will you be singing the Book of English Verse in heaven in a way that the national history is brought into the history of God in the light of Jesus Christ? Is that an English contextual theology forever?
Thank you, Professor Gregory. I think there was a hand along here. Yeah, please. Thank you. After that, if there's one more. Thank you.
Ryan Helsby. I'm an undergraduate student at the University of Edinburgh. Whether or not we know how to explain it, or whether our culture sees it in that way, at the base of our mess of establishment is the idea that there is no such thing as a secular institution in this country, and the very existence of our nation is an act of the divine grace of God, whether we wake up and smell the coffee or not. And there is a quote from Leslie Newbigin that I read this week that really sticks with me. He writes, "What would it mean, instead of trying to explain the gospel in terms of our modern culture, we try to explain our culture in terms of the gospel?" In light of Newbigin's words, what might a positive view, a gospel view of the existence of our nation say to a culture that doesn't know how to define or identify itself?
Thank you. And that very much brings our attention to... It makes us think both of, I think, Lichfield and the Church of South India as well. So it broadens our global horizons as well. Any last comments which I want to make before we go into the break? Just the gentleman on the front row here, and then we'll go for our coffee. Thank you.
My name is Father Andrew. I'm a Canadian. I wanted to say a few other things, but I'll cut it down to just one thing I want to share with you, which may be relevant. We had some input from New Zealand, from the church in Melanesia, and I just wanted to share with you that we probably, in some ways, a few steps away from the conversation today with regard to the situation of the Church of England. In Canada, your sovereign is also the head of government in Canada. And as a Republican, and I share with many Canadians this feeling, we're very unhappy with that. With me, it began a long time ago when the Queen came to Montreal in Canada's centennial year, 1967, to open the Olympics. And I was embarrassed because the whole world was watching this. And instead of seeing a palpably Canadian figure up there opening the Olympics of 1967, they saw the Queen of England. And, you know, in addition to that, Thomas à Becket is my favorite saint. But what I want to finish saying is that in Canada, in order for the country to change to the extent that the sovereign is no longer the head of government, it requires the approval of all 10 provinces. And for any of those people here who may know anything about the Canadian political situation, that is a labyrinthine contest to be able to do that. So you probably don't have to worry about that for a while, but I thought maybe that was some little input into what's happening here today.
Thank you. Well, in both the presentations we've heard and the questions we've received and listened to in the comments, we've actually been touching on the following three themes coming through the day. So questions of history have emerged, and questions of loyalty to truth and the discoverability of truth and the contested nature of truth. Questions of transcendence. The gentleman at the back, Mr. Cusack, I think it was, referring to how those outside the Church of England, not only other Christian churches, but those of other faiths value the establishment of the Church of England, though not uniformly, and maybe not for the right reasons. We'll see as we go into that session. And then finally, we've talked about earth establishment, the relationship to higher establishment, and this point about the intricacies of interrelations. And if I would say one thing to Jonathan, maybe over coffee, it might be it's very hard to estimate what the impact would be of various kinds of, as it were, threads being pulled at the level of high establishments and all the intersections there are throughout the land of England. John, will you be English in the new heaven and the new earth? You can answer that later with Professor Gregory, perhaps over coffee. But let's just finish by thanking our panellists very much for this first session. May I just repeat the direction?
Thinking about loyalty so far, our second theme is that of history. When we started the Centre for Cultural Witness back in the summer of 2022, I was contacted quite quickly after that by a man called Richard Hall, who was an architectural historian. And he'd done a lot of work on the Palace of Westminster. And he got in touch with me and said, I'd love to show you around the Palace of Westminster and to give you a copy of my book, which he did. And it's this one here called The Palace of Westminster, Faith, Art and Architecture. And so I went round with him as someone who had done a lot of restoration work within the Palace of Westminster. And he gave me a bit of a guide to this particular building. And this piece of work which he's done, which is a fascinating book, draws out the very inescapably Christian function of that building. In fact, there is a section of that reads like this, to give you a little bit of the story about it. That the destruction of the ancient Palace of Westminster in 1834, there was a fire that burned the old palace down, and the competition to design the new Houses of Parliament started a unique national conversation. What architectural style should the new building adopt? Christian Gothic, Elizabethan or Classical Revival? What event should be reflected in the art that enlivened its walls? What decorative and sculptural themes would be appropriate for a new parliament at the centre of an empire? There was a general consensus that the building should be a grand monument to the past, but from what source did our historic roots draw sustenance and inspiration? In 1835, the government set up a national architectural competition, and of the 97 entries, it was the Christian Gothic design vision of architect Charles Barry with drawings by Augustus Welby Pugin that won the day. And as a result, we have a parliament building which is steeped in religious iconography. There are texts of scripture all over the place, on the walls, in the floor. There are pictures of great events in British national life, many of which relate to this intertwining of the Christian faith and the nation. And so it made the point to me that historically, it's very difficult to disentangle the Church of England and the state in itself. That actually this was a building that told the story of the Christian faith as bound up with the history of the nation. Again, when the coronation happened not long ago, we had all that pageantry and symbolism. We know that each session of Parliament starts with prayer. We've already mentioned bishops in the House of Lords and so on. We're beginning to think about the links between monarchy, Parliament, bishops, and so on. And so that's really the theme of this session. How do we understand the history, the close intertwining of history, the Christian history of this nation and the political history of this nation as well? And so we have a distinguished panel to help us explore these issues. Again, towards the end, we'll have a time for questions as well. But first of all, we have a session with someone who's probably the kind of nation's favourite historian right now. Maybe Dominic Sandbrook might have something to say about that. But I'm delighted to have with us Tom Holland, who many of you will have read his book, Dominion, and we'll be exploring a little bit one or two of the themes on that. So please would you give a warm welcome to Tom Holland.
I've got to say, if Dominic knew that a bishop was praising me as the nation's favourite historian, it would confirm all his darkest suspicions.
Well, there you go.
Please, nobody tell him.
Okay. Well, you can tell him if you want to. It's all yours.
I will be quiet.
There you go. Nobody else tell him. Good. So, Tom, we've got half an hour just to kind of have a conversation around the church's role in shaping our national life. And I guess I wanted to begin with a more general question about history. We all know the famous quote by Henry Ford, history is bunk. In fact, the full quote apparently goes like this: history is more or less bunk. It is tradition. We want to live in the present, and the only history that is worth a tinker's cuss is the history that we make today. So there you've got one kind of position, which is kind of saying that actually history doesn't really have a great impact upon the day. What matters really is what we do right now, innovation and so on. The other end of the scale, we've got maybe people who would say, well, actually, we're kind of bound to kind of repeat the mistakes of the past. And I've often noticed, listening to the rest of history, you often draw out the ways in which some of the themes and the periods you talk about are kind of reflected in the present. And out of that sort of spectrum, just the way into our thing, how do you sort of feel about the way in which history shapes our current life? Are you at one end of the spectrum saying, well, actually, history is past, it's kind of interesting, but doesn't really affect the present? Or are you at the other end of that spectrum to say, well, actually, no, there's a kind of almost inevitable repeating of past patterns?
Well, there's a kind of very opposite statement to Ford's opinion, which was expressed by Fox, as in Fox's Book of Martyrs, who was quoting Cicero, the great Roman orator in the 1st century BC, and quotes Cicero as saying that those who do not know the past are like children. And Fox, of course, is writing with a very intense awareness that history matters crucially, because as a Christian, and more specifically as a Protestant who is in self-conscious opposition to an explanation of the past that he is now in opposition to, so the explanation of the past given by the Roman Church, he wants to believe that history is an expression of God's purpose and of the role played in it by God's church. And so Fox is very committed to the idea that the Reformation is not the expression of something new and radical, as his Catholic opponents would say. And so he, of course, advances the proposition that the Reformation is about a return to the primal standards of the church in its glorious early days. But he's also very committed to the idea that, say, that the Church of England is something that was founded by people back in the Anglo-Saxon period, and that just as people in the 16th century are translating the Bible into English, so the Anglo-Saxons had done the same, and that therefore this is a model of history that does not emphasize the role played by the papacy, Gregory the Great in sending Augustine or whatever, but is it's about native traditions in England that are also the expression of the English Church's communion with God's purposes. And in that sense, I think you could argue that to live in a Christian country is to live in a country with a very profound sense of history. And so the argument over how old the Church of England is, I think a tweet was put out earlier this year saying that the Church of England goes back to whenever, and there was lots of discussion about whether this was correct or not. But I mean, it is a really, really kind of live issue, and it reflects the broader issue that the Christian notion of there being a beginning and an end, which is something we tend to take for granted because we're absolutely steeped in it, is a very culturally contingent one. And in that sense, I think that it's really telling that the first great work of history by an English writer, by Bede, is a history of the church in England. So Ford, he is the expression of a kind of mentality that sees history as being bunk because it is something to be rejected because we live in a new, vibrant industrial age, and that is an understanding of the industrial age that's powerfully informed by Darwinist thinking. But I think that America remains as shaped by a Christian and indeed a Protestant sense of history as England and Britain is.
Yeah, thank you. So there is a sense in which we can't entirely escape our history, and as we're looking back into that story, I want to spend a bit of time thinking about a particular period of that history which has been important in shaping our kind of national life. And there's a chapter in your book, Dominion, I think it's the one called Spirit, where you write about Gerard William Stanley, this amazing figure who is a cloth merchant, a smallholder, who starts digging on land that he shouldn't be digging on in St George's Hill, which is now having some fancy golf club or something like that.
So he's a proto-communist. Yeah. There's a monument in St Petersburg that was put up when it was Leningrad, and it lists proto-communists who want to be celebrated. And Gerard Winstanley is on it. He's the only English person on this. So he's in the kind of hierarchy of communist saints. There are two brilliant ironies about St. George's Hill, where he and his fellow band of diggers occupied. It was kind of public land, and he says that all of earth is God's gift, and therefore it is the common property of all. And this is in the wake of the execution of the king in 1649, and a few weeks, months afterwards. And so it's always taken as the expression of that kind of radical explosion of Protestant enthusiasm that follows the execution of the king and the kind of imminent establishment of the Commonwealth. And you can go on a digger's tour around St. George's Hill, but you can't actually go onto St. George's Hill because it's a gated community. And you can only go there if you're very, very rich. And what makes it even more delicious is the fact that one of the people who had a house on that in the 60s was John Lennon, who imagined no property, no heaven, no religion.
Now, you picked that story as part of your account of the kind of Christian formation of our culture. What was it particularly about that story that you wanted to draw out that tells you something about our kind of Christian heritage as a nation and the role of the faith has played in that?
Well, I think that religion lies at the heart of the conflicts that kind of grouped in. It used to be called the English Civil War, now the War of the Three Kingdoms. And when I was studying it at school, it was very much framed as kind of economic. It was a kind of Marxist understanding of it, rise of the gentry, all that kind of thing. It seems to me clearly now that understanding of religion lies at the heart of it. And the Puritan tradition, which is so important in America as well as in England, obviously provides a kind of animating fire for the parliamentary victory, I think. But as always happens in revolutions, those who begin it tend to discover that the revolution is running out of their control. And in that sense, Winstanley is the perfect embodiment of it, because Thomas Fairfax, who was the commander of the victorious parliamentary armies, and is already feeling that the revolution is getting slightly out of control. He famously, his wife at the trial of Charles I had kind of cried out from the balcony that what was happening was wrong, and that Thomas Fairfax wouldn't be a part of it. He goes to see what's going on, and he's kind of mildly interested in it, and he lets them go on, but it's clearly kind of an expression of the division between the commanding heights of the revolution and people down on the ground. And I think Winstanley is the embodiment of this idea that, and the reason that he appears in a chapter called The Spirit, that when you read scripture, what matters is what the Spirit is telling you, the fire that is in your heart. Be on the right side of history, all that kind of thing. And I think that Winstanley is a kind of foreshadowing of trends that are still very, very manifest in British society at the moment. His concern for a sense of the entire planet as a gift to all of humanity. I mean, you can see that that's very evident in protests that are ongoing around the environment. And a kind of hostility towards property, towards elites, to channeling into kind of economic understanding of what a society should be, of kind of notions that, the last should be first. What does that mean? And Winstanley's heirs, which is why his name appears on a communist monument in Leningrad, will result in all kinds of trends that may not seem to be overtly Christian, but I think have kind of Christian assumptions kind of in their marrow.
Yeah, you mentioned there the execution of the king, and obviously the Civil War is that period in our history, that great convulsion at a time when You had sort of roundheads and cavaliers and different sort of sides of that. And again, one of my questions is, does that still have an ongoing relevance for today in terms of the relationship, particularly to the monarchy, those who are particularly, pro and against and so on? Are there still those kind of trends in British society today?
Yeah, I guess that I remember there was a very good thriller by a guy called Anthony Price, who I think lived in Oxford actually, and it was set against the backdrop of a kind of sealed knot battle. Remember the sealed knot, kind of restaged Civil War battles, and a Roundhead gets killed in this battle. He turns out to be a kind of a radical Trotskyist, and the Secret Service are all Cavaliers, and there's definitely a sense that, and this was, I think, it was written in the 70s, that the proto-Thatcherites are on the side of the Cavaliers, and the kind of the radical Trotskyites and Marxists are all carrying pikes in the New Model Army, and it sticks in my mind. I must have read it when I was about 12 or 13, but it sticks in my mind because it is an expression of something that I would then go on to find when I read Christopher Hill, great historian of the world turned upside down, wrote a biography of Cromwell and so on, who was a Marxist and who clearly, very strongly identified his values and beliefs with the good old cause. Michael Foot would be another example, and Tony Benn. And to that extent, I mean, I don't think that Jeremy Corbyn was as intellectually engaged with the period as Tony Benn and Michael Foot was. But I mean, he's very influenced by them, and so Corbyn's influence on a whole new generation of radicals, I think, suggests that you can trace a line of living descent all the way back.
Yeah, in the sense with civil wars, whenever they happen, they tend to kind of have an ongoing life, whether in the United States or here in the UK.
Yeah, and the argument of Dominion is that you don't need to be church-going to be radically shaped by Christian assumptions. And if the Civil War was about basically different understandings of Christianity and what God wants from churches, then do you need me to? Yes, sorry. Is that better? Then the voice will ring out loud and clear, will not be silenced. What was I saying? I think that the traumas and the issues at stake in the Civil War have had such a seismic impact in shaping the way that we understand the divisions that have persisted throughout our society right the way up into the 21st century, that we can't really understand and with this I would completely concur with Cicero. I'm sure Cicero would be thrilled to know that we can't really understand the present without knowing that the more you kind of immerse yourself in the literature and the polemics and the thinking of the Civil War period, the more it shed lights on the present.
And going on from that, I guess some people have said that the real revolutionary moment in English history was the Glorious Revolution of 1688, the kind of deposition of a sort of Catholic king and said the imposition of a Protestant king. And I suppose even still now, when we were reminded of this in the Coronation, that the king made these professions of Protestant faith. He was meant to say, I will, to the utmost of my power, maintain in the UK, in the United Kingdom, the Protestant Reformed religion established by law. That was a bit of a surprise when those words were said. And I suppose my question is, do you think that the Protestant character of the monarchy still has any meaning anymore? How Protestant are we as a nation and as a kind of structure?
Well, I think instinctively, psychologically, culturally, we remain very Protestant. And I think that Protestantism recently, because the internet speaks American, means that in a way that cultural Protestantism has been Americanized. And I think you get a sense of how seismic that influence can be when you look at Ireland a very, very traditionally Catholic country that I think now, essentially, its kind of elite ideology is a kind of soft, godless form of cultural Protestantism. So, to that extent, I think culturally we do remain Protestant. But I think the great genius, or I mean, you may well think it's the great tragedy of Christianity, and perhaps particularly Protestant Christianity, in the modern period, has been its genius at kind of marketing its insights and its assumptions as being not culturally contingent, but as somehow being universal. So, very Protestant. Oh, have I gone again? Has that gone? No, you can still hear me. Good. Very, very Protestant notions of words like religion, secular. These have been spread across the world. They've gone to India, they've gone to Turkey, whatever, and they are accepted in non-Christian countries on the basis that they are not Christian, but I think that they absolutely are. And to that extent, I think we do remain very Protestant. And the corollary of that is that if we live in a secular society, and I think that to live in a secular society is to live in a society that is fundamentally shaped by Christian and, in British context, Protestant assumptions, then the effectiveness of that depends on disguising its Christian character. So if people can say to Jews or Muslims or Hindus, you live in a secular society, therefore all religions are treated equal, that's a really Protestant way of seeing things. And the fact that it is still framed as the division between church and state. You don't say synagogue and state, you don't say mosque and state. But I think that is a problem then for those moments, key moments in national life, where the overtly, if you want to use the word sectarian, Protestant character of the state, I think that's a real problem. And I think it is a kind of an issue, therefore, for the Church of England. Because what does the Church of England do? Does it affirm its distinctively Protestant character, as Fox would have done, the notion that the Church of England is it's true to God's purposes, or does it dissolve itself into the kind of broader secular mush of that is the kind of the current orthodoxy of how our society should organize itself? And I suspect that it's opting for the latter course.
Yeah, and we'll look at some of those themes this afternoon when we look at the theme of transcendence and the relationship between the Church of England and some of the wider kind of other religious communities as well. I want to move on to something slightly more modern, which was the Coronation of last year, and I guess many people were surprised at how religious it was. As I said a moment ago, we hadn't seen one for 70 years, and so it was like a bit of a surprise to pretty well everyone, apart from those who were in their 90s, who could have just about remembered the last one. And I guess my question is, how did you react to that kind of religious nature of the coronation? Did you feel this feels anachronistic, a bit of a hangover from the past, or did it still express something really quite important about sort of national life, about the role of Christian faith in the church in the nation?
I loved it. I absolutely loved it. And I loved it in the way that I would have loved seeing a triceratops roam across a Dorset field. I love old things. I love things that are deeply rooted in the past. And to see a ritual that, the current order of service goes back to the reign of King Edgar in the 10th century, but in turn draws on foreshadowings that go back to the Carolingians and back ultimately to the Iron Age, to the age of Solomon. I thought it was absolutely fantastic.
Was it just a dinosaur though?
Well, so this is the question. I also felt, I feel that we are kind of living through a process of cultural and moral change at the moment that is analogous to the Reformation, the Protestant Reformation. And it felt a bit like manifestations of Catholic culture in the reign of Henry VIII. You know, he's broken with Rome, but he's still he's still essentially Catholic. But you have the sense of the kind of the hot Protestant Reformation of his son kind of looming around the corner. And I slightly felt that watching Charles give his coronation oaths, because I mean, what I know of William, he doesn't seem a man who is greatly interested in this kind of thing. The Queen obviously was a very, very committed Anglican, and you know, all her Christmas messages would always foreground the Christian message. The King likewise is famous for his interest in religion and indeed all kinds of spiritualities. I don't get the sense that William is, and in that sense, William may be a king more in tune with a country that basically, you know, in a decade or 2 decades or whenever he is crowned, will have slipped the moorings of Christianity even more. And one of the reasons for that, I just want to get this out again, because I always say this every time I speak to a communion of Anglicans. One of the reasons for that is that despite the Church of England running large numbers of schools, they do not seem to be inculcating a familiarity with the Bible in generations. And so generations are growing up at the moment with a complete ignorance of the most basic fundamentals of biblical stories. And it doesn't matter whether you believe in God or not, whether you're an Anglican, a Catholic, a Jew, a Muslim, whatever. I really do think that if you're going to have a sense of communion with the history and politics and culture of this country, a basic familiarity with the Bible would be incredibly helpful, but it is what it is. And I think that the implications for a ritual that is founded you know, on the coronation of Solomon, of that, you know, another 10 or 20 years where people have no idea who Solomon is, I think it will be more of a challenge.
Thank you. And yeah, just one last question before we go to our some other contributions. It's sometimes said that the only 2 countries in the world that have clerics involved in its government are Iran and Britain. We have bishops in the House of Lords. We spoke about that earlier on. And I guess the question is there any ongoing justification for that in a modern democracy? One which, as you say, is in the process of slipping its Christian moorings. And also, what do you think, would you have any advice for bishops in Parliament? Sometimes perhaps the Church of England lacks a bit of confidence in its public role. What are the kind of things that bishops and others should be doing in that public role and its opportunity to speak in the public life?
I feel I'm woefully unqualified to advise bishops. I mean, I guess I think that, again, it devolves to this question that seems to me to be confronting the Church of England in its public pronouncements and its national role all the time, which is, does it affirm its distinctiveness, the sense that it is the embodiment and expression of God's purpose, or is it part of a kind of, you know, is it the kind of the religious wing of multiculturalism? And I don't know what the solution to that is. It seems both options seem to me fairly invidious, because in the one way you are kind of proclaiming a sectarian identity that will not go down well, and on the other hand you lose everything that makes the church distinctive. So both options seem to me tricky to negotiate. I mean, I think the one reason for one brilliant reason for keeping bishops in the House of Lords is that it's so annoying to humanists. And we're talking about the legacy of the Civil War. The kind of regular the sight of humanists deploying the Britain is just like Iran argument is a glorious testimony to the enduring hold of Civil War polemics. Earnest moral hostility to bishops still has a place, even in 21st century England.
And just to follow up on that last question, I mean, this, I guess, is more general about Christian witness in the current climate. I mean, what I guess your arguments about in Dominion is that actually we are far more Christian than we realise, even secular Britain. And so in a context where actually kind of Christian faith is, as you argue, pretty well everywhere, what has the church to say that is distinctive?
Exactly, and I think that's the problem, because I think in a way that the church has been too successful. Over the course of the 20th century, lots of what traditionally, ever since the Roman Empire, the church had been providing, whether it was help for the poor or education or health or whatever, came to be nationalised. And I think that now what's happened is that its core teachings likewise have been nationalised and rebranded and repackaged as just being the way that people think. Just be kind. And people don't tend to think where this comes from. And the risk then for the church is if you say, well, actually, that's ours, people will say bigot. So it's a real problem.
Yeah. Tom, thank you so much for that, and we can kind of follow up some of those sort of thoughts a little bit later on. But I'd love to invite Catherine and Mark up to the front at the moment to join our panel. And so we're delighted to have with us today, alongside Tom, we've got Catherine Pepinster, who's a historian, former editor of The Tablet. Catherine, if you want to come forward. Yeah, we've also got Mark Chapman, Professor Mark Chapman, Professor of the History of Modern Theology here in the University of Oxford. We also got Dominic Grieve as well. And so if you're able to come forward as well. Dominic is formerly MP for Beaconsfield and formerly Attorney General as well. And each of them are going to give about 10 minutes as a contribution to this question of... this looks delicate. It does a bit, doesn't it? There we go. I would like to sit on there. Their reflections on this question about history, how we engage with the sort of historical legacy of the church in our deliberations today. So, Catherine, can I ask you first to speak from over there? Is that all right?
Yeah.
That would be great. Thank you.
Good morning. Is it still morning? Just good afternoon, in fact. Ladies and gentlemen, Graham, thank you very much for this invitation. Graham very kindly suggested that I was an historian, which I feel it's a bit fraudulent to call me that in the company of such august people as Tom Holland. I think I should call myself a journo-historian, because I'm a journalist who's delved a bit into history, partly looking at the monarchy and the British monarchy and religion. And as Graham said, I was the editor of The Tablet, which probably quite a few of you in this room know is a Catholic publication. So you have some idea of where I'm coming from. Now, Tom and Graham's conversation looked at the Church of England and the monarchy and the coronation, and I'm going to focus a little bit on that, and I'm partly going to do that by quoting to you some words from the king and from his mother, because I think their words tell us a lot about where the monarch, the supreme governor of the Church of England, has got to, and how Elizabeth II and her heir Charles III have somewhat reinvented what the Church of England is and what their role is. So, when the king spoke to the nation after his mother's death, so this was addressing us through television the night after she died, and he said the role and duties of monarchy remain as does the sovereign's particular relationship and responsibility towards the Church of England, the church in which my own faith is so deeply rooted. And he went on, in that faith and the values it inspires, I've been brought up to cherish a sense of duty to others and to hold in the greatest respect the precious traditions, freedoms and responsibilities of our unique history and our system of parliamentary government. As the Queen herself did with such unswerving devotion, I too now solemnly pledge myself throughout the remaining time God grants me to uphold the constitutional principles at the heart of our nation. And his Protestant role was also, of course, evident at the Accession Council a few days later when he swore to uphold the Protestant religion in Scotland. So he put the Church of England and God front and centre of what his role was going to be. But he also said during that address to the nation, in the course of the last 70 years, we've seen our society become one of many cultures and many faiths, acknowledging how things have changed. Now, I was really interested in what he had to say to faith leaders just days after his accession, and also intrigued by the fact that so much of what we saw in the days after Elizabeth II had died had been planned for a very long time, but apparently the faith reception which he invited faith leaders, other Christian denominations and leaders of other faiths, to shortly after Elizabeth II had died, had not been planned in advance, and this was an add-on that he instigated. I've been told by people it was definitely his idea. And while he was there, he said to those gathered, "I am a committed Anglican Christian, and at my coronation I will take an oath relating to the settlement of the Church of England. At my accession I've already solemnly given, as has every sovereign over the last 300 years, an oath which pledges to maintain and preserve the Protestant faith in Scotland." And then he went on, "I've always thought of Britain as a community of communities. That has led me to understand that the sovereign has an additional duty, less formally recognised, but to be no less diligently discharged. It is the duty to protect the diversity of our country, including by protecting the space for faith itself and its practice through the religions, cultures, traditions and beliefs to which our hearts and minds direct us as individuals." Then he said, "The beliefs that flourish in and contribute to our richly diverse society can only thrive through a clear collective commitment to those vital principles of freedom of conscience, generosity and spirit and care for others, which are to me the essence of our nationhood. I am determined as king to preserve and promote those principles across all communities and for all beliefs with all my heart." Now, I think that's a bit of a rewriting of what the Church of England was about when it was founded, but it certainly chimed with what his mother had said at the start of her Diamond Jubilee in 2012, when she said of the Church of England, "Its duty is not to defend Anglicanism to the exclusion of other religions. The Church has a duty to protect the free practice of all faiths in this country." So this seems to me that we've had a rewriting of the monarch's role. This is a contemporary legitimacy, if you like. And the new king clearly thinks of himself in the role of convener. And before his illness, he brought about several faith gatherings. Now, the late Queen, I was told by a senior cleric who knew her very well, did not spend her time thinking of herself as being a Protestant or even as an Anglican. How she perceived herself was being a Christian above all. And in a more secular age, I think that's something that people would applaud. However, the late Queen was very adept at consolidating relationships with certainly other Christian denominations, and I was very aware, as editor of the Tablet, how highly regarded she was in Rome, in the Vatican. She probably met more popes than any other person in history. And one of the people I spoke to when I was writing a book about the British and the papacy described her as the last Christian monarch. That was the regard they had for her. I don't know what the King of Spain would have thought about that. And I don't know how they view the current king. Now, as a Catholic, when I look at the coronation, I find it rather curious, because it's clearly a service where, as Graham was mentioning earlier, we hear vows about upholding the Protestant religion. But to people like me watching it, it seems to be, excuse me, very much a Catholic mass. In many ways, it's like an ordination mass. And it seems in many ways to me surprising that nobody ever reformed it to actually make it more Protestant than it is. To me it seemed to rather than focus on Scripture, although we did hear Scripture, and could there ever have been a greater expression of diversity than hearing our Hindu Prime Minister read St. Paul? The coronation really focuses, seems to me, on the sacraments. And this time, our 21st century coronation had a lot of instances of Catholicism, evidence of the growing friendship with the Roman Catholic Church within it. Perhaps the greatest example of that was the cross, which came in before the king as part of his procession. The king, who would then go on to vow to uphold the Protestant religion, he came in behind a cross in which had been inserted relics of the true cross given by Pope Francis. A strange, diverse moment there. Now, one thing that did strike me about the coronation is that because it hadn't been reformed to a greater degree since early times, it actually works now very well for a visual age. It's a feast for the senses, and that works tremendously well for television and social media of our time. But we have to ask, is it more than that feast for the senses? Is it more than pomp, more than ceremony? I think to believers of certainly of different Christian denominations and other believers of different faiths, it makes sense. It points as a signpost to something greater than ourselves. But does it make sense to non-believers? And certainly without belief, ritual can be empty. If you're not a fan, the behaviour of football fans looks possibly anthropologically interesting, but it doesn't have any meaning. And I think finding a way to communicate meaning to those who aren't believers will be the greatest challenge of the next coronation. And in that sense, perhaps the Church of England does have to think very seriously right now, as does the current Prince of Wales, about what the next coronation might be about. I think a moment that showed how it can work was when there was mention of service. That didn't used to have to be articulated, but that came through, I think, as a message that would really speak to others in society. And at the end of the day, even if the spiritual message is rejected, it is at least your message. And I far rather prefer that than you fill your cathedrals, your Anglican cathedrals, with helter-skelters and dinosaurs.
Thank you very much. I'm going to talk about women and sex and the Church of England and the future of establishment. Well, there we go. And I think, just to begin, of the Church of England, of the Anglican Communion, the Church of England stands as the only one that's formally established in two jurisdictions, the United Kingdom and the Isle of Man, even though the Bishop in the Isle of Man has now, I think, lost his right to vote in Parliament there. But establishment, I guess, as we've heard, is principally tied up with church representation in the upper house of Parliament, as well as the role of the Crown and the executive in church affairs. And it's also true that Parliament ultimately derives its authority from the privileges conferred on it by a layman who recently received a religious anointing in the context of a service of Holy Communion, as we've just heard. And the relationships between Parliament and the Church have been extremely close through most of the Church's history. Even after the conferring of a degree of self-government on the Church of England in 1919, many measures have to be returned for ratification in Parliament after consideration by the Ecclesiastical Committee, composed of 15 members from each of the Houses of Parliament. Now, as this session is entitled History, I want to present a few salient points drawn from the controversies of the past 30 or so years relating to women in ministry and later to same-sex marriage. And I want to suggest that the stability of establishment depended largely on a sense of consensus as politicians saw Parliament as a kind of lay synod that represented the religious views of the country, more or less. Now this, I don't think, is any longer the case. The old, what one might call Tory Anglicanism, for want of a better phrase, has been virtually extinguished. Now let me offer a few examples that illustrate the change. Now during the parliamentary process following the General Synod measure that paved the way for the ordination of women in 1992, the Church was constrained by having to take into account the views of the Ecclesiastical Committee and Parliament. Now this led to far more safeguards for those opposed to the ordination of women than had been proposed in the original measure. In the Commons debate, those arguing for further safeguards formed a coalition from across the parties, including Simon Hughes, a Liberal Democrat, and Frank Field and Patrick Cormack, both recently departed. Now, all argued that the priest opponents needed a fuller financial package if they left the Anglican ministry, and parishes could choose oversight from sympathetic bishops who did not ordain women. It was only when the Church promised that it would deliver such a package that the measure was guaranteed a smooth passage through the committee. Now, this led to the rather hastily drawn up Act of Synod, which set up suffragan bishops to exercise extended episcopal oversight. So parliamentary threats undoubtedly frightened the Church into creating extra provisions for the opponents of women's ordination, with very little regard to wider considerations of equality in society at large. Now, things had changed completely during the lengthy process of the legislation that allowed for women to be ordained as bishops. Tony Baldry, the second Church Estates Commissioner at the time, was very clear in his speech to the July 2010 General Synod that the mood of Parliament had changed completely since 1993. There was very little parliamentary interest in disaffected opponents and far more support for what he called the equality agenda. It would become impossible, he said, if I had to steer through the House of Commons any measure which left a scintilla of a suggestion that women bishops were in some way to be second-class bishops. So when the measure was carried in General Synod in 2014, the passage through the House of Commons was swift, with not a single voice of opposition. Far from holding the Church of England back from equality, as had happened in 1993, Parliament was now encouraging it. Tory Anglicanism, which I guess was in its death throes in 1993, had virtually evaporated as a viable public force by 2014. Now, the tensions between Parliament and Church were even more obvious during the passage of same-sex marriage legislation in 2013. Now, where the Church of England, which opposed the changes, might once have expected support from a kind of Tory Anglicanism, especially in the House of Lords, it soon became clear that the Church stood out on a limb and was completely out of line with both public and parliamentary opinion. The Church was very firm in its rejection of same-sex marriage, which includes, for many, the possibility of... So marriage, not same-sex marriage, but marriage includes, for many, the possibility of procreation, the Church says. The same unequivocal position was maintained through the course of the debates in Parliament, despite the safeguards included in the bill that exempted the Church from having to perform same-sex marriages. So in a set of briefing notes for MPs presented during the Common Second Reading, the Church claimed that its concerns were less about the potential impact of the policy on its own doctrine or practices, but rather in large part about what we believe to be its detrimental societal impact. So it quickly became clear through the course of the debate, however, that very few politicians shared anything of the church's reservations. So this demonstrates the almost complete transformation of parliamentary opinion. It would have been unthinkable only 20 years earlier for same-sex marriage to be introduced under a Conservative Prime Minister and supported by the leaders of the three major parties. So the Marriage Same-Sex Couples Bill easily passed through the House of Commons unamended in March 2013. Now, in the lengthy debate in the Lords, however, the bishops, including the Archbishop of Canterbury, played a major role. They supported Lord Deer's wrecking motion at the second reading that would simply have killed the bill. Archbishop Welby felt that if the bill passed, the family in its normal sense, predating the state as our base community of society, is weakened. Bishop Tim Stevens of Leicester even resorted to quoting an article by John Milbank, surely unique in House of Commons Hansard. If we detach the procreation of children as being one of the core purposes of marriage, then no social institution enshrines that purpose for the generations ahead. Now, in relation to establishment, the most interesting contribution was from Peter Foster, Bishop of Chester, who claimed the submission of the Clergy Act of 1533 might be understood as laying a certain obligation on the state not to pass laws which are contrary to the received canon laws of the Church of England. In effect, the Same-Sex Marriage Act, he said, creates an amendment to the Act, that's the submission of the Clergy Act, that legally permits statute law and canon law on marriage to be diametrically opposed in future on the very basic point of who can be married to whom. Rather convoluted argument, but you could see the point. Now, at the end of the debate, while no serving bishop in the Lords voted against Lord Deer's amendment, 5 abstained while 9 supported it. Despite this, Deer's amendment was soundly defeated. So what I think this represents is that the tensions between church and parliament have been stretched now to breaking point. To be able to continue in its position of privilege in the House of Lords, the church may well have to work much harder to be seen to represent public opinion. The logic of failing to move with public opinion is, I think, to move inexorably towards disestablishment. Where the church is no longer useful for Parliament, it will simply be removed by that Parliament. It will be left in a position that matches its modest numbers, and it will lose a significant public voice. Now, the Archbishop of Canterbury noted these problems at the July 2013 General Synod, which came just after the vote on same-sex marriage in the House of Lords. Predictable attitudes, he said, were no longer there. The opposition to the bill, which included me and many other bishops, was utterly overwhelmed. We may or may not like it, but we must accept that there is a revolution in the area of sexuality, and we have not fully heard it. Now, in the end, it may be that same-sex marriage will be the straw that finally breaks the camel's back, at least in relation to establishment. At the moment, the few people in Parliament who show much interest in the church are looking somewhat incredulously on a church hell-bent on tearing itself to pieces over same-sex marriage, something that is opposed by only 13% of the population. So I think if one thinks about it, it's pretty hard to justify establishment when the church represents the opinions of such a small minority. Thank you.
When I was asked to come here, I thought that what I really ought to speak about, first of all, was oaths. I spent most of my career taking oaths. I took an oath when I became a Queen's Counsel. Every time there was a new Parliament, I took an oath as an MP. And of course, when I became Attorney General, I had to do two things. One, I became a Privy Councillor, so I had to actually go and take an oath and then kneel in front of the Queen and kiss her hand. And then I also had to go in front of all the judges assembled in the High Court, in front of the Lord Chief Justice, and take an extremely complicated 16th century oath that I will come back to in a moment. I was operating as a political figure, I suppose, a member of the elite in that sense, what would be regarded as the political elite, in an environment where there is no constitutional framework in a kind which is widely accepted around the world at all. The framework, and it is in fact the only framework, reinforced on every single one of these occasions, and of course reinforced for the clergy, reinforced for a judge, reinforced for a police officer. My son has become a police officer. He had to take his oath. Each one is about service to the crown. What it really is about is service to the crown in discharge of the crown's own coronation oath, which we've heard something about in the course of today's discussions. Of course, there may be those bits which are about upholding the Protestant settlement, but of course there are some others which rather predate upholding the Protestant settlement. Government according and respect in accordance with the laws and customs of the realm, of the subjects, of the different realms. Law and justice in mercy to be executed in all my judgments. And all that, of course, done by a king just after he's been, or just around the time when he's kneeling wearing a sackcloth and ashes, really. It's a shroud tunic in front of the altar in Westminster Abbey and has said some prayers. So, to my mind, the intricate interweaving of public service within our country and the coronation oath and the status of the monarch as a person who takes a coronation oath in a religious setting is simply overwhelming. And of course, as we've heard, it goes back to King Edgar. And in part, it is an associative reinforcement of the advantages to the church to have royal protection and the advantage to the monarchy to have religious legitimacy. Of course it is. But does it work? Well, on the face of it, I suspect it's worked pretty well. Of course, lots of kings have been tyrants, lots of kings have behaved badly. But I'm always struck that so much of the country's DNA is in fact dependent on this interweaving. We celebrated the anniversary of Magna Carta in 2015. Of course, a lot of that was perhaps pious aspiration. Stephen Langton, of course, drew extensively when he drafted it on biblical precedent of what proper or sound kingship required, which of course, even by the standards of the 13th century, King John didn't meet, which was a problem. But it went into the DNA, possibly in a slightly fictional way. We even have villains and peasants invoking it in the early 13th century against the Lord, their Lord's bailiff, because they'd read somewhere or heard somewhere, they were probably illiterate, that they had rights. And when I became Attorney General, I was very struck with my 16th century oath, which I had to take in front of all those judges. And I had to go along and say, not only would I use my cunning on the Queen's behalf, that's cunning, I think, in the 16th century rather than the Blackadder sense, but would I also promise that I would not abuse my office, I haven't got the 16th century words, but essentially not abuse my office to prevent anybody getting justice, including justice against the crown itself, by delaying or tracting or tarrying any party. Those are the very words. So at the height of Tudor despotism, the attorney, who was a rather powerful figure then, represented the royal interest, precedents in front of the judges, push everybody else away, required to swear that. So this entanglement is really fundamental. And I suppose the point I want to make in this preliminary remarks is that the idea that you can magic it away is, in my view, impossible. Because if you magic it away, you're going to be left, at present, with absolutely nothing. No basis for ethical governance at all. Now, that's not to say we always get ethical governance. After all, I got thrown out of the Conservative Party because I didn't think we were getting ethical governance from Mr. Johnson. But it is noteworthy that there has been a lot of talk about trying to restore ethical governance. Indeed, I suspect if there's an incoming Labour government, we will get quite a lot about that from the incoming Prime Minister, wanting to restore ethics and standards in governance. And all that, it strikes me, is intertwined, really, admittedly through our history, with Christian ethical standards. And there is nothing at the moment to replace it. And so, when we're having this debate about the role of the monarchy, it seems to me that the monarchy is fundamental to it. I'm not sure I agree about the question of whether we need to have a Protestant monarch, but I think that we do need to have a Christian monarch because the absolute institution from top to bottom is a reflection of what I would see as Christian ethical principles of sound government. And of course, on the whole, with the late Queen and with the current King, we have individuals who have quite openly made clear that they adhere to those principles and see it as fundamental to the service that they themselves have to fulfill. So as long as that's there, I don't really see, quite apart from the fact that I don't think anything is going to change very much anytime soon, but I don't really see what a possible advantage there might be from trying to sever it. And actually, on the contrary, I think that it would be a revolutionary act which would require a complete rethinking of the basis of our state. It's suggested that other countries do it differently, and of course elsewhere will happen differently. New Zealand will be different. Countries which don't have our historical continuity and tradition, that's bound to happen. But I do wonder when I look around as to where the advantage lies, particularly on disestablishment. I'm partly French by background, so I know France very well. Now, Bishop Eleanor will be interested to hear that I was doing the Camino to Santiago in 2021. And on Remembrance Day, 11th of November, I found myself in a very small French town called Arzac in the Béarn, and was interested to see what happened for Remembrance Day there. The answer was that the local parish priest won in the sense that the Mass was at 11 a.m., pushing the celebration at the War Memorial back to 12. At 12 o'clock, of course, it was an entirely secular event. The two clear and separated and demarcated. I went to the Mass and then I went to the War Memorial. And some of the people went to both, as I did. But the interesting phenomenon, which I pick up constantly, is that in a country like France, there is a deep attachment to land and country, but in fact very little to France as a political community. Indeed, the diversity of views is quite striking, from the admiral who used to live before he died at the bottom of my garden in the house at the bottom of my garden in Brittany, who was in fact a French monarchist, despite having had a distinguished career in the French Navy, to the ultra-republicans who might be living on the other side of the road. There, the glue of a political community is simply not present in the same way. And that, of course, has the other curious consequence of creating cultural norms to which you must adhere, because you must be part of a cultural and not a political community. And the strange aspect of this mixture that we have produced in our own country is that far from it being exclusive to people who are not Christians, it is astonishingly inclusive to them and appears to provide high levels of reassurance, unless you're the editor of The Guardian. Obviously, if you are an aggressive secularist, then this leads, as we were hearing, and my point was being made by Tom Holland, to wailing and gnashing of teeth by humanists about ceremonies that they detest. But if in fact you have some view that there is some fundamental religious or spiritual ethic which should underlie the way in which governance is conducted, it appears to be uniquely reassuring, as Catherine Pepinster was pointing out in the comments that were made by the King when he addressed faith leaders shortly after his accession. So, while I accept that all this is under a huge amount of strain, and I have no doubt that that's the case, and it may evolve, and it may become untenable, the way things stand at the moment suggests to me it's got a lot more life in it than people appreciate, although the disappearance of any historical literacy, let alone religious literacy, is, I think, quite a serious threat to it in any society which is dependent on precedent and convention for much of the way in which things are done. But if I were to make a recommendation, is that people should not worry as much about establishment as I think they do. Firstly, I disagreed with one thing that was said earlier. I don't actually think the presence of bishops in the House of Lords is essential to establishment at all. It's the one element of it that could be, if you wanted, removed completely. As for the involvement of Parliament in the way in which the Church of England runs, then that, I think, is probably more difficult to remove, and is one, of course, the justifications for having bishops able to express a view in the House of Lords. But I think that this idea that Tory Anglicanism has disappeared is fallacious. I am a Tory Anglican, even if I'm no longer a member of the Conservative Party. So maybe that the Conservative Party has ceased to be a Tory party. That is a rather different issue. Tensions between Church and Parliament are inevitable in that setting. Who's to say Parliament was wrong in 1993 to put in all those funny safeguards about the ordination of women? It did irritate the Church. But on the other hand, it also meant that the transition happened so that 20 years later one looks back on it, and actually it's now so widely accepted that it's only a tiny minority who do not. So it eased that transition. And in exactly the same way, when we're talking about same-sex marriage, I venture the suggestion that the Parliament was simply representing what lots of parishioners are probably, in the Church of England, have probably been also saying as well. So those are tensions which are capable of being resolved and maintaining a dynamic relationship. So I would be optimistic. I happen to think that we live in an extraordinary country. It's often very difficult to understand how it has come about that we follow some of the practices which we do, but do they appear to be benign? Yes. Do they appear in many cases to work rather well? Yes. And are they capable of further existence? I think they are as well. Thank you.
So thank you so much, Catherine and Mark and Dominic, for your really fascinating remarks, which kind of highlight a number of tensions right at the heart of our discussion today, one of which is the Church of England's role in relation to other Christian denominations and other faiths. To what extent is the Church of England advancing its own agenda? To what extent is it convening that kind of relationship between those? But I guess there's another question there about the Church of England's relationship to wider culture and society, which are points that both Mark and Tom, I think, were making earlier on as well. To what extent does the Church of England, and we'll touch upon this afternoon a little bit as well, how much does it can proclaim its own message, but how much is it able to kind of sit apart from the kind of moral convictions or the state of mind of a particular culture. We've got about 15 minutes or so until lunch, and I want to give that over to questions. So if you have a question for either one or all of the panel, please raise a hand. We've got one here from David Bennett, just in the front here, and then we'll go on from there. Do you want to take one of these, or is there a... Okay.
Thank you. This has been absolutely fascinating to hear all these different discursive positionalities on various aspects of the legitimacy of the Church of England. I want to ask a theological question around, and Tom, I know you've talked about this in public spaces such as the Leadership Conference, which is huge, global leaders of the Church. You said, can you just all be a little bit more weird? Can you all just be a little bit more strange? And we've also had mention of being a peregrinus or a pilgrim. And, in the Creed, we confess that we are a holy church. Holiness is strange, it's odd. It doesn't fit with the pattern of this world. So if the church just continually compromises itself and says we're just going to conform to whatever Parliament says, doesn't it lose itself? And so I want to ask that question: what's the role of a holiness in the church being distinct and that actually being part of its legitimacy?
I was slightly distracted by microphone shenanigans. Does the church need to be more weird? Does it need to be? Well, can you all hear me? No? Okay. Can you hear me now?
Can we get this microphone there?
Is that... Now you can. So just to answer that question in the context of the discussion of monarchy and Parliament and tradition and establishment and so on, I completely agree that in this country, the fact that the monarchy has been Christian since the founding of the United Kingdom of England is incredibly significant in explaining the enduring Christian character of our culture and our ethics. And I think of a charter that was issued by the first king of the United Kingdom of England, Athelstan, the grandson of Alfred the Great. And he issued it on Christmas Eve, and it was to Athene, and it was a grant of land. And Athelstan specified that he could have this land, but that the guy who was receiving it was obliged to offer shelter to anyone who was homeless or in need. And it's obvious what was influencing him in issuing that. It's Christmas Eve. So he has the example of the Christmas story in his mind, the Holy Family not finding room in Bethlehem. And I think the fact that conjunction of royalty, union, and care for the weak and the poor and the suffering is there from the very beginning. It hasn't been an influence because only, the charters of Athelstan are not widely known, it would be fair to say. They're probably not a profound influence on the way that people think. But it does imply that inheritance of tradition, which has passed down even under the reign of kings like John, into the present day. And there is a weirdness and a strangeness to that. The idea of a king in his hall being haunted by the idea of a story that you get in the Gospels to lay down proposals for how the powerful should live, and that those traditions have passed into the present. I think that is something very, very haunting and magical and strange. And I personally, because I am moved by those kind of things, I find it very moving. But equally, it has to be said that the impulse to tear down and rebuild is also an expression of Christian weirdness. So the people who executed the king in 1649, they were moving to impulses that were just as Christian as the impulses that had seen Charles I and his predecessors and his successors crowned. And I think that although the revolutionary potential in this country may no longer be overtly Christian, in its assumptions and its DNA it is, and that is a different conception of weirdness. And we were talking about the Civil War. You think at the end of Eliot's great poem Little Gidding, where he talks about those two traditions being fused and coming together. History is now in England. It may be that that is the future, that there is no simple stasis, there is no simple order that offers a fixed point, that kind of synergy between the impulse to destroy and rebuild and the impulse to conserve and draw on tradition will remain locked in a kind of symbiosis, as they have been, I think, since at least the time of the Civil War and probably since the Reformation. But I think in both cases, the fact that there is a quality of strangeness to what people are doing, whether it is climate activists dressing up as, you know, in masks and robes and processing across London Bridge, or the king processing through Westminster Abbey to Zadok the priest, both of those impulses are drawing on a sense of the strangeness and the weird, and that it would be a mistake on either side, I think, to suppress that and to imagine that a purely technocratic or rationalist approach to the future of this country and its problems and its challenges can be presented. Which I think is part of why there's been such a kickback against Rishi Sunak coming back for a TV interview and not staying for D-Day. The fact that he didn't recognise that, I think, is really a huge part of what people have reacted against.
Thank you, Tom. We have one or two other more voices. It'd be good to get someone who hasn't asked a question already so far. There's one there at the back.
This one does work. We've now got two microphones. This one does seem to be working, so I'll hand this one over.
So, okay, yep.
Steve Dival, vicar currently in West London, but ordained by Peter Forster, who we've heard mentioned. And slightly building on the question just now, Peter was reflecting when we had our ordination retreat on the role of bishops in the House of Lords. And I still remember what he said, that it wasn't some sort of right that you would seek to defend and sort of protect if it was taken away, but it was a privilege that was extended by the state to the church, to the bishops on behalf of the church, to seek to serve the nation. And I think by that he meant not provide legitimacy for the crown only, but to serve by Christian words and Christian actions. And I wondered whether that sort of reflection on the establishment as it is something to take into this discussion about continuing to serve the nation so we don't apologise for our Christian convictions, but we rather act out of them in what we do and in what we do for the nation.
Well, I certainly think that that's right. And I should make clear, I personally find the presence of bishops in the House of Lords as being essentially benign and useful. Yes, it may irritate, but then I think, as the Archbishop Justin said, what do you think we were sent here to do? So they're entitled to express their views on, particularly on moral issues. And if that's inconvenient for the government, well, that doesn't mean the government shouldn't go ahead with it, but the government should be taking it on board. Equally, I can see that we could have an elected second chamber, or indeed a wholly appointed second chamber, where the bishops were no longer present in the Lords. Doubtless some retired bishops might still be in the Lords or go to the Lords. And we would still have an established church. I just don't see it as being an absolute essential pillar of establishment. The essential pillar of establishment is the connection between the monarch and the church. And linked to that, the fact that Parliament has a direct interest in the Church of England's functioning. And as I said in answer to the earlier, that, of course, then really justifies having bishops in the Lords. But as I say, you can, at the end of the day, there is great virtue in having people who speak on moral subjects within your legislature. And that's something which the House of Lords has an opportunity of offering, not just necessarily entirely from Anglican bishops.
Thank you, Dominic. There's a few more questions. There's one just at the back on the left there. That'd be great. Just past, just this side. We get a female voice into the question. Brilliant. Thank you so much.
Hello, I'm Esme Partridge, just finishing a master's at Cambridge and also a researcher for Civitas. Might possibly be anticipating the next panel a bit, but I just wanted to go back to the King. King Charles, I think, is a really interesting figure in this discussion about the legitimacy of the Church of England, and particularly in a modern pluralistic context. And I think what Catherine was presenting there about his engagement with faith leaders was very interesting, because on the one hand, the king is someone who is clearly very attuned to a multicultural society, has a serious and very prolonged engagement with other faiths, but he's deeply rooted, and those were the words he used, in his own faith. And that's an interesting position that I think is quite rare in the establishment in culture, where you have this pluralism, but that's not the same thing as relativism. That's not a kind of watery, let everybody just do what they want to do. It's not the dominant liberal approach. And I think that actually, in that sense, the king is the ideal paradigm for the modern legitimacy of the Church of England, in that sense that it's open, it's tolerant, but is uncompromising in its assertion of the truth claims, of the central truth claims, and in its really real belief. So I just wondered if any of you had any thoughts on, is Charles actually, maybe that is the ideal paradigm, and is that maybe an alternative both to the kind of struggles to maintain an exclusivist dominance of the Church of England, and the other extreme of a relativism, a sort of liberal relativism? Is maybe that the via media that would be the positive future?
Thank you. Yeah. Maybe Dominic and then Catherine briefly. Yeah.
Well, I agree with that. I think the king is exceptional in that respect, and I think it's something which has been rather neglected, particularly by the media, who've then been a bit surprised because they'd actually bothered to see what he was doing when he was Prince of Wales. They would have had no reason to be surprised at all. He is immensely respected in minority faith settings. Absolutely no doubt about that at all. And precisely because he hasn't compromised his own religious beliefs, but because he is open to the spiritual. And to that point of view, and he's much more open about that in a sense than his mother was, for she embodied it, but it wasn't something she talked about. But you don't have to go very far to realise that for the king it's something which matters a great deal. And in a time of major change in our country and the growth of pluralism, religious and social pluralism, it's an immense asset to have, because we are very, very fortunate to have it.
Thank you. I just take issue with one thing you said, Dominic, just then about Elizabeth II. I think she was a bit more interested in interfaith and engaged with it than you might have suggested. I'll give you one example. In the 1960s, some of the Commonwealth nations asked if the Commonwealth Day service, which had previously been the Empire Day service, could involve people of other faiths to represent more of their countries. And Westminster Abbey didn't like that idea at all, and the service went off to the Guildhall, and the Queen, recognising that in fact Westminster Abbey is a royal peculiar and perhaps they might pay more attention to her views, said they got to take it back and have a bit more recognition of other faiths. And we've seen that for a long time now with the Commonwealth Day service, that other faiths are involved. So that is happening within certain parts of the Church of England. But I think both Elizabeth II and the current king have been a bit more ahead of the game, if you would like. And we saw that again with the Coronation, when there was a lot of discussion before it happened about what the involvement of other faiths would be. And somebody came up with a very smart plan of having representatives of different faiths carrying items in the processions. But the involvement of the faith leaders was really restricted to the end of the service. And us journalists were in fact told in no uncertain terms that those people were not part of the service, and that they were saying their bit to the king after the service had finished. And in fact, it was actually in the order of service. It was a sort of strange anxiety, I think, that was shown then. But I think you're right to say that the king has become involved in religious pluralism rather than relativism, and I think other Christian denominations have engaged in that as well. I'm well aware, for example, my own church, Roman Catholic Church too. The Vatican has been heavily involved in interfaith dialogue for a long time. This Pope is, although much keener on it than Benedict XVI.
Thank you. We've got to the end of our time for this morning, and we've had a very rich discussion on these themes of history. So can I invite you to give a very warm round of applause to our panellists today? Thank you. Make sure you don't go away without your earpods and you're on the train home and you're wondering where on earth are they, and if you don't pick them up, they'll be there. So anyway, there's earpods. If anyone's lost them, they will be back at the door. Thank you. So our third theme of the day is what we've called transcendence. And just by way of introduction to this theme, if you had an earlier version of the program, you will have seen two names on there who you may seem absent from here as well. We originally had Professor David Ferguson, who's Professor of Theology at Cambridge University from the Church of Scotland, who's going to be here. Sadly, strangely enough, as a result of his role in Scotland as a King's chaplain, he has to attend a funeral on behalf of the King at the moment, so very good reason for not being here. Sadly, he had to drop out last week. We also were hoping to have Dilwar Hussain, who is the chair of New Horizons in British Islam, which is a charity which works on Muslim identity, integrity and reform. Sadly, again, he texted first thing this morning to say he was not well today, was unable to be with us. So it's a great shame we're not able to have Dilwar with us instead. But in their absence, we still have a remarkably good panel, and I'm delighted that we have today Archbishop Angelos, who is Coptic Orthodox Archbishop of London, who will be well known to many of you. We have Shamara Fletcher-Hoyt, Principal Officer for Pentecostal, Charismatic and Multicultural Relations for Churches Together in England. And if you've seen them together before, that is probably because you saw them at the Queen's funeral. And Shamara read a prayer at the funeral of the Queen a little while ago when that happened. We also have Daniel Greenberg. This morning we were talking about ethics in Parliament, and Daniel is Parliamentary Commissioner for Standards. In other words, he's a lawyer responsible for monitoring the operation of the House of Commons Code of Conduct, including breaches of that code, of which there have been one or two in recent times. So Daniel has been kept busy, and it's great to have you with us as well today, Daniel. We also have Malcolm Brown, who is head of Faith and Public Life, Department of the Church of England, who will begin bringing a perspective on our question today as well. So today, this afternoon, we are thinking about the Church of England's role in holding those values that transcend politics, economics, foreign policy, the kind of things that government tends to deal with day by day. The Church of England's role, and we touched upon this throughout the day already, in holding that space of the spiritual, the transcendent, and so on behalf, not just of itself, but of others as well. So other Christian churches and traditions here in the United Kingdom, and so having Shamara and His Eminence Archbishop Angelos with us as well is a great, will be great to get their perspectives on this question, but also as well. And say we had hoped to have Dilwar with us, but it's great to have Daniel, who represents not just the parliamentary office, but also the Jewish community as well here today, and we'll speak from that perspective too. And so we're looking at how does the Church of England look from the outside? Catherine Pepinster earlier on today referenced a speech which Her Majesty the Queen gave in Lambeth Palace in 2012, where she said this: "We should remind ourselves of the significant position of the Church of England in our nation's life. The concept of our established church is occasionally misunderstood and I believe commonly underappreciated. Its role is not to defend Anglicanism to the exclusion of other religions. Instead, the church has a duty to protect the free practice of all faiths in this country. It certainly provides an identity and a spiritual dimension for its own many adherents, but also gently and assuredly, the Church of England has created an environment for other faith communities, and indeed people of no faith, to live freely. Woven into the fabric of this country, the Church has helped to build a better society, more and more in active cooperation for the common good with those of other faiths." And so in this session, we're trying to bring together voices from largely outside the Church of England, both Christian and from other faiths as well, and from within Parliament, to give their perspective on the Church's role in holding that space of higher values than the mere temporal and the political. And that's what we're going to be doing today. So if I can first of all invite our first speaker, which is His Eminence Archbishop Angelos, to give his perspective on these questions.
Good afternoon, everyone. It is such a joy and a blessing to be with you, and very thankful for my dear brother and friend, Bishop Graham, for the invitation. I may have a problem of a conflict of interest, though, because you want a perspective from outside of the Church of England. And it seems like with my church, as with other Orthodox churches, every time the Church of England does something wrong, people look at me and say, look what your friends are doing now. So I am sometimes seen as being inside just as much as outside. But it's a joy to have that perspective and that ability to be a friend. And I was very thankful that His Grace also invited me a few months ago to speak to some of the new bishops who were going through a course preparing them for ministry and for public life. The first thing I think we need to determine is the strength and the importance of faith, both in our nation but around the world. The narrative at the moment tells us, oh God, it's so wonderful to see you. The narrative is supposed to be telling us that faith doesn't matter anymore, that religion doesn't matter anymore, and then you get numbers being thrown around England that the church is weakening and becoming irrelevant. I don't know about you, but I know that when the now Bishop of Winchester, then Bishop of Truro, published his review on persecution of Christians around the world, it was well known, based on his own assessment, but also on Open Doors and other organizations, that 80% of the world's population considers itself as religious, as having some sort of religional belief. And in this country, although we see institutional ecumenism ebbing and flowing a little bit, sometimes struggling, sometimes being incredibly impactful, we know that relational ecumenism, and case in point, I'm here, speaking with you at your invitation, that is incredibly strong. And that is the space we inhabit, and that is the place we hold. And so the narrative that faith is not important and the church is weak is categorically wrong. And so we, as church, have a responsibility to speak into the public square, to politicians, to policymakers, to civil servants, and present a view that is not going to be organic within that setting. Because within that setting, the organic view is statistical, practical, strategic, financial, political, and sometimes we beat ourselves up for not being good at those things, but I think it's an advantage that we're not very good at those things. Because the set of principles that govern us and govern the church are very different. They are on things that statisticians just don't get. I remember after the census was published, there was a lot of fuss made about numbers. And I'm very thankful to my dear friend, the Archbishop of York, who published a wonderful piece, I think, in the Sunday Times that said, well, since when has Christianity been about being a majority? And if we think back, our Lord Jesus Christ and his 12 disciples, and then their 70 apostles, changed the world. It's never been about being a majority. It's about being impactful. We're going into elections. If our Lord Jesus Christ was running for office and his disciples were his cabinet, he would fail dismally. He would have lost the election. Wasn't very popular. They actually said, crucify him, which we've heard a few times over these last few weeks as well in current settings. But it made a difference. It's not about the 99, it's about the one. And that is one thing that public square will not get well. In recent years, we went through the pandemic, and the space of religion and the space of the church and the space of the Church of England was very clear. And that is that we need to stand together. We need to do things together. I remember being on various committees with let me see if I get this right, the Ministry for Housing and Local Government, which has changed its name 3 times since then, I think. And my submission was, you don't need to tell me to look after my people, because it is my job, it is my calling, it is my mission to look after the well-being of my people. You tell me how to do it, and I will do it. And that was echoed through church leaders and religious leaders. Mention was made of Her late Majesty's address at Lambeth Palace in 2012, and I was blessed enough to be there for that. It was her first engagement of her Jubilee year during the time of our dear friend Archbishop Rowan. And it was very relevant that the Queen of England, the head of the Church of England, was saying that. Now, having said that, that comes with responsibility. And this is where having critical friends is very important. The fact that the Church of England has a responsibility and a role to play means that it needs to have a very broad perspective, even broader than the perspective that is within the Church of England itself, on a variety of issues. And to know that when we do something, so in my church, if I take a decision, I know for a fact that that will have implications on others across my church, through ecumenical partners, within religious partners, and in the world. And that's important for us to remember, that we are not functioning in silos anymore. Gone are those days. My personal journey is, I was born in Egypt, moved to Australia when I was 5, grew up there, did my education, went back to Egypt to join the monastery, served for 6 years there as papal secretary, and have been here for almost 30 years. And I guarantee that that is not a rare scenario within our setting here. We move around nations, we move around cities, we move around communities. And so our engagement with one another is important. And as church, we need to speak to people who make decisions and form policies and say to them that we need to look at something greater. Because there is something that moves people beyond policy and beyond strategy. Faith is core to many of us around the world. And that's no surprise, because in the book of Genesis we're told that we are all recipients of the image and likeness of God. So there is something within us that yearns for what is more. There is something within us that looks at greater things, deeper things, more lofty things than what this world gives. And we should never ever shy away from that. In John 17, our Lord speaks about being in the world but not of the world. But St. Paul speaks about being a Jew to the Jew and a Gentile to the Gentiles. And so we need to live both of those. Where we are there, we are part of the journey, part of the fabric, but each holding on to our particular texture, particular color, and making sure that we play our part in this tapestry. But also, as Christians, constantly being that light and that salt that we are meant to be. With authority, with privilege, with influence, comes immense responsibility. And that's what we're supposed to have in abundance. But again, going back to St. Paul, speaking of not I who live, but Christ who lives in me, we know that we are, as our Lord reminded his disciples, not working in our own field, but in his. And the harvest is his, and the gain is his. But we also need to look at doing good deeds, making good decisions, having good actions, so that people look at us and glorify our Father in heaven. Let's not be too hard on ourselves, though, because the bigger you are, the bigger a target you are. I am very thankful that I am not the Church of England, because I can do a lot of things here that will fly under the radar. People don't care. I could make mistakes that are not going to be as visible as the Archbishop of Canterbury's, or even the Cardinal of Westminster. And so with that visibility, there is responsibility, but also we are assured that if we have responsibility, we have grace. And if we call upon that grace, then we function as we should, because it is He who lives and guides and speaks and shines through us. It's important for us to change the language of discourse. When we speak about social justice, access to resources, child poverty, food scarcity, resource inequality, all of those things are incredibly important. I remember when Bishop Graham was still in Kensington doing things around Grenfell. And the Grenfell Tower represented what the church must do in society in the face of tragedy. And so on and so forth. Just last week I visited a local food bank and heard from the people there that they were working harder and more than ever before. Those are all things that impact people day to day. The beautiful thing about the church is it has a great macro view. We see from above, we see a lot, but also through our pastoral engagement, we have the micro view. We are in communities, living with them. I love what I do. I love being here. I love doing the ecumenical and the official, and it's a gift. But nothing replaces my love for my pastoral duties amongst the people I am called to serve first and foremost. And that is why I can bring their voices when I sit with the great and the good, some of whom are in this room, and try to use a platform that they may not have. And I think that is where our responsibility is. Access is not just for protocol and visibility. It is for representation and for influence. And I think that is where church has an incredibly important role to play. I remember speaking at General Synod once, and it was at a time of problematic conversation. And I said to my sisters and brothers in the chamber that they should not take things on their own shoulders, because although they were the Church of England, that we are all the church in England. And so we carry things together. Thank you for gathering today and for listening. Thank you for caring and speaking. Thank you for representing and being a voice. But that is what we are called to do. for we follow in the footsteps of the one who went before us, our chief advocate, who spoke for the whole world and for its salvation, for its goodness, for its victory, as we are called to as well. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon. I'd also like to thank Bishop Graham. Thank you so much for the invitation to speak to you this afternoon on a Pentecostal perspective of transcendence in public life and how we see the Church of England's role in the nation. And before I do, I also have to declare a conflict of interest. I do call myself a Penti-Anglican. I am confirmed in the Church of England. And I came to London at 18 years old as part of an ecumenical lay community in an Anglo-Catholic church. And I said to myself as a Pentecostal, what am I doing here? I've never had so much communion in my life. But it has shaped me and my formation, and it's a privilege to be amongst you this afternoon. So the Pentecostal view of transcendence in public life is deeply rooted in our pneumatology, our prophetic witness, kingdom theology, and practices of intercession and spiritual warfare. We believe that God's presence and power extends beyond the private sphere, influencing public affairs and societal structures. And this belief not only compels us to pray or to speak in the prophetic, but to actively engage in public life, even if from a critical and suspicious lens. Because we believe in advocating for justice, peace and righteousness, and seeking to manifest the values of God's kingdom in the world. Practically, it also looks like a manifesto from the Black Majority Church, which you can find, I'll share with Bishop Graham for you to read, which has been launched earlier this year, to really look at our contributions to public life. So the Church of England, as the established church, we believe that you occupy a unique and privileged position in British society. And as Pentecostals, we recognize that this status grants you a significant platform to influence public discourse and advocate for moral and ethical standards grounded in Christian principles. Now, generally, Pentecostals would align with Peter Berger's concept of the sacred canopy as a framework to organize and embed transcendence in public life, and in particular the perspective that emphasizes the importance of a cohesive, overarching religious narrative that can provide moral guidance and stability in the public sphere. However, we do also recognize that we are in a pluralistic society, so we can appreciate the Church of England's role, capacity, and ability as the state church to adopt a position of principled pluralism. And I think that your approach, characterized by your generous orthodoxy and your via media, allows you as the Church of England to engage in political discourse from a balanced manner. And again, while Pentecostals would advocate for the sacred canopy, we recognize that as a religious institution, you must engage in public discourse in ways that respect our pluralistic nature in our contemporary society. So this balanced approach enables you as a religious institution to serve as mediators in the public space. You're able to foster dialogue and promote the common good. And it also underscores the necessity for religious voices, both in the public square and embracing an ethical and moral fabric of our society whilst respecting inherent difference. As I speak to Pentecostal leaders across the nation, we also believe that you have a role you have a moral responsibility, given your privileged position. We believe that you have a role to speak out against critical issues affecting our society. This responsibility includes addressing social justices, advocating for the vulnerable, promoting policies that reflect the compassion and justice of the Gospels. And we support you, and I want to say that loud and clear, we support you as the Pentecostal constituency in using your voice to guide the nation towards a more just and righteous path. As has been mentioned, we also believe that you need to have ecumenical awareness and accountability, because your actions as the Church of England can have far-reaching implications for other Christian denominations and faith communities. Therefore, we believe that it's essential that you exercise ecumenical awareness and accountability, ensuring that any position you take, particularly in your General Synod, which I'm an ecumenical representative of, considers the broader Christian landscape. What else do we believe you have a role in? Using your prophetic voice. We believe that the Church of England should serve as a prophetic voice in society. And this role doesn't only involve criticizing unjust structures and policies, but offering grace, a vision of hope and renewal based on biblical principles. And this Church of England's prophetic voice, we believe it can inspire individuals and institutions to pursue righteousness and justice, reflecting the transformative power of the gospel. And I want to highlight this point. It's important to note that within Pentecostalism, the prophetic is a guiding principle in our public engagement. We believe in the active role of the church to speak against injustice and uphold moral standards. So consequently, if the Church of England, with its prominent position, fails to address issues of injustice or human morality, Pentecostals may see this and give criticism for perceived compromise. Pentecostals expect the Church of England to leverage its influential status to act as a moral compass, advocating for righteousness and justice. And any reluctance or failure to fulfill this role, it could be seen as a deviation from its prophetic call and abdication of moral responsibility, therefore diminishing some of the credibility in the eyes of the Pentecostal community. But we have grace, so we're not hitting you with a stick here. And I'm going to end here. So as a Pentecostal, whenever we finish our sermon, we say we're coming down. So I'm coming down now. So we believe that the Church of England have a role in reminding the nation of its transcendent roots. Language is a powerful tool that shapes our understanding of reality and informs our values. And the Church of England, we believe, has a unique opportunity to use its influential position to demystify the concept of transcendence in public life. We need to move beyond simplistic dichotomy that separates transcendence from secularism. Political systems can and should acknowledge and respect transcendence as the core values of what builds our nation. In fact, secular governance, some of its principles such as justice, human dignity, equality, are deeply rooted in transcendental and Christian principles. Transcendent values have historically informed and continue to underpin our secular institutions. These values have guided and developed laws, social policies, ethical norms that not just shape British society, but have influenced societies and governments across the world. So be proud of that. Remind the nation of their roots. You have had a major part to play in that. As a Pentecostal, we say ending twice. We say it twice. So I'm really coming down now. Really coming down. So what does this practically look like? We have Pentecostal ecumenical representation on the General Synod, And we want to be that voice to help, particularly with pressing issues, even if we don't theologically agree with everything you stand by. We also have an Anglican Pentecostal working group where we look at formation and how do we disciple Pentecostal and Anglican leaders to even church plant together. What does that look like? And finally, we are working with St. Mellitus on their ordination track to look at how Pentecostal leaders can speak to Anglican leaders and work together to build the kingdom of God so that transcendence isn't a swear word, but can guide us to a better political future. Thank you.
Good afternoon, and thank you very much for inviting me to take part in this fascinating and important day and discussion. I will speak from the perspective of Parliament and also from the perspective of my own Orthodox Jewish faith, but in no sense do I purport to be a spokesperson for either. The establishment of the Church of England appears to be much more controversial among the ranks of its own leaders than in most other forums. As a casual observer, opposition to religion as a force in politics and society is increasingly focused on the dangers inherent in institutionalized religion and little concerned about the privileges or status associated with the Church of England as an established church. And one can readily see why that might be so. Of the world's problems today are directly or indirectly attributable to organized religion. A reasonable estimate, erring on the side of caution, would be 99.9%. If I ask myself what proportion appear to be directly or indirectly attributable to the established status of the Church of England, as distinct from any practical failings, the answer is probably the other 0.1% at most. Nor is this coincidence. One of the very reasons why establishment is a matter of concern for the Church of England more than anyone else is the fact that with establishment comes a responsibility to represent transcendence in a way that is restrained, responsible, and balanced, and that necessarily contributes more to cohesion than to division. Now, the fact that this may be a positive or negative force for the development of the church as a faith explains in part why establishment is continually controversial within the church. But it also explains why it's relatively uncontroversial outside. So that for most people, compiling a list of urgent societal problems relevant to religion in the United Kingdom today, establishment of the church would come low on the list if it featured at all. In Parliament, most things are capable of being treated as a source of constructive tension at best or corrosive resentment at worst. The balance of power between Lords and Commons, the balance of power between government, opposition, and minority parties, gender, ethnicity, and other diversities, and so on. But the fundamental role of the established church in Parliament is an issue in relation to which I encounter resentment rarely. That might be natural if the privileges of establishment were limited to providing 2 minutes of prayer in each chamber, but of course they actually extend to the occupation of a not insignificant proportion of seats in the upper house, as well as to allocation of a significant proportion of time to matters relating to church. And yet the debate about establishment is more tepid in Parliament than within the church itself. The fact that as a proportion, fewer citizens of the United Kingdom attend the Church of England than ever before, and that it is now in some senses at least a minority religion, is sometimes advanced as a threat to the right of establishment. But this seems to me to miss the point entirely of the significance of transcendence in the nature of establishment. At a time when, say, 60% of people in the United Kingdom identified with the established churches, 20% identify with another religion, and 20% with none, You might say there was a compelling argument for giving 40% of the time and seats in Parliament allocated to religion, to the other religions, and to committed atheists and humanists. But establishment was never really about the right to parliamentary representation for the majority of worshippers or believers. The bishop's bench is not a kind of religious treasury bench representing the majority religious party. Indeed, the less the Church of England also happens to represent the daily religious affiliations of a majority within the country, the more its residual role as the transcendent established church is thrown into sharp relief, and the clearer it is what it provides to Parliament beyond some kind of spiritual representation of the umquhile majority practicing faith in the country. So in that case, what exactly is it transcending? And the answer is, it provides a religious transcension of the biggest religious problem, division. In a world increasingly fragmented by destructive division of so many different kinds, an institution that represents the societal force of religion in a way which is deliberately and necessarily transcendent of those divisions, provides a unique and invaluable resource for every single resident of the country. If I may say so, the bishops who serve on the bishops' benches appear to have intuitively understood what this aspect of transcendent establishment requires of them. They do not, as a rule, seek to inject into a debate the demands or even advice of Christian practice, nor do they generally purport to moralize or preach from a Christian perspective. It seems to me that they strive to represent the values of the notion of religion as a fundament of the Constitution, by appealing to fundamental concepts such as charity, mercy, and forgiveness that may have a particular foundation and resonance within the church, but have an indisputable moral claim at a level of simple humanity. And by doing so, they cement the claims of those religious values in the heart of Parliament and the Constitution. They represent, and in a more fundamental sense, the wider nature of the Church's establishment in Parliament and the Constitution represents the durability and permanence of religion as an element in human society, which by transcending divisions of all kinds offers an enduring wisdom and a perspective that is of equal value to every person, whether they participate in the rituals of that church or none. And this brings me naturally to what is for me, and I repeat that I speak for myself only, the Jewish faith perspective on establishment. For me, debates about whether the new king should affirm to the defense of the faith or faith in general, and whether roles should be found for non-Anglican clerics in the coronation, completely missed the point of the nature of establishment as a transcendent force. The idea that there should be some kind of proportional representation in religious involvement in the coronation in itself is not a unifying concept, but an approach that reinforces sectarian division and defies the depth of ecumenicalism which is capable of being at the heart of establishment. When I see a bishop officiating at the coronation or any other state occasion, I do not see a representative of the 49% of the population, or whatever proportion it is from time to time, that identify with Anglicanism. I see a neutral representation of a church that accepts the continuing burden of establishment, acknowledges a responsibility to humanity as a whole, whose participation is a message that the fundamentals of religion in an inclusive and non-sectarian way are core values and components of the British Constitution that transcends the buildings, clerics, and rituals of the Church of England. As someone who adheres to a particular religious faith, it is more valuable for me to know that I live in a country that respects and protects the concept of religion as a constitutional principle than it would be to have a token rabbi in the House of Lords. I can understand the urgency of the voices within the Church of England who find this kind of responsibility for transcendence obstructive to their own spiritual aspirations. But I also believe that it's important for me to come to this conference today speaking from two entirely external perspectives to encourage the leaders of the established church to cherish the value that you provide to society as a whole by virtue of that transcendence that is at the heart of the notion of establishment. Sounding the voice of religion without being partisan in a sectarian or denominational sense is a thin and wobbly line to tread. But I see the church treading it, for the most part, successfully in an apparently intuitive and subliminal way. It is to that aspect of your success that I draw attention in my remarks today, and it is that aspect of your importance that I encourage you to embrace and perpetuate. Thank you very much for listening.
Can I just take this chance to thank our speakers so far, Archbishop Mangelos, Shamara, and Daniel, for all you've contributed. And in a moment, I'm going to invite Malcolm to speak as well, a voice from within the Church of England, but who's worked very closely around these areas over time. But I wanted just for a few minutes to give a bit of a worked example of establishment in practice. And this relates to the events of June the 14th, 2017, which Archbishop Mangelos referred to already, where I found myself caught up with an issue of sort of national or even international interest and involvement and tragedy, which was, of course, the fire at Grenfell Tower. I remember that morning very well. It was just after we'd had a clergy gathering in the garden of my bishop's house down in Twickenham. I woke up early in the morning to get a message from a radio station asking if I would give a comment on the fire. Of course, I wondered, well, what fire? And went online and immediately realized that a tower block had caught fire in West London. I had to kind of look exactly where it was, realized it was in one of the parishes for which I was responsible as Bishop of Kensington. And in one of those decisions you kind of take it instinctively without really thinking about it, looked at my diary, spoke to my PA and said, cancel everything for today, and because I have to be there. So got a train and a taxi, got as near as I possibly could, and went up towards Grenfell Tower. I guess in the first little instance of establishment kicking in was a phone call I had on the way up to Grenfell, which was from the Metropolitan Police chaplain, who said, I realise this is happening and you may be involved, and I wanted to put you in touch with the borough commander, police commander, locally. So I got in touch with her immediately, and she said, oh, well, thank goodness you're coming. We have firefighters going in and out of the building, we have emergency service people, and they're having to do some fairly distressing things. It would be a great help to us to have some people around who could talk to them as they do this. So I quickly ran around some of our clergy in the local area, gathered a little team of people. I think we were the only non-emergency service people allowed into the little cordon inside around the base of the tower. And we spent part of the morning talking to firefighters going in and out of the building, which was still smoking, and still the flats at the top of the tower were still catching fire during that time. I spent the other part of the morning in the local parish church, St. Clement's Church, which had opened its doors at 3 o'clock in the morning for residents of the blocks around that had been evacuated because of the tower, people who had escaped from the tower itself, who had just found themselves there, and talking with, sometimes praying with people who had gone through this horrendous experience on the day. I guess the second moment when establishment kicked in on that was in those few days afterwards when the world's media descended upon North Kensington, obviously wanting someone to talk to. The world's media is a greedy animal, and it wants some kind of feeding. And the local bishop, especially when the bishop was called the Bishop of Kensington, and people used to think I was just the Bishop of Kensington. Actually, the Kensington area stretched quite a lot further beyond that. Was a natural candidate for those kind of conversations. So I found myself doing huge amounts of kind of media engagements with media both here in the UK and around the world, just trying to reflect something of the community's response to this event. I guess the third element of what happened, of the establishment kicking in at that point, was when I got a phone call a couple of days later from number 10 Downing Street. You might remember that Theresa May, the Prime Minister, had visited the site, but had only spoken to the emergency services. She'd spoken to the Mayor of London, Sadiq Khan. She'd spoken to the firefighters, the ambulance service, the police, but hadn't spoken to any of the local community. And she got quite a lot of criticism for that at the time. I got a phone call a couple of days later from number 10 saying, would I convene a group of local people to meet with the Prime Minister at Grenfell. And so on the fire happened on a Wednesday. On the Friday afternoon, we convened hastily this slightly random group of people, from a 10-year-old girl to an 80-year-old granny, some volunteers, some community members, one or two people who had escaped from the tower itself, people from many faiths and none, to meet with the Prime Minister. I found myself chairing this little gathering in St. Clement's Church, which is a couple of hundred yards away from Grenfell Tower, convening this meeting, the purpose of which was to enable the Prime Minister to hear the voices of local people, some of which were pretty angry around that time. You may also remember that during that meeting, it got cut short. There was a crowd gathering outside as news got around that the Prime Minister was in the area. There was a very angry crowd gathering, and the security people said, we need to bring this to a close. As we did, she said, well, look, this conversation hasn't finished. Would you come back to number 10 tomorrow to continue this conversation? She left the building. There were people hammering on her door, on her car, as she sort of drove away at that moment. So we went back the day after to finish that conversation. And that conversation between the Prime Minister and the local community was, I guess, the beginning of a long series of conversations where the government engaged with the local community in quite significant ways to try to address some of the issues that Grenfell had raised. One of the other points that struck me about this environment was that very soon after Grenfell itself, if you like, the religious component of that local community came to the surface. North Kensington is a very religious place. There are many religions represented there. You may well know that of the 72 people who died in Grenfell Tower, the majority were Muslims. There were some Christians, many from Eastern Christian traditions, Roman Catholics and others, but the majority were Muslims. And so when the religious expression of the grief of the community was made, it was almost inevitably going to be an interfaith expression. And so we had a number of vigils that took place around that time, because there was a kind of felt need for some expression of grief that was engaging with the transcendent, engaging with God in some way, but it was not assumed to be necessarily Christian. It was assumed to be interfaith in some way. And we had to navigate that quite carefully. But of course, that question raised the question of who convenes these things? Who brings together the religions and the religious leaders to express this connection with God? And there were a number of different answers given. Initially, it was a government department. So we got issued with kind of diktats or commands by a government department that was responsible for faith, that we would be gathered together as the religious leaders, Muslims, Hindus, Jewish leaders, Christian leaders, to hold these interfaith gatherings. If I'm honest, I felt rather uncomfortable about the idea about the government department convening the faiths, as we're corralling us together to make us go through this exercise. And so I began to think about how this works. So that was one answer. One answer in terms of the interfaith space was for the government to do that. Another answer came to the fore when I began to talk to one of the local Muslim survivors from the tower, who had become one of the leading lights in Grenfell United, a group of the survivors who'd come together. He is a very devout Muslim. He was during Ramadan. He was going through the fast at that time. And I said to him, look, at some point it would be important to hold some kind of national service of remembrance or some occasion whereby we remember those people who have died. Do you think this should happen in a year's time, 6 months' time, or whatever? He said, well, no, 6 months it needs to be. And so I said, well, where should we hold this? We could hold it at Queen's Park Rangers football stadium just down the road. We could hold it at the Royal Albert Hall, which is not very far away. Or if you like, we could hold it at St. Paul's Cathedral. And he said without hesitation, it has to be St. Paul's. I said, why? And he said, well, that's where the nation does its remembering. That's where the nation does its celebrating. It's where the nation holds these things. And even though it's a strange place for us to be as a Muslim community, that's the place it has to be. So on the 14th of December 2017, some of you may remember it. It was on the news at that time. It was a live broadcast service from St. Paul's. We held this 6-month service of remembrance of Grenfell Tower. So there was an example, if you like, of the church holding that space. And one of the things we had to recognize during that time was that, again, many of the people who had died were Muslims. Many of the families that represented the bereaved were from Muslim and other faith backgrounds. How could they fit into a Christian service within a Christian cathedral? And we went through ways of trying to work how that could be, and we managed, and there were some quite important questions. And so within canon law, of course, within the Church of England, you cannot have prayers to a God other than the God of Jesus Christ. So we could not hold prayers to Allah. We could not have readings from the Quran. We managed to get a Muslim girls' choir, very obviously a Muslim girls' choir, to sing a song which was not technically a prayer to Allah, but it was a song clearly from within the Muslim tradition and as a way of expressing welcome to those from other faiths as well. Last bit of the story is that roll 5 years on, in the 5th anniversary of the fire, we felt also that it was important to hold some kind of gathering to remember those who had died. And by this stage, things had moved on quite a bit. And I can remember gathering a group of local residents and taking them down to Westminster Abbey because the idea had emerged that St. Paul's had done their bit. At Westminster Abbey were going to host the 5-year anniversary service. And I was asked the question very directly, can we have readings from the Quran? Can we have prayers to Allah? Can this be a properly multi-faith service in Westminster Abbey? And I can remember the Dean of Westminster Abbey saying, well, we can try and do what we can to welcome those of other faiths here, but we cannot have a multi-faith service in that sense because of the canon law we have within the Church of England. And as a result, many of those groups, particularly those who had a strong Muslim presence, decided they could not take part in that service, and so there was a separate service, a separate kind of celebration, commemoration, which was held at the base of the tower that day that was sort of different from the Christian service. And so that highlighted to me some of the tensions that we hold within establishment. And I guess my final reflection on this is that establishment, if you like, was something that occurred to me as an opportunity, not a given. I often think back to that moment on that day of just deciding to go there and present myself in my clerical collar on that day to offer myself within that place. I also remember an encounter with one of our clergymen in my area there was a murder in his local area, and I rang him up and said, they said hit the news, and I said, has this, have you been involved in this? Well, he said, I'm waiting for the call. I'm ready if they want. And it struck me that was probably not the right way to respond. That actually establishment is an opportunity to step into that place, but we have to actively step into it to make use of it. We're no longer in the space where there is an assumption that the Church of England will play that convening role, will play that important role in moments of national life. It has to be embraced, it has to be welcomed, it has to be stepped into. And so it was an experience that raised all kinds of issues about some of the tensions around establishment, about the reality of establishment today, about how establishment operates within the context of a multi-faith community, which obviously is different in some parts of the country than others. And so I offer that as just a reflection on the way establishment works today, and realizing that establishment just changes in the way it operates from time to time. It's not always the same in the way that it plays out its life. So there's just a worked example. We may come back to some of the themes in that in a moment. But as our last speaker, I want to invite Malcolm Brown, Head of Faith and Public Life in the Church of England, to offer some reflections from here as well.
Well, thank you very much indeed. You've probably gathered I'm something of the extra B team brought in at the last minute, but I'm very grateful for the invitation because it gives me an opportunity to try out an idea that's been rattling around my head for some time and which I've not articulated in public before, but which I think is relevant to this question of the Church of England and its role as a purveyor of transcendence. I want to speak really less about what conditions might enable the Church of England to claim legitimacy in the public square than what the public square might need the Church of England to be legitimate for. Now, my standard bedside books include, gosh, this is sad, the 4 volumes of the collected letters, essays, and journalism of George Orwell. Wonderful for dipping into, incidentally, because there's such variety there. And if I can just misquote a line from the great Tom Lehrer, it's a very sobering thought that when George Orwell was my age, he'd been dead 23 years. It's facts like that that make you realize how little you've achieved in your drab, wretched life. But if you read Orwell in the mid to late 30s, the early 40s, one of his recurring themes is the rise of totalitarianisms. Remember, this is someone who fought against Franco in Spain, but was then very nearly caught up and murdered in the Stalinist purges that followed the Spanish Civil War. Someone who had direct experience of totalitarianism. What are the conditions that have given rise to this, at that time, movement that appeared to be dominating world politics and potentially creating an irreversible shift in the way the world worked? And he comes back again and again to the idea that it is the loss of a popular belief in life after death that creates the condition for totalitarian thought to take root. Just think, if there is nothing beyond this life, then the only justice we have is the justice we deliver ourselves. To lose, whether it's an argument or a war, is to be vanquished, not just to lose, but to be vanquished, ultimately to be annihilated. And so winning becomes everything. Power, therefore, becomes the only currency. But Orwell argues life after death is not something we can believe anymore. So how then is totalitarianism to be fought? And he works his way round, if you've read The Lion and the Unicorn and other long essays, to the idea of the English character. The English, as he puts it, with their mild, knobbly faces. If you've not read it, it's a great essay on continuity and change and how culture does change and evolve, and yet continuities persist. And in that exploration of the English character, it of course brings him into an ambiguous but rather affectionate relationship with the Church of England. He was married according to the rites of the Church of England, which he clearly knew quite well from letters he wrote on the day. He asked in his will to be buried according to the rites of the Church of England. He was an atheist, and yet if you read his not very good novel called A Clergyman's Daughter, it is so recognizable. Now, after Orwell's death, of course, there was first of all an attempt to turn him into a kind of secular saint, largely led by Christopher Hollis, which didn't really work. And more recently, in a book on Orwell and religion, I'm sure the author is a Roman Catholic because of the way he takes Orwell's undoubted hostility to Roman Catholicism and turns it into an antipathy to all religion, which I just think is wrong. There's a clear affection there without the belief, which just almost in parenthesis is something about transcendence, not in the sense of a transcendent God, but an institution that can transcend even the conditions for being part of it. A modern equivalent might be someone like Simon Jenkins, an avowed atheist who nonetheless has a strong affection for the Church of England because of what it contributes to a good society. Although he's not here talking, in this day and age, of course, about the necessity of Christian belief in the resistance to the totalitarians, whether of the kind you read about in Solzhenitsyn or the totalitarianisms that brought us Auschwitz. The alternative, he puts it in 1984, the vision of the future is a boot crashing down on a human face forever. And so you could actually translate that quite easily and quickly into the image of a human being nailed to a cross and mocked. If there is no life after death, then Calvary is the end of history. And all that follows is some of the worst stories of our human existence. Now, this is not surely a uniquely Christian, let alone Anglican, concept. Is it possible that there could be alliances between those faiths that do believe that this life is not the end of all things, not just for the sake of ecumenical and interfaith dialogue, but because actually the future of the world depends upon making that believable again? Do we believe in life after death? This sounds awfully revivalist. But do we? I'm at the age when I go to more funerals than weddings, and we say or hear the words, in sure and certain hope of the resurrection to eternal life. I don't hear the homily that follows reinforcing those words. So maybe there's some recovery to do here in our own understanding of our fundamental doctrines, not just for their own sake, but because they might be quite important for the world that doesn't believe them. Can we get to a point, I wonder, where we can make common cause with other faiths that have a similar concept of transcendence, where not just, as I say, for the sake of good dialogue, but because if we can make those ideas believable again in some popular sense, to the extent where they change the way people approach their lives, that might be the political intervention that matters, rather than to throw out a riposte to my old friend and sparring partner Jonathan, much better than an election manifesto from the bishops. It's also something that is important about the Church of England in this, and that's because I think since the Elizabethan settlement, and I hesitate to say this in front of real historians, but we have been a kind of coalition. And when I have expounded my thoughts on this to a real church historian, he went, other versions of history are available. But I think it's sort of true. We are a church that's founded, and this is our next session, of course, on place, not doctrine. We're not Presbyterian, which is a doctrinal definition. We're not Lutheran, which is a founder definition. We're founded on place, taking us back to Orwell's grasp of the English character, which he sees rooted very much in landscape and the built environment. But the Church of England is particularly important, I think, as a coalition in an age when coalitions of all kinds are falling to pieces. And again, not wishing to trespass on Dominic Greaves' territory, but was not the greatness of the Tory party its ability to hold a coalition of different views in some sort of creative tension, and is not its current plight partly because that coalition was never held together with enough faith? And goodness knows what the 4th of July will bring, but I suspect that Keir Starmer will find quite soon after that the Labour coalition is also quite fractured and fractious. And look at other jurisdictions. And because we've held a coalition together for so long, coalition between tribes, parties, whatever you want to call them, the evangelicals, the Catholics, the liberals. The way we resolve our current tensions and problems matters, not just for ourselves, but for the world, as a model of how a coalition might hold together in hard times. That's why all the wretched stuff on sexuality that Mark alluded to matters, not because it's really about sex, that's a presenting problem. It's the fracturing of the Anglican coalition that matters. I sometimes wonder if the bitterness of many religious arguments is because we don't actually believe in life after death, that God's will be revealed to us later rather than held by us now. It's that sense that there is something beyond in which we cease to see through the glass darkly and then see face to face that I think allows us, if we are true to our faith, to take that Oliver Cromwell moment, one of the few good things he said to the Church of Scotland, I beseech you in the bowels of Christ, consider you might be wrong. And to say it to ourselves reflexively, not just to other people. So on bad days in my job, I think it's so bitter because we don't believe. On good days, I sometimes think maybe it's because we believe that it matters so much. And so I oscillate, but on the whole, more bad days than good. I don't think you can deny that even though we may not be on the brink of the kind of totalitarianisms that Orwell was exploring in his essays, even if we're not quite there yet, some of the preconditions have really never gone away and exist even more strongly today, globally, and indeed quite close to home. This question could be urgent. If you read Orwell's essay on the English character, which he saw as the main bulwark against totalitarian thinking, you have to ask how much has changed and how much is the same. Is it still robust enough to do the job without that religious backing that he believed to be incredible of believing in God's justice later, not in our life? It may be, therefore, that the world needs the Church of England and other faiths and other denominations to be authentic and legitimate in the public square, primarily to preach the Easter message. And I think that there are wider coalitions of those who do not believe that this life is all we have, that we could enlist in that dialogue. So, yes, less about, for me now, why the Church of England should want to be legitimate, more about why the world can't do without church's legitimacy in the public sphere. Thank you.
Thank you, Malcolm, very much indeed. We have about 20 minutes for some discussion and questions around this area that we've been thinking of this afternoon. So if you've got a question, please put your hand in the air. There's one at the back here. Sam at the back. Do we have a microphone? Okay, yeah, one there and then one further back as well afterwards. Again, if you can say who you are and then address your question. Thank you. So there's a question there around prime ministers and their own particular points of view and religious adherence. Let's take a couple of other questions as we go along as well, and then we can look at that one as well. There's one right at the back there. Okay. Thank you very much. Really helpful. There's one just over here as well. Thank you. Just take those three and then we'll try and respond to those.
Responsibility as creating the conditions for mutual flourishing of other faith communities. It kind of has to almost empty itself of its own particular sharp-edged prophetic voice, perhaps, as Daniel was saying, that its own spiritual aspirations for the sake of the conditions of mutual flourishing of other outside voices. And then equally, the final talk was about how actually injecting transcendence in a secular, naturalistic context is also an important aspect of the church. Do you think that there are perhaps these countervailing interests of establishment as a means by which there's a kind of injection of a sharp-edged transcendence, and establishment as a sort of kenosis, I suppose, of emptying itself out of its own content, so to let other aspects of religious thought flourish in the landscape, as it were? If that makes sense, kind of a complex question.
Thank you. So we have three broad areas where I guess the first one is around the particular religious allegiance of a prime minister. Does that make any difference to political life, to the place of the church within wider society? Does it matter that the next prime minister may be an atheist or not? Any observations on that?
Speak into that. Can you hear me? Yes. I'm just going to have a go at that one, because a prime minister is also a person under authority, and part of the authority they're under is that of the monarch and of the constitution, and so I don't see that the personal beliefs of the prime minister make a lot of difference at all. I'd be very interested to ask the present Prime Minister how he felt reading a gospel at the Coronation, whether that was something that he had to screw himself up to do, or something that felt like a natural part of the office, or something that just felt natural. But I can't see that our obsession with personality seems to me to go too far. We have to look at the office. What are the requirements of the office? What are the authorities the office operates within and under? And I think that is sufficient to enable our constitution and the place of the Church of England within it to continue to flourish.
Thanks very much. I thought the second question answered the first one very neatly, if I may say so. The first question said, should we be ashamed it's not a member of the faith? You're getting it all wrong again. This is not a competition. This is not a numbers game. This is not the church trying to be, I think it was put by one of the speakers here, I think it may have been you, sorry, but I was sure, is 1 rather than 99. Was that, it does, I beg your pardon, it was the Archbishop, I beg his pardon. This is not about how many voices, it's about being confident that your voice is important and needs to be part of the conversation. And that's why I think the second question is absolutely right. As soon as we descend into tribalism, whether that's tribalism within the church, tribalism between churches, or tribalism between other religious organizations or other organizations at all, then we've all lost the collective plot.
I find something quite disturbing about this election campaign, in that it seems to become presidential rather than parliamentary. And so, realistically, we don't know who the next Prime Minister is going to be. We are voting in local members of Parliament who will form a government, a majority party, that will elect a leader who will become Prime Minister. So we're not voting in either of the gentlemen who are now floating themselves as next Prime Minister. And so I think, both my friends are very right. There's a system that governs, and it's not about personalities. It's about thought, process, structure, and what we stand for. And we sit back sometimes thinking, woe is us. In actual fact, we are voting these people in. So, the church should never talk about who to vote for, but tell people to use their constitutional and democratic responsibility to vote according to their consciences and for what they want. And I think that's very important.
Yes, I think in response to the first question, we see the effects of populism and a celebrity-driven culture within politics, where it's all about the ego, the personality, and arguably, former prime ministers have professed to be Christian, and we didn't see better behavior. So I don't think being a Christian or religious, having that affiliation or profession, necessarily influences moral standards in public life. I think we also need to remember the Magna Carta, that emphasizes a rule of law, that nobody, including the king, everybody is subject to the law. And I think it's something that we need to remember in our politics today.
If I could pick up the third question, and this may be one initially for you, Shamara, and others as well. I think the question was trying to get at is a potential tension between the Church of England's role as preaching the gospel, promoting the Christian faith, urging people to come to Christ as a very kind of evangelistic body, but also its role as convening this space for transcendence where other faiths and other are also kind of involved in the conversation too. Is there a tension between those two elements? And is that an unbearable tension, or is it one that can be held together? Because that's one of the issues, I think, at the heart of this. I think, Shamara, you were talking about the prophetic voice of the church, and I guess what part of the question was can the Church of England have that prophetic, kind of more specifically Christian voice at the same time as holding this convening space? Is there a tension between the two? We'd love to get the panel's views on that one.
Sometimes stand in personal tension with even my Pentecostal tradition, because we would say that prophetically you do need to hold the line, that you do need to, yes, have a generous orthodoxy and hold space for others, but ultimately you're here to advance solely the kingdom of God. So you can have friends, but you aren't meant to compromise. The other part of me recognizes that God came for the whole world, and that kenosis, that self-emptying to create spaces available to everybody is also part of our call. So I do think there is a tension, particularly within my own tradition, and I think some of the leaders would want to talk to me after this. But the prophetic tradition that speaks truth to power, even if it makes you unpopular, with the call to be compassionate, to have a kenosis, a self-emptying, to be welcoming to all, is something I think we have a tension with in public life.
I completely agree, and I think, in a few weeks we're having a dialogue between Pentecostals and Orthodox, because our position would be exactly the same. But for me, I think it comes to a point of trying to differentiate and doing one, sorry, I'm doing a lot of scripture today, which is occupational hazard, but doing one without leaving the other undone. And I think that's important, where we need, I think, to hold fast to what we believe and be faithful and not compromise, but at the same time be gracious and compromise where we can. And recognize that our Lord said, he who is not against us is with us. So what are the things we have to fundamentally stand identically on? And what are the things we can actually embrace and encompass and stand with a wider vision to do a greater good, because separated we are weaker.
I'd love to get Daniel's perspective. Do you see this as a tension in the Church of England's role, its role as a kind of Christian church seeking to advance the Christian gospel, yet at the same time convening a wider space?
I don't know, because I haven't thought enough about it, but one thing that, Shamara, you said, I think I would like to think about some more and might end up in my knowing, and that is the difference between function and belief that underlies the function. You were talking about the prophetic job, the prophetic task, and somebody has to be a prophet in each state, in each body, because otherwise it doesn't learn wisdom. You don't learn wisdom from yourself. You get it from a voice that's prepared to speak from outside. So maybe there's a tension between the function that you have to perform and individual faith that may sometimes, there may be some element of tension with that, and I think that goes to the heart of what you were talking about today. The transcendence comes with a responsibility that doesn't always reflect everything you'd like to do as faith believers. So I don't know is the answer.
Thank you. Yeah. Okay, we have time for just a couple more questions. We probably ought to get on to...
I'm just going to respond to that one, if I may, very quickly, Graham. And to say I'm always a little wary of the word prophetic, that it can often mean my justice now, without even a please. It's an aspect of what I was saying earlier, and I say if we have a role of speaking truth to power, it must be speaking truth to power with love, recognizing that the dilemmas that people with power face are very often between shades of grey and not absolutes.
Okay, so if we can get some hands for some other questions, that would be great, thank you. George at the front here.
I wanted to follow up on the tension you were referring to a moment ago about different faiths putting across some of the discussions we've had today, that transcendence presupposes, it seems in some ways, a moving beyond where we are now, a moving beyond a certain kind of consensus, a finding our destination already present in some way, a finding a fullness present now. If we think about what we've been talking about, we've been wrestling with this tension of to what extent is the legitimacy of the Church of England, speaking about the Church of England, is it only recognized or possible if there's a kind of conformity with, for example, popular opinion expressed in Parliament? The idea of transcendence seems to suppose that we're looking for something that's not simply in conformity with where the culture is, because what people are finding in the transcendent, as you've described it, is something other, precisely something quite distinct, something that gives a fullness and a depth. So how do we live in that tension? I'd be interested also in the ideas of looking from outside the Church of England, where this thing that you're describing now is in tension with perhaps a certain aspect of public legitimacy, because we encounter transcendence partly when we're articulating something quite different from where the society already is. We're offering something quite distinct, not a department of the religious department of multiculturalism, but something quite distinct. Doesn't that then, that very experience of transcendence, doesn't that put us in tension with the kind of consensus which would give us public legitimacy looked at from another perspective?
Yeah, thank you, George, very much. Do we just get one or two other comments as well? There's one back here. Okay, just back. Is that all right? Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you. So just a remark on the point that was raised about life after death and the importance of belief in it. And it's interesting that insofar as social surveys can be believed, this is one of the few elements of kind of mainstream religious belief that has not declined over the last several decades and actually appears to be stronger among youngest generations compared to older ones. So I wonder, is that a positive sign, or is this presence of belief in life after death, at least expressed presence, just too unsystematic or non-salient to make a difference to our public life?
Thank you. And then one more. I think John just down here. That's right. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Slightly piggybacking off Father George here, I was really interested, Archbishop, that at the beginning you connected transcendence to the ministry of the Church in terms of social justice and responding to various kinds of poverty. And I wondered whether you might comment on the Church of England and the Church's collective response to the possible problem of spiritual poverty, and whether one way of justifying the Church's public role is to make the case to the public that we're providing a service, and that it might be a response to something like spiritual poverty.
Thank you. Well, we have just a couple of minutes before we're due to finish, and I don't know if there are any members of the panel who want to pick up on any of those 3 points from here.
Last one?
Just that last one?
Just the last one, which is very direct. I think we can say and justify as much as we want. If people don't see our actions, we become irrelevant. I think the world is becoming much more consumerist. It really wants to see outcomes. It wants to see actions. It wants to see manifestation of the principles we have. And I think we see it. I mean, it was seen during the pandemic. It was seen during disasters and catastrophes and hardship. And I mean, Bishop Graham didn't need to tell people about the importance of the church when he was doing what he was doing. We didn't have to tell people the importance of the church when we took part in Love Christmas and Love Your Neighbor during the pandemic. And I think that becomes the reality of our witness.
To your point about the spiritual poverty, I'm working with some friends and colleagues in the Oxford Research Centre, and they are looking at millennials and Gen Z engagement, and there is actually a real openness to the transcendence right now. Many of them are engaged in New Age spirituality, vibration, sage, all the rest of it. So I think the church should not be embarrassed by its transcendent traditions. There's actually a hunger in society right now for what is not in the world. So let's not be embarrassed by that. Let's share our spiritual practice. There's a hunger right now.
Well, thank you very much indeed. I think we have got to 3:15. We have a very short break, so we should use that break as we can. I think the phrase that I will take away, I think, from this gathering is a phrase I think that Daniel, you used, the burden of establishment, which has got me thinking that establishment is not a privilege. It's not a thing that that puts us top of the tree. But if while we have it, and there's a genuine, valid debate as to whether it's the right thing going forward, while we have it, is a burden we bear on behalf of others, and I think that's something worth thinking and pondering about as we go forward. Can I ask you again to express our thanks to the panel today for their...
Could you tell people there are bottles of water available outside and maybe some tea and coffee as well?
Finishing about 5:15. You're all warmly welcomed, if you wish, to join us for sung evening prayer, evensong here between 5:30 and about 5:55, so 25, 30 minutes. It's the eve of St. Barnabas Day, so we'll be celebrating and praying with one of the apostles who is particularly good at both witnessing within a fairly frightened early church and witnessing to the world. So that's evensong at 5:30. Welcome to stay and join us. And you have three things on your seat when you arrive today. One is a card, a culture enlightened by the truth, hope, and beauty of Jesus, seen and unseen. So a bit of information about the Center of Cultural Witness. Please take that with you. One about a conference to be organized here at Pusey House next summer on theological anthropology, the nature of the human person, how we're made, how we're redeemed, and how that might speak into contemporary debates, restoring the image with a list of speakers. And then also another bit of information about Pusey House, about things happening in the autumn, faith and public life kind of themes, a day on or a half day on choosing life, the challenge of assisted suicide, and a conference on Dr. Pusey. All that information, just take that with you. And I now hand back to Josh. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Father George, again, and welcome back to our final full session on place. As I mentioned earlier, I'm a curate in the Church of England, non-stipendiary minister, or self-supporting minister, as we're called these days, out in East Oxford, and I love Cowley. I love the place where we live, and that, I think, is the experience of many Anglicans, that they have a deep, enduring attachment to the place where they are. And that's been around the conversations that we've had throughout the day. Bishop Eleanor was pointing us to this theme earlier when she was talking about people and place and that sense of covenantal attachment. And of course, it's been in the other two sessions as well. And as we come to this final session, delighted to have three speakers who will be addressing this theme of place, its significance in this wider set of questions around the legitimacy of the public role and place of the Church of England. To begin with, we'll be hearing from Right Reverend Dr. Andrew Rumsey, who's Suffragan Bishop of Ramsbury in the Diocese of Salisbury. And he'll be followed by Dr. Maria Power, Senior Research Fellow at the Las Casas Institute for Social Justice at Blackfriars Hall here in Oxford. And finally, from the Right Reverend James Newcombe, who's retired Bishop of Carlisle and former member of the House of Bishops in the House of Lords. And there'll be some time for conversation and Q&A as we get towards the close of this session. Straight away at the end of this conversation, we'll move into the concluding remarks, and we have a couple of contributors there who will help to round out our conversations, and we'll introduce them as we get to that point. But can I just begin by inviting us to welcome Right Reverend Dr. Andrew Rumsey.
Thank you, Josh. Good afternoon, everybody. Good to be with you. We have many more things to say to you. Can you bear it? What a fascinating day. It's been so sparky and interesting and thought-provoking. Paying tribute to the legendary East End priest, Kenneth Leach, Simon Jenkins, who's been mentioned already this afternoon, once wrote in the Evening Standard how Anglican priests appear to be wedded to sheer geography. The doctors and the lawyers and the teachers, he wrote, commute here from more salubrious parts, but the priests stay. They seem wedded to sheer geography. This was written about a generation ago, and it made a profound impact upon me when I read it, particularly as I was beginning to question why, given that we were preparing, as I was at the time, for an explicitly local ministry, we received a certain amount of ecclesiastical history in preparation, formation for ordination, but little or no ecclesiastical geography, and how the consideration of geographical matters really was neglected, it seemed to me. And I thereafter made it my particular passion and study to home in on what is the theology of place underlying the nature of the Church of England. I felt that this attachment to locality at the human scale, to neighbourhood, was the logic not only of the English Church but also of Christology. Both began there. And so in my book, Parish and Anglican Theology of Place, I began to explore the idea that a nation, or a world for that matter, is what you end up with, not begin with. This appeared to be the priority not only of physics and of organic growth, but also of Christian theology, as I say. In Jesus Christ, it is believed, God takes place. That means that Christians tend to answer universal questions in a very particular way, starting at Nazareth or Eden and working outwards, inferring cosmic truths from local ones. The culture of the kingdom, Jesus taught, springs and grows from something small, yeast or a seed, with potential for unlimited increase. Now, the Church of England operates at multiple scales of locality, but it was the parochial that seemed to me the most theologically rich and socially consequential for the vast majority of the population over an astoundingly long period. And the more I delved into this idea of history, its background in our society and thought and social imaginary, it appeared to be a fractal of England itself. And the balance between those two, I think, is held within the Church's established status. This tenacious attachment to territory can be puzzling. It is certainly a privilege. It is fundamental to the establishment, as I say. Clergy, Anglicans don't often make it explicit, but a curious mix of soul, soil, and society underlies much of what we are about. The Church of England retains a peculiar and inherited responsibility for neighbourhood that, for various political and historical reasons, doesn't pertain for any other denominational faith group in quite the same way. This is, of course, both a weakness and a strength, an offence to some, a blessing to others. And I want to offer a few reflections on how that came to be, as I understand it, before considering whether it should continue in the same form or another. The idea of what Bagehot in the English Constitution calls local holiness, fascinating phrase he uses to describe, when he's talking about the monarchy actually, as the monarch as the defender of the faith, he uses this phrase local holiness. That at the heart of the Constitution can trace its roots back to the mystical geography that shaped the formation of national culture when, as Adrian Hastings put it, in the construction of nationhood, England was imagined through intensely biblical glasses. King Alfred and the Venerable Bede dreamed up Albion's story from a theological bed, however nightmarish that might now seem to some. The English Church didn't obtain or retain its local attachment by accident, but because of what it offered the nation at successive points in its emergent self-understanding, whether as the Anglo-Saxon kingdoms coalesced into Engleland, as it was first called, or at the Reformation, or in the 1940s at the formation of the welfare state. Three things I want to suggest in particular. It offered a meaningful national story, political usefulness, and a highly resilient kind of local cohesion. through the formation of the parish system. And an evolving sense of establishment might usefully consider how each of those three pertain now, what they might mean now. Anglicanism's inherited sense of local responsibility, still enshrined in the cure of souls of every parish priest, was both empowered and compromised by association with secular and landed power. Think God is Love emblazoned over Oliver Twist's workhouse, or the siding of the clergy with the landed classes as they invariably did at the enclosures of common land. Nevertheless, the vision of each parish, as in the poet Robert Southey's words, a little commonwealth, has proved staggeringly adaptive and resilient, even surviving. This is interesting to me, what was described as by one as the local disestablishment of the Church of England at the Local Government Act of 1894. That was the pivotal piece of legislation where the civil parish and the ecclesiastical parish parted company. In the safe in the vestry of my former parish church in St Mary Oxford in the parish hills, in the Surrey Hills, is a leather-bound minute book of annual parochial church meetings. And up until the 1890s, it deals with all kinds of things like the drainage in local fields and the appointment of local constables. And thereafter, the business becomes much more obviously churchy, so to speak. This measure, in some respects, ended nearly 500 years of the Church of England's responsibility for local government that continued on in various ways pretty much into living memory. My late mother can remember the last workhouses closing in the early 1930s. And whilst the 1894 Act effectively secularized responsibility for local welfare, it also democratized the church's contribution and acknowledged the huge 19th century expansion of social service from nonconformist congregations, which made the old Anglican hegemony unworkable, especially in the new cities. Nevertheless, the retention of church-state links into the 20th century gave political heft to a deeply Christian conception of social order, which via Archbishop William Temple and others contributed directly, as we know, to the formation of the welfare state. The intriguing thing, of course, is that whilst our congregational membership has long been shrinking like a balloon, this slow puncture has not, by contrast, shrunk the Church of England's own view of its social reach and responsibility. National allegiance to the Church may be in heavy and long-term decline, but the Church's allegiance to the nation remains as lofty as ever. Explains perhaps why 51% of children in my diocese attend an Anglican primary school when only 1.7% attend its public worship. But does this deep and privileged connection with place hold back the wider Christian community or indeed wider society now? Is its inherited responsibility for the soul of place, this place, anything more than a nostalgic fantasy in multi-belief Britain? My answer would be no, so long as it continues to evolve. And like the parish system, of course, the only reason we have it all these centuries later is that it has been remarkably adaptive and flexible, and it has grown and changed as our communities, as our nation has changed. It is an evolving tradition. It has not just been one thing at each point in our history. At its best, I suggest, it is good for both faith and society, being a bulwark against increasing religious sectarianism and a sign that the nation, the state, or society is no mere pragmatic or political or existential contract, but it's also a sacred and a transcendent thing, with a meaningful narrative leading us to a better place. I suggest that it continues to perform this function both locally and nationally at key points in our story at both scales. But just to conclude, I think there are three other ways in which Anglican local attachment can make a distinctively Christian contribution to the life of the nation, which will become increasingly vital in the years ahead. Firstly, and I'm particularly homing in on the idea of the parish as an evolving form, model of community. So firstly, as a model for inclusive community. Our society urgently needs ways of living locally that can be resilient without being defensive, little without being narrow, bounded enough to give identity and belonging, but also open, diverse, mutable. These two aren't mutually exclusive. And the clue is found, I think, in the origins of the word parish in Greco-Roman civil society. The word paroikia, as you may know, described the community of people either living physically beside the city boundaries, literally those beyond the household, or as non-citizens within the walls, those who lived nearby but didn't quite belong. It's ironic that parochial came to epitomize petty self-containment when its original meaning indicates the opposite and is far closer to our contemporary definitions of stranger and refugee. In fact, that's how it's translated where it appears in the New Testament. The parish is, I suggest, the original community for non-belongers, and it would be radical indeed to consider how this model could grow a new political consensus at the local level, something I trust will be explored in numerous church halls across the country in hustings over the coming weeks. Secondly, and linked to this, by offering a genuine mixed ecology, by which I don't just mean a shorthand for traditional and modern forms of church congregation, but the interconnection of all living things. The environmental crisis demands of us resilient ways of local life that can return the connection between people and place, soul, soil, and society. The rejuvenation of parish as an environmental concept in the last 30 years by environmental writers like Richard Mabey counteracts the dislocating tendencies of global capital. It urges instead the slow growth of neighborhood and more localized models of commerce, food production, and energy. The word culture itself, as you will know, grows from two roots, the plowshare and sacred worship, cultus and culta, are there both held in that word culture, and the local church is well positioned in its different forms to explore their reunion in our time. Thirdly, and finally, in the gift of Anglican local attachment to the nation is the recovery of a local heaven. Malcolm mentioned a bit about this earlier on. No society can last long without a vision of the future, and Christian eschatology has been a far more influential feature of our history than we usually admit, not least in the construction of industrial cities in the 19th century. Christian tradition is rightly in two minds about belonging, wary of belonging too much when our true home is in heaven, but praying daily for that kingdom to come on earth as in heaven. This tension is an enormous strength, for it insists on the church being a kind of a rehearsal space for a better place. This is the necessary antidote for our possession of the land, which is the right corrective for a national church which has been far too landed at different points in its past, far too possessive of its territory. You may know of the American social anthropologist called Irving Goffman. Goffman wrote a series of popular studies in the 1970s that consider how community can be reformed at what he calls times of crisis and festival. Seen, for example, in the remarkable outbreak of cordial conversation with strangers that often accompanies extreme weather in England. We also saw it in the pandemic. Different place, different rules. Reading Goffman, it struck me that Anglican ecclesiology at the local level retains this kind of permission within community to act as if these conditions of crisis and festival always pertain, as in one sense they do pastorally. Parish priests are hailed and approached by complete strangers. They're almost expected to act in an extraordinary way, as if they had one foot in another place entirely. This is not exclusive to the Church of England, of course. All denominations do this in different ways. And through effective citizen participation and interfaith action, churches are modelling this vision for neighbourhood that lies at the heart of the established church. Would that pursuit of the common good be better served by disestablishment? My fear is that taking that step would further erode and effectively exile to the private sphere the public legitimacy of the Christian narrative that remains, however vulnerably, at the centre of government. And this legacy still provides a wonderful opportunity and mandate for all local churches to act, as it were, as if it was always snowing, as if we were neighbours and could act and speak, relate to one another differently, to rehearse the script of the place to come as if we were already there. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Thank you, Josh, for inviting me here, and thank you to Graham as well. I'm here as something of an interloper. I'm a Roman Catholic, although when I speak, I won't be using the term Roman Catholic, because where I'm from, it's actually a sectarian slur. Or the other one is a whispered, "Are you RC?" And I've never been able to become used to its non-sectarian usage. I'm also Irish, so I'm from a place where it is believed that we have an established church, although we don't. And I spend most of my time working with evangelicals and dissenters, most of whom were perplexed as to why this conversation was taking place at all. But when I explained it to them, they were all firmly in favour of disestablishment, but I would expect that anyway. So instead of speaking directly into this debate, I'm going to give you a perspective from Catholic social teaching, which emphasises the building of communities and relationships, because if Anglicans have an abiding and deep love of place, we Catholics have an abiding and deep love of community, or communities, because we are not just one member of one community, we are a member of multiple communities and contribute to those in different ways. This building of communities and relationships is absolutely fundamental to preaching the risen Christ and to realising the gifts that are given to us in the gospel. And because I'm a historian, I'll be looking at it in historical perspective, talking about how the Second Vatican Council, which sadly we're still struggling to implement, shunned any formal relationship with the state, and which, for example, fortunately in my mind, led in the Republic of Ireland to the special relationship with the Catholic Church being changed under the Fifth Amendment of the Constitution in 1973. So prior to the Second Vatican Council, which took place in the early 1960s, you could really describe the Catholic Church as a fortress church. Once you were in, you weren't allowed out, and that was it. The church was a very defensive place. and it was very intense. It was an institution that sought to protect and consolidate its own power, and we saw that happening in the United Kingdom through its attitude towards education. And its relationship with states was, as I would describe it, quite triumphalist. There was an expectation there that it would be listened to. But from the 1960s onwards, the Catholic Church sought to influence society through the adoption of what Eric Hansen has termed a cultural pastoral approach. Globally, it developed a more ethical stance on evangelization that it had previously employed. Failings, and that's a light way of putting some of the things that happened, such as forced conversions, residential schools, the abuse crisis, were acknowledged and are still being uncovered and apologized for. Dignitatis Humanae, which is one of the main documents of the Second Vatican Council, puts it thus: in the life of the people of God in its pilgrimage, through the vicissitudes of human history, there have at times appeared patterns of behavior which was not in keeping with the spirit of the gospel and were even opposed to it. The Second Vatican Council then brought the Catholic Church into partnership with the world and placed it firmly within the realms of civil society, which is where my instinct would be to put a church in the public square, and I firmly believe that the church does have a place in the public square. It changed the structural location of the church in terms of state and society. And it freed itself from the shackles of authoritarianism, although that's starting to creep back in now, that's another conference, and placed itself at the service of society. Consequently, it provided firmer ground upon which to speak to the needs of society, particularly within local contexts. The church's main mission was not now forced conversion, or in some ways colonization, but rather was to proclaim the gospel in accordance with the teachings of Christ, and it communicated by example rather than force. The only force at their disposal was the persuasion of authentic witness. The rights and beliefs of other religions were to be acknowledged and respected. The church provided a vision of the world, and I think that that's one of the major things that faiths can bring to the public square, is imagination of what the world could look like if we only took the teachings of our faiths into account. And it actually placed the onus upon the local church or local communities to decide what should be done. So this resulted in Latin America, for instance, in liberation theology. In Northern Ireland, it resulted in the flourishing of ecumenical contact as a counterpoint to the conflict there. And in the UK, as we're coming up to a general election, it led to the 1996 document, The Common Good and the Catholic Church's Social Teaching. So the church is transnational. People think it's a monolith, but it is also national and with deep roots in particular cultures and histories. This accounts for different experiences of Catholics in Poland, Rwanda, Brazil, and the US, for example. The experience of an Irish Catholic, the experience and praxis actually of an Irish Catholic, is very different to the experience and praxis of a French or Spanish Catholic. And that is something that always needs to be taken into account. The church professes one Lord, one faith, one baptism. A legitimate diversity is found, and this permits issues and strategies to be different and to be totally contextual when the church turns to its engagement with society. Local, national, and regional expressions of faith give rise to a variety of goals and methods for church engagement with society. Now, one of the things that the Catholic Church likes to proclaim about itself, and it has been particularly good at this since 2013 and Francis's papacy, is that it reimagined itself as the voice of the voiceless. And we see this in particular with liberationist approaches. And one of the things that local churches and one that communities are expected to do is to create conditions through which the marginalised are able to advocate for themselves. This is achieved by the translation of the Catholic social teaching tenets of solidarity and subsidiarity into practical action primarily undertaken by the laity. And this again is one of the big things in Catholic social teaching, is that this voice in the public square isn't supposed to come from bishops or priests. It's meant to come from the laity, with the bishops and priests providing the spiritual nourishment required for them to discern exactly what they're supposed to speak into. So the concept of solidarity compels people to take into account the effect of their actions on others, asking them to strive to promote the common good while standing and working with the marginalised, rather than myopically focusing upon their own faith journey or their own desires and needs. Through acting in such a manner, individuals thus come to see themselves as part of a community and organise its power structures accordingly. So, for example, in my parish, which I am very attached to, we organise through cell groups. But in other we organise through cell groups to do things like social action, but also prayer and building community, because it's a very big parish. Whereas in other communities I've seen, social action is expressed more through charities such as the St. Vincent de Paul and allegiance to things like CAFOD. The human rights fundamental to building the kingdom, because after all, isn't that what we're all here for, are to be found in solidarity with the other person. As full person, which is the ultimate aim of life, can only be found through self-donation to others. Such an aim can only be accomplished through, in Catholic thought, participation in community. A person can never flourish alone. Person, community, and society are in relationship with one another. None of this can be achieved without that trinity working together. As Patcham Terrace teaches in 1963, persons can live in dignity only when they live in a community of freedom. That is, in a community in which both personal initiative and social solidarity are valued and embodied. Religious freedom is central to this and provides the Church with a mandate to engage in public life. This is because it comes within the meaning of religious freedom that religious communities should not be prohibited from freely undertaking to show the special value of their doctrine in what concerns the organisation of society, and also the whole inspiration of the whole of human activity. In such engagements within society, the social, the political, and the economic all combine to underline the dignity of the human person in order to address what a particular context needs. Nothing should be ignored. Subsidiarity affirms the idea that each person has the right to shape their own destiny, rather than it being solely subject to external forces. When at all possible, therefore, power and decision-making processes should be exercised at the lowest possible level. For example, when dealing with issues of marginalisation, those who are marginalised should not be the objects of research and planning. Their dignity as persons must be respected, and their sense of their own problems and their solutions must be deployed where they're sensible. Taken together, these concepts act as a check upon one another by ensuring that power is distributed fairly throughout society, which, after all, is one of the key messages that Jesus brought us. The Church, then, through communities, focuses on the promotion of the dignity and flourishing of the human person. Transforming society from within, using the prototype provided by Jesus' ministry through its dialectical presence in the world. As Gaudium et Spes, another major document in the Second Vatican Council, taught, this council can provide no more eloquent proof of its solidarity with the entire human family with which it is bound up, as well as its respect and love for that family, than by engaging with it in the conversation about its various problems. So in short, Vatican II freed the church to preach the gospel. The church should be at the service of the world. And one of the things that the church seeks to do is strike a balance between transcendence, which we've just been talking about, and the needs of the political order. This is done through a sense of tradition, and in Catholicism and Christianity as a whole, this comes from the gospel. As Congar argues, the church is the direct preparation for the kingdom, having within itself the strength of the Holy Spirit, and it cannot but strive to transform the world to the utmost. Of necessary, it seeks as much as possible to reduce evil in the world, to rebuild it in good order, to make operative the healing, uplifting, and transforming force of the gifts of grace. So there we have one of the eminent theologians of the 20th century telling us that we need to be at the service of the world and that the evils of the world have to be confronted. It is hoped that through communities, through being members of multiple communities, Catholics can reach out as pastoral guides and aim to help society make choices that are informed by the common good. So to conclude, having rediscovered a degree of confidence in human nature during the 20th century, the Catholic Church now taught that it was an active community of the people of God with a mission in the world as well as a realm beyond it. The need to protect human dignity lies at the heart of the Church's mission. And since the person is both sacred and social, a common life must be established that preserves and promotes well-being. The Church's aim is to perfect and free the individual through the teachings of the gospel, and in doing so works towards a more ideal society in which peace, in the fullest sense of the term, that is, a positive peace where structural violence is no longer prevalent, is the norm. Each person's life, dignity, and destiny is bound up with the good of the community. As Kenneth Himes, a Franciscan theologian, argues, life in various community enlarges and perfects the individual. To develop as a person, participation in the community is necessary, for communal life provides the opportunity to give oneself away to another, and by doing so, the person becomes more fully realized. Giving of oneself in relationships of mutuality permits both parties to grow towards their full humanity. Participation in the dynamic of giving and receiving within the community leads both to the person's well-being and to the good of others. Such communities, though, can only be genuine where the dignity of the human person is recognized and secured, and where the conditions allow everyone to flourish. However, the good of the person can only be attained when, according to Hollenbach, a Jesuit theologian, argued they are able to participate in a rich diversity of communal relationships, ranging from those as small as family to those as large as the national and global. Thank you.
You've done an awful lot of listening today, and I will try to be brief. You may have seen an article in last Saturday's Times called What I Have Learned. It was based on an interview by Rory Stewart, and in it, much of what he says in his book, Politics on the Edge, and his podcast, The Rest is Politics, was reflected. Rory Stewart used to be our MP when we were up in Cumbria, and I know him quite well, and my own contribution now has a similar title, What I Have Learnt. I'll be leaving out some of the rather barbed descriptions of my various colleagues, unlike Rory, in what I say. And hopefully I'll be picking up on much of what we've heard both about parish from Andrew, and also about community from Maria. So I'm speaking primarily from my own experience, first of all as a curate in Watford for 3.5 years. I first learnt about the importance of place for the legitimacy of the Church of England when I was there on my very first day of ordained ministry, when I was sent out to clear the churchyard. I did begin to wonder whether this was what I'd spent the last 3 years preparing for, but as I cleared my first grave, which was just outside the vestry of this church on the edge of Watford, I came across the name that was inscribed on it, which was Edward Newcomb. It was spelt the same way, without a B, as my name, so I was intrigued, made a little research, and discovered that this was a direct ancestor who had been the very first vicar of that very church. Quite extraordinary. Felt I was in the right place. Went on to be a parish priest in a place called Bar Hill, which is on the edge of Cambridge. I was there for 12 years. That was what was then called a local ecumenical project, and I was the minister for 5 denominations, also in partnership with the Roman Catholics. I was also a theological college lecturer in pastoral theology, integrating theology and ethics, which involved quite a lot of thinking about what people were going to be doing practically in their parishes. Went on to be a residentiary canon in Chester Cathedral and director of ministry in that diocese, and then for 21 years, suffragan, then diocesan bishop of Carlisle Diocese. It's one of the biggest geographically dioceses in the country, 2,500 square miles, but inhabited mainly by sheep. It's one of the smallest populations in any diocese in the country, but has 350 local churches, 270 parishes. Location, place is really, really important there. And now the crowning glory, I am at last a member of a local village church which has an average congregation on a Sunday of anywhere between 12 and 20. The legitimacy of the Church of England depends first on its earth establishment, as we were hearing this morning, the local church, being a focus for the kind of community that Maria was talking about. We heard earlier on that King Charles has talked about Britain as being a community of communities. And part of the Church of England's role, developing communities locally all around the country, is, of course, to care for everyone, whether they come to church or not. That's what the parochial system is all about. And part of the idea of the church is that it should be glue for the whole community, especially in our very mobile society. When I was in Bar Hill, which was really a modern housing estate, a great big housing estate of about 5,000 people, 1/3 of the population of that so-called village was on the move every year. And then church schools, we've heard about those today as well. 106 of them we had in Carlisle Diocese. And the clergy, locally, and others, members of the congregations, were highly involved. And we heard that there's not a lot of Bible teaching. Well, that's probably true, but we did have a certain amount, not least with Open the Book, as it's called, which involved the teaching of Bible stories. But of course, the reduction of clergy numbers nationally means that the days of one vicar, one church, especially in the countryside, are now largely past. And so there is a huge need, in order to develop community and to maintain that sense of place and local ministry, to have local leaders, lay or ordained, and teams, whether in parishes or, as we had, mission communities. Second point, local church exists to meet basic needs for fellowship and belonging. We've heard quite a lot about social action today. Social action, pastoral concern, home groups. It's certainly been our experience since retiring to this little village here in Oxfordshire that is very much a feature of what happens. Third, church buildings are really important. There are about 1,600 of them in the Church of England. And when they're open and active, and I have to admit that when they're not, the opposite is the case, but when they're open and active, they act as a statement of all sorts of things. First of all, of the presence of God there in the middle of the community, the spire, the tower, whatever it might be. They act as a statement of the existence and life of God's people. I remember as a local vicar, somebody coming up to me one day as I walked down a little path through the village, and we got chatting. I'd never met him before, and he said, "I do hope you never leave." And I said, "Well, it's very nice of you, but why do you say that?" And he said, looking at my collar, "Because having you here and having the church here makes us feel secure." He didn't actually come to church, but there was something about the church being there that was really important to him. It says something about our history and our roots with ancestors in the churchyard. That was especially important in Cumbria, though comments about ancestor worship did not go down at all well. And I remember my own experience going to a licensing of one of our clergy in a little church in Shropshire, as I, before the service, looked around the walls at some of the plaques on the walls of this little church that I'd never been to before, and to my astonishment, found that two of the plaques were to two of my ancestors. There seemed to have been a lot of clergy in my family, who between them had been vicar of that very church for 100 years. The father for 40 years and the son for 60, unbelievably. And then the importance of land and geography. It's all there in scripture. Walter Brueggemann has written a marvelous book called Land. And the fact that in many local churches, the daily office, morning and evening prayer, is said day by day. The bell is rung. My training incumbent, when I was a curate, used to talk about keeping the rumour of God alive. I didn't think much of that comment. I thought we ought to be doing a heck of a lot more than that. But he had a point. And then the use by the community of some of these buildings, the occasional offices. Pretty churches like the one we're in at the moment, there are a lot of weddings and baptisms and funerals as well. They're used for quiet prayer by tourists, and of course during COVID they were very popular when they were open, for various activities. In the church where I was the vicar, which I'll say a bit more about in a moment, there were innumerable activities every day. Toddlers groups, aerobics groups, slimming groups, voting when there were elections and all the rest of it. In the tradition of medieval markets, when they used to drive the sheep and the cattle into churches and sell them there. So when people complained about all these secular activities taking place in our churches, I would say this is about the community, about encouraging people to come into the church, about using our building for the community, not just for a little gathered congregation every Sunday. And that's what they have always been for. And then gatherings with clergy and others when disasters take place. Bishop Graham talked about the Grenfell Tower disaster. We didn't have that in Cumbria, but we did have some years ago a terrible incident that attracted global attention, the shooting of 14 people by a taxi driver called Derek Bird, who went berserk and drove around simply shooting people at random. The world's press descended on us, and there were all sorts of gatherings in churches, and people wanted to talk to clergy, even though they had no other connection with the church. The same was true during the floods that we had in 2009 and 2015, and so on and so on. Again, national news, but people wanted to talk with Christians, in particular with clergy, and come to church buildings. And that's why Archbishop Rowan Williams said that church is somewhere where people put their emotions when they have nowhere else to put them. They come to church to express some of those emotions because they know there's something more there. We heard about the sort of spirituality that there is in our country a bit earlier on. Fifth, faithful witness. We've heard that faithful witness is the key to legitimacy, service in word and deed, very important, to the community. And that ideally, in my view, is ecumenical. Several people have used that word ecumenical today. Crucially important. Cumbria, we liked to call the first ecumenical county. We work for 4 denominations. We're in very close partnership right across the county, Anglican, Methodist, United Reformed and Salvation Army, with another 4 in partnership too, as companions. And we felt that that combined witness was really important in that locality. It's part of our faithfulness, rooted in John 17, Jesus' prayer that his disciples, his followers, might be one. And of course, the Church of England, in that context, does, as Bishop Graham was saying earlier on, have a convening role. Sixth, growth, church growth, depending very heavily on relationship. Maria was talking about relationship earlier on. I spent most of my 21 years as a bishop encouraging clergy and others to develop local relationships and to do some old-fashioned visiting. They thought I was the last of the dinosaurs. We've heard about dinosaurs too today, roaming the earth. But to do some visiting, to relate to people rather than getting stuck behind their computer screens. And certainly that has been the key to a growing church, a growing community in most of the growing churches that I've known, including our own church in Bar Hill, which grew from 20 to 200. And that raises the question, 7th, of church architecture. As a result of that growth, we grew out of the church we had, which was a fairly modern one, and I had the privilege of helping to design with one of our church members, who happened to be an architect, and build a new church, not something that people very often have to do nowadays. And that involved thinking through the basic principles of what a church, a local church, and this was the only church in that community, is there for. The first principle, historically, for any church has to be light. But it also involves somehow combining transcendence, we had a whole session on transcendence, and immanence, God in majesty and God here, close by, among us. And we came up with a design that not everybody liked, but it did win various awards and did make that church multi-purpose, something which could be used all day, every day, by the whole community. We were there to serve the community, not just ourselves. And finally, the House of Lords, which has been mentioned several times today, the burden of establishment, high establishment, however deeply theologically flawed it may be, in which I had the privilege of serving for 10 years with a brief as the church spokesperson on health and social care. People knowing me often ask, why on earth were you doing health and social care? To which the answer was very simple. I was called in by Rowan Williams when he was Archbishop and asked to do this. And I said, sounds really interesting, but why me? To which he said, well, you were a hospital chaplain, weren't you? So I said, no, I've never been a hospital chaplain. To which the answer came back, oh, well, don't worry about it, just get on with it. It's been a revelation. And I like the comment about making the most of it while we can in the Lords. We certainly did manage to annoy the humanists, but place and the locality of the Church of England was certainly very valuable in that capacity. Peers in the House of Lords have no constituents as such. They're not elected, they're appointed. But as a diocesan bishop, I was able to mention local examples of things I was thinking about and talking about. And also, I was able to explore and research issues locally that I could then discuss in the select committees of which I was a part and in speeches. And that local engagement, local involvement, local positioning gave a certain street cred. So what have I learnt? Well, I think my own experience of ordained ministry over the last 45 years suggests place really matters. It isn't the be-all and end-all, but it certainly does contribute to the mission that we all share and to the legitimacy of the Church of England. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much to all our three speakers. I want to invite maybe some comments from the floor, some questions, some observations. We've got about 15 minutes for conversation now, and the mics will start to go around. It'd be good to have some voices we haven't heard from yet. And there's have we got mics ready yet, please? Just looking out to our colleagues. Good. Thank you. There's a gentleman just in the here. Thanks. Okay. I'll go into this gentleman here, yeah. Thanks. And we'll gather up a few comments and then see what the panel want to say.
Bishop Newcombe said that the days of one priest, one parish are over, and that might be true, but I wonder how sustainable the idea of one priest, 20 parishes might be. And that's the situation that pertains to at least one part of the Diocese of Truro. Diocese of Truro, rather like Cumbria, has a lot of churches. It's 200 parishes, I think something like 300 churches, but only 39 full-time stipendiary clergy. And in a rather shocking bit of news, the diocese currently has more staff than they have clergy out doing parochial work. Now, there are a number of vacancies that they have promised to fill. However, it does cause me to wonder whether we talked about the public legitimacy of the Church of England. What is the public legitimacy of the Church of England to its own parishes and its own lay people? I notice, for example, that the Church appears to have resources put not only into dioceses but also into issues such as reparations, and not to mention expensive and dubious missional projects carried out centrally. And so I wonder, is the era of reducing numbers of clergy a choice? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I heard the other day that, sadly, there are more church buildings in Hereford Diocese than children in those church buildings. Question right at the back.
Thank you all so much for your papers and for really exploring the notable depth of place in the Church of England. As somebody who might not present as a member of the Church of England, but somebody who is confirmed in the Church of England with a vested interest in it, and with a real appreciation of how much it values place and seeing its particularity and the investment in the particularity of parishes, a beautiful thing that has a lot of advantages. I do have a couple kind of questions kind of related to that. And the first is, what or where does place, a valuing of place, become an idolatry of place? And related to that, when, and it's related to the earlier gentleman's question, when does a claim of valuing place really just amount to a hypocrisy of valuing place? Because there is quite a big difference between one priest, one parish, and one priest, and even 8 parishes. What does it mean for a valuing of place that includes that? But also on the idolatry side, where does a parish become so focused about itself that it loses the vision of mission? Those are my questions.
Thank you. And then Catherine Pepinster up at the front, please. Thank you very much. Just down here, thank you, at the front. Thank you. And then we'll come back to the panel after that. Thank you.
Thank you. I was interested in what my fellow Catholic Maria Power had to say, commenting that there's an abiding love of place for Anglicans and love of communities for Catholics. I think that the difference between Catholics and Anglicans in urban parishes is not actually very great. I used to live in Moss Side in inner city Manchester some years ago, and talking to local people, they recounted how at one time the GP would live above the surgery, that the local policeman was in the police house that came with his job, that teachers in the local schools lived around the neighbourhood. And by the time I was living there, all those people had gone. They'd moved out to the suburbs. But the people who were left were the Catholic parish priest, the Anglican vicar. And I was reminded of what that was like in Moss Side when the Grenfell fire happened that Bishop Graham was talking about earlier. And I read a book by the local vicar for the neighbourhood of Grenfell and met him, and he talked about when the fire happened and they realised what was going on, they switched on the lights. And that's what they always did in that neighbourhood. The churches, the halls, whatever, they'd switch on the lights. And the people in Moss Side and the people around Grenfell had a trust in the local clergy in a way that they didn't of other people. And I think you're right in saying they can give a voice to the voiceless, but I hope that what they're doing even more is enabling the people who were once voiceless, voices of their own. But what really concerns me about this trust that's so precious is that if churches close down in their neighbourhoods, whether they are Catholic or Anglican or whatever, part of that trust will be lost.
Thank you very much. So we've got a number of different themes taken up there. Perhaps let's just focus on the first theme for a moment, where the question is whether the Church of England, if I caught you correct, is, as it were, serious about the mission itself, or is investing far too much in central activities, and as I got from your view, dubious decisions about the use of its resources. Others may dispute that, but we'll see what people want to say. Is there a lack of commitment really from dioceses or from the Central Church of England, the NCIs, the church commissioners, in this parochial mission? Save the parish would perhaps be an important point of reference in that conversation. Probably looking to one of our two bishops to address that, though Maria might also have a view. She'll step out.
Okay. Perhaps since I was mentioned in the question, I can begin by trying to answer it. With difficulty, though, because I have every sympathy with the question, and I deeply regret the loss of one vicar to one parish. I would love to see that back again. Really would. I can only say that in most dioceses, certainly in ours up in Carlisle, we were struggling with this all the time and desperately trying to keep as many clergy as we could on the ground. Where we couldn't, we were encouraging non-stipendiary clergy and lay leaders of various kinds, which is why I said we were trying to keep local churches open and have local leaders who weren't necessarily stipendiary clergy. Whether the Church of England as a whole is spending its money on the wrong things is a very difficult one, probably a little beyond my pay grade, but I can only say that quite a lot of what it's spending its money on is forced upon it by the demands of the state, particularly when it comes to things like HR, safeguarding and so on, which are undoubtedly important, but the kind of demands that there are financially on dioceses now are out of all proportion to what they were even when I began as a bishop. And I know that most bishops and their teams in most dioceses would be very sympathetic to what you're asking and want, if they possibly can, to have as many clergy as they can involved. Because although we talk a lot about the developing of lay ministry, which is frightfully important, you actually need, the more lay ministry you have, the more clergy you need to enable it and train it and develop it.
So we probably need someone from the church commissioners here to really address the question, the serious question you're raising. Can we just turn on to that question about the idolatry of place, Bishop Andrew, which I think was, I think, as we're rolling out of some of your remarks in some ways, invite you to say something more about how we value place.
Yeah, sure. Can you hear me with that? Yeah, that's all right, isn't it? I thought that was a really profound question, and when does our love of place or attachment to place become idolatrous? All too readily and all too easily, as we have seen with God's people throughout history, and that's certainly true, as I was trying to suggest, of the long association with land and territory in place in the English Church, and it has been a besetting sin, possession of the land in all kinds of ways, which is why I was trying to introduce the vital importance of eschatology in our understanding of the local church. Very often when the present place is heavenly, or we feel like we belong within it, we think it belongs to us. We mistake belonging with belongings, and there is judgment that comes with that. I mean, the test of any ecclesiology, really, at the end of the day, is whether it brings us closer to the Lord Jesus or not in our common life. And the Lord was constantly challenging people, particularly religious people, to relinquish their tight grip on the things of this life in order to receive them back again in a different way. And so there is, I struggle with this a great deal, being somebody obviously really devoted to locality and the English church's inheritance. But what aspects of that we are required and ought to relinquish in a humbler role for the national church, where we have abused that possession of the land, actually, in all kinds of ways in the past. That is a very important point for consideration, and is one that will be decided with us and for us in some areas of our common life. Would love to say more, but that will do for now.
Thank you. Yes, and as Bishop James was referring to the 100-year unbroken legacy of his forebears, I was thinking about a wise priest in this diocese who referred to priests as having a peregrine vocation, that they should be moving on. They should in a sense be strangers coming in and out of patches rather than being too built into the furniture or even the plaques on the side of the church wall. So there's something there about ministers moving through fairly frequently, which can perhaps put some tension into that relationship with place. Thank you, Catherine, for your remark. Mary, did you want to comment on that? Or did you fully agree?
I fully agree, but I would just like to pick up on something James said, is the idea of visiting and the idea of the visibility of clergy. So just 2 points to make there. During the pandemic, the clergy in I'm very, very attached to my local town in a kind of very strange sort of way. And the local clergy of all stripes made themselves very visible in the local town. And that was one of the things that people of no faith cite to me as a way of building up trust and a way of actually building community, because there is a marked increase in my locality in the nature of in a stronger community, because the priests and the other clergy were seen out and about and offering to pray for people and actually proclaiming Christ, but doing it in a very gentle way. The other thing I'd like to pick up on is this idea of visiting. I think it's actually something that's so important. I was in Ireland a couple of weeks ago doing a parish workshop on Catholic social teaching, and they were telling me that they had just taken to randomly visiting people in the parish. Now, if you know Ireland, it's incredibly hostile towards religion at the moment, for very good reasons. And the visits are actually very well received, because people are lonely, and people want that human connection. And that's one of the things that the church can offer, because we see, as Christians, we see the whole person. You're not just an economic unit of production, or you're not just your education. You are made in the image and likeness of Christ. And that's one of the really important things that I think that, I suppose, the Church of England, but also my own church, brings. And that's kind of where I think the trust comes from.
I'm going to invite Jonathan Chaplin. Thank you very much. I'm going to invite Jonathan Chaplin, I think, to make a final remark before we move on to our next session. Thank you, Jonathan.
Question specifically to Bishop Rumsden. I really warmed to your wonderful evocation of a kind of theology of place and its role in the Church of England. And I was with you right till the end, and then you made this brief comment that you thought that disestablishment would erode this. So you'd said that the Church has this inherited responsibility for the soul of space, but that disestablishment would somehow corrode that responsibility and take it away. I wonder if I could ask you to specify which elements of high establishment would specifically corrode that responsibility.
I was speaking thank you for your remarks, and it's the right question to ask. I was speaking particularly to the earth establishment, which is the heart of it for me. I do think that the monarch, as the defender of the faith, holds within their personal leadership, their leadership is the wrong word, this idea of the nation being, in some senses, a place in which the contours of the kingdom of heaven might be discerned, is still holds at the heart of our national imagination a sacredness about the place that we serve at the local level. And I think that the higher expressions of establishment are the counterpart of a local responsibility and tenure.
To be continued. We've continued the conversation from the first session through to this last moment of this session. So let's just express our thanks to these panellists. Thank you very much indeed. And what we're going to do now is we're going to move to our concluding remarks and invite perhaps Bishop Graham, you'll come back up, and Edward Dowler and Malcolm Brown to come back, and we'll conclude our day very shortly with some final remarks. Thank you.
Good. Well, we have getting near to the end of our day. Well done for making it through to this part of a long day of listening and concentrating and contributing. It's been a very rich and fascinating day. But the idea of this last session, just for half an hour or so, before we have a small break before evening prayer, is to try to gather up some of the thoughts of the day. So it's a little bit sort of off the cuff, this session, just to be able to kind of respond to something of the themes that we've been considering and blend those together. And we are really very pleased to have two particular people who have thought about these things a great deal in depth as well. Malcolm Brown, we've heard from already. Malcolm very kindly stepped in at the last minute to help us with our session on Transcendence earlier on as well. But we also have the Venerable Edward Dowler. Edward and I knew each other when I think I was Vice Principal of Wycliffe and you were Vice Principal of St Stephen's House here in Oxford. So it's very good to be together again. Edward is Archdeacon of Hastings and soon to be Dean of Chichester. So Edward, can we hand over to you to give your reflections on the day as we go on through the rest of the afternoon? Okay, thank you.
Good, thank you very much. I hate doing things off the cuff, really. I'm very much by nature an anxious over-preparer, so this is very challenging for me. Having recently been appointed Dean of a cathedral by the Crown, I suppose that I am a creature of the high establishment, as Jonathan would have said. I haven't actually, through the 30 years that I've been ordained, I haven't normally seen myself as such, but I'll have a hard job convincing you of that. So I want to take up really a thought that we had from Tom Holland earlier, really, about two ways in which I think the church could lose our voice. The first is that voice could be suppressed. And I think this is, Mark Chapman rather suggested this, and I think that the issue of same-sex marriage is perhaps the obvious one to talk about in relation to this. That Christian thought, of one sort anyway, about that kind of issue could become so far outside what is deemed to be mainstream discourse in the country that we just get politely sidelined or indeed more vigorously persecuted. So we could lose our voice through it being suppressed. But I think there's also a sort of equal and opposite danger, that that the Christian voice could become so similar to the prevailing noise around it that it has no distinct quality, that it's not suppressed, but it is absorbed, so that there's nothing worth listening to. The COVID pandemic, I fear, was an example of when that happened. The message, stay at home, protect the NHS, save lives, that was the one that was put out by the government and simply echoed by the Church of England. It was so that our voice became simply absorbed into the wider consensus. The Twitter accounts of most Anglican bishops and their contributions in the House of Lords, present company, of course, accepted, I think possibly provides another example of what I'm talking about. The echoing the liberal consensus, the voice of the church becomes inaudible because absorbed just into the mainstream of discourse. And I think it seems to me that one of the problems that we have in the Church of England at the moment is that I think if we're dying, then it's often that we're dying of boredom because we just tend to echo again the prevailing discourse. So are we more worried about one or two, that the voice of the church would be suppressed or that it would be absorbed? Personally, and I think different people will have a different view on this, obviously. Personally, I'm more worried about the second of those, because while the first would be institutionally very traumatic, the second one relates directly to the words of Jesus. If salt loses its savour, it is thenceforth good for nothing, but to be cast out and to be trodden under the foot of men. So, what's my suggestion? Well, really the only answer that I can give is that I think we need to be confident in our biblical, theological, and spiritual tradition, and in the distinctive and beautiful take that the gospel gives on all issues. In contrast to much of the current blandness, if there is something interesting that we have to say, then it will stand out from the normal liberal consensus, and it will be seen as a truly distinctive contribution. And perhaps if that does happen, there are no certainties, but perhaps if there is something interesting to say, something solid with real content, then people will be able to recognize it as a valuable contribution, even if they don't agree with it and don't come from the same place as we may, but they'll still be able to value it as a good contribution. And so that may mean that that impetus to sideline, marginalize, or suppress the Christian voice, that also may be somewhat reduced. So I'd like just kind of drawing on a few things that have been said today to just finish by saying what would that kind of contribution look like that would not be, it would be distinct, so not absorbed, but also able to make a contribution that could really be recognized and would therefore be less likely to be sidelined or suppressed. What would that voice be like? And I've sort of picked up a few things from today. So first of all, I think I've got 8 things. So first of all, scripturally based and based in Christian doctrine, because we've always got to be talking out of those. And those things are interesting and enlivening, colourful. Secondly, whatever contributions we make, to be spiritually grounded, because it's not just about the intellect, but also about the life of prayer that has to undergird any kind of pronouncements that we might make. Thirdly, picking up some of the things from the last session, pastorally grounded. So I like to think about the earthed establishment, coming out of pastoral contact, coming out of the earthed establishment. Fourthly, beautiful. So much of the current language, especially managerial type language, is so banal and pedestrian and ugly, so our contributions need to be beautiful. Fifthly, taking up a question that was asked early on, with an unswerving commitment to the truth, and being able to and I think with the very sort of good liberal principle that we establish the truth by hearing the strongest arguments on either side. So an unswerving commitment to truth, even if it's difficult, even if it hurts. Sixthly, and I was very moved by Malcolm's earlier talk, sixthly, with an emphasis on our hope for the life of the world to come as an absolute cornerstone of the way that we engage with anything. Seventhly, picking up Bishop Angelos, reflected in action. So it's no point our just saying things if what we say is not embodied in action. And finally, picking up one of Maria's strong points, with an emphasis on human dignity always, and with that as a very important theme and very alive to the ways that that's nowadays somewhat under attack. So anyway, those are my. So I think that if we spoke in all of those ways characteristically, and I'm sure there are some more. Those are just some things that I picked out. But I'm sure that if we speak in those ways, then we'll find that neither is our voice absorbed, because we will have something distinctive to say, we'll have a distinctive contribution to make, which won't just be identical with the general kind of noise. But also, I think that we are less likely to be suppressed, because it's going to be genuinely interesting and people are going to sit up and take some notice. And then I think that all of those, sort of looking through all of those things, scripturally and doctrinally based, spiritually grounded, pastorally grounded, beautiful, commitment to truth, life of the world to come, reflected in actions, emphasizing human dignity, looking at all of those things, actually, all of those really are kind of classically Anglican virtues, I think. So I've got myself into a rather kind of conservative, I suppose, place that actually I think what I'm arguing for, therefore, is perhaps a rediscovery of some of the things that for some reason or for some combination of reasons we seem to have lost, but that we could very helpfully rediscover. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Edward, and thank you everyone for what's been such a stimulating day. I won't say very many things, but I'd like to just take us back to Josh's opening remarks on the nature of legitimacy. And without repeating them, just reflect that it's not just our problem, that there is a huge crisis in the nature of legitimacy for any kind of institution. And that plays out in some ways in that almost everyone who in my job I talk to beyond the church has a default model for anything that's bigger than the individual as a corporation. Hence the expectation that the Archbishop of Canterbury is the CEO of C of E PLC and can just make things happen, or that we operate like a corporation with a corporate ethos, a single mission statement, not as a strange and weird coalition. There's a huge problem about legitimacy even for corporations, of course. And it feels as if any kind of failure, which we would attribute to sin, becomes delegitimizing automatically and universally. So it's not just our problem, but there's been such richness in this conference to enable us in the Church of England, in the churches more widely, to actually have some confidence that we can justify the legitimacy of our public engagement, even if those who we're facing on that don't accept it. We at least have some confidence that we have arguments on our side. I think it's just worth saying a word about what the church is up against. And again, it's not just us. Edward inadvertently touched on it really with your comment that the Church of England during the pandemic had merely reinforced the government's message. We said a huge amount more than that, and some of it in a very distinctive Christian register. It was almost impossible to get it into the mainstream. It wasn't reported very widely. There's a huge problem of, essentially, if I didn't hear it, it wasn't said. We come up against this again and again. Years ago, when we were contesting Ian Duncan Smith's revision of the welfare reforms in the House of Lords, the bishops were doing it rather, we actually supported the introduction of universal credit, but you wouldn't have thought it from the furious reaction to some of the criticisms that went with that support. And we were told, in terms, the Church of England never says anything about the evils of indebtedness. Well, we went as far as to send some of those critics the Hansard references to when bishops had talked about the evils of indebtedness. Could it change a word that the Daily Telegraph published? Of course not. If we didn't hear it or chose not to hear it, it wasn't said. So the question of legitimacy isn't just about what we believe we can justify. It's also about the difficulty of making a case for institutional legitimacy in a context where legitimacy of institutions is always seen as suspect, and where institutions that are ecologies rather than corporations are misunderstood and deeply suspect. I just say a word about establishment without recapping the various discussions Jonathan and I have had over the years. The best metaphor for establishment I've heard came from my former colleague, the late William Fittle, who said it's a multi-stranded hawser. Imagine a ship moored to the dock by a multi-stranded hawser, and you come along like Jim Hawkins in Treasure Island with your little penknife and start cutting through it. And you can cut one strand and the ship's still there. And you cut the next strand and the ship's still there. The point is that you don't know which strand is the one which, when you cut it, the ship will gradually break away and be set free. So the question about which aspects of establishment are critical and which ones we can lose seem to me to be dodgy. We're looking here, I believe, at an ecology, and the problem with an ecology is when you mess with it, it's very hard to tell what the consequences will be. Now, Jonathan's best argument, I think, though you didn't quite enunciate it today, is that actually the ecology isn't working. Now that, of course, requires some thought about what it would take for a church to be working in its public ministry, but I think that's possibly the key question, rather than the one of establishment per se. Is the church fulfilling its mission, or is it failing so badly that we can risk messing with the ecology that's peculiar to the Church of England, and because of its uniqueness, we can't do a controlled experiment somewhere else? And I honestly don't know the answer to that, because you can hardly say it's working brilliantly, but there are so many ways in which it could work worse. But public discourse these days is a dangerous place to be at best of times. And I think one of the few things the Church of England might be better at than most, and we're not brilliant at it again, but we could be better at it than most, is civility. And that may be to do with the English character, or it may be to do with something the Church of England has given to the English character. But I suppose you won't have missed the point that many of us grew up with the kind of argument that said, I'm right, so you're wrong. It's much more common now to be, I'm right, so you're bad. Or even, and I've heard this often enough, I'm right, so you're mad. That's the level at which public discourse is happening more and more. We can stand for something better than that. We have to start within our own life together, our own fellowship, our own belonging together. And so there are many, many ways in which you can look at a church or a body like us and say, is it working? There are many, many reasons for saying, no, it's not. And there are many, I believe, for saying it's not doing a bad job against some pretty fierce opposition.
Thank you, Edward. Thank you, Malcolm. Just a few brief comments from me before I hand over to Josh for a final remarks for the afternoon. We've been spending quite a bit of time preparing for today and thinking about these themes and those we would invite to speak. It's been fascinating to listen and follow through the discussion as the day has gone on. And from my perspective as Director of the Centre for Cultural Witness, right at the heart of that initiative is the perspective, is the idea that the primary category for the church's engagement with the world is that of witness. That's primarily what we're here for. We are here to bear witness to Jesus Christ and to his kingdom in as many creative and imaginative and positive ways that we can do. And therefore, when it comes to questions of establishment or disestablishment, it seems to be the crucial question is, does it enable us to bear witness in a more effective way or a less effective way? That question of witness is our primary task. The result of that witness seems to me not in our hands. In some cultural contexts, the witness of the church has led to an increasing role within society, a greater sense of people listening to the church. It's led to churches growing, and that may be what happens in the future. We may find ourselves invited more and more into the places of power. It may be we find ourselves with greater influence within culture. It may be results in more people coming to church. It may be that a faithful witness leads in a very different place. It may lead to greater persecution. It may lead to real struggles for the existence of the church. I'm always conscious of something that former Regis Professor of Moral and Pastoral Philosophy here in the University of Oxford, Oliver O'Donovan, used to say that Christendom was not the goal of mission, it was the result of mission. It was something contingent that happened as a result of the mission of the church here in Europe. It might not have happened. It is nothing essential about it. And that always struck me as a very valuable insight. And it brings us back to the priority of witness. And so I think the thought that I leave today with, and the thought that is going around my mind, and I think this is something I've heard through the day, is something of a call to a renewed boldness, a renewed confidence in the church, in the distinctiveness of what it offers the society in which it's part. that our calling to bear witness to Christ is that calling to invite people into life in Christ, to speak of the realities of the transcendent, to speak that there is life beyond the grave. The resurrection is real. And sometimes I suspect we have this slight tension that is a kind of zero-sum game, that actually our involvement in social engagement somehow we need to kind of tone down the distinctiveness of our message, to somehow sort of soft pedal that a little bit so that we can have a broader engagement with society and we can be of service to the society. But it seems to me that what I think I've learned today is that the more authentically Christian we are, the better servants we are of the society that we're a part of. That to share and to preach Christ, to bring people into a relationship with Christ, to draw them into that life where we are called to serve and not to be served, we serve that one who gave his life as a ransom for many, to invite people into the fellowship of God through Jesus Christ. It's precisely what we're called to do, and the more we're able to do that, the better we are able to bear witness to Christ within the nation, and the more useful we will be within the nation, whether established or not. And so my sense as I go away from here is that sense of a renewed call to the boldness of our witness, and that by that bold witness, we will in fact serve the nation that we're called to serve in and be part of as we bear witness to Christ in that context. I want to hand over to Josh for some final remarks as we close the day. Thank you.
We walk backwards into the future with our eyes on the past, some words that Bishop Eleanor brought to us earlier today. And that's one of the things which I'll be taking forward from this day. We've heard quite a number of topics which could be very important foci for research, I think, in the course of the day. John Ritzmer talking about a focus on the role supremacy, I think. Where's John? Somewhere around. We've thought about the biblical justifications for the different kinds of ways that states could relate to religious truth. And we have seen some interesting and contested notions of how we read history. The weirdness of the Church of England, or the weirdness of Christian faith, and the lovely phrase, local holiness, we had as well, which I thought was very, very provoking. So lots to think about and lots to take forward in a possible research agenda. And as I think about walking backwards into the future with our eyes on the past, I just want to highlight that one of the things we're doing in the McDonald Centre in the next couple of days is precisely that, with a project with colleagues at Princeton, represented by Eric Gregory here, and others who have been in the conference, looking at figures like John Wycliffe and Richard Hooker and a range of other figures who are influential and significant, of course, to the Church of England. And we'll be doing that in the next couple of days in order to provide a kind of political theological research underpinning for this enterprise. So that is our commitment in the very immediate future. I want to say a few words of thanks on behalf of the McDonald Centre for Theology, Ethics and Public Life, which has been one of the hosts of this conference. Really to say thank you to our co-hosts, especially the Centre for Cultural Witness. It's been fantastic working with you, Graham, and I well remember that day in September, which you remarked on earlier, where we were planning this work together, and in the context of the death of the late Queen. And I want to acknowledge very much your team of staff who've been so important in helping us to think about this project together, and all those who've contributed to it. We produced a very large booklet of readings for the bishops who participated in that two-day module, which we ran together at the Lambeth Palace Library. And that was, we're going to continue to build on that, no doubt based on our conversations today as we go forward, and hopefully provide such training in the future. Very grateful to our other partner, Pusey House, George Westhaver, and Ian Palmer and your team here have been wonderful hosts for us today. We're very grateful to you. We very much felt welcomed into this place by you and all your colleagues. We're very grateful. Thank you. And also to underline my thanks, which I mentioned earlier, but I want to reiterate now to Mehmet Çiftçi and David Bennett, who've been very important research colleagues in this enterprise. And then also to the Oxford Centre for Research in the Humanities, Torch, who funded our work initially, and to colleagues in the Faculty of Theology and Religion, including Claire MacLeod, who greatly aided us in our publication work, in our publicisation of this project in the past. So we look to take this project forward to the future. Watch this space as we digest the thinking from today. If you want to stay in touch with this project, please do let me know or let Graham know. And we hope to continue such activity in the future with publications and future engagement. Remains for me to say thank you again to everyone who's participated, especially our speakers, and just give all of them and our hosts a round of applause. So we've given a